bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home. Lay me at the bottom of the river. Oh my Lord, take this, save me from the gallows.
West's moving in.
This news, bear my dough.
Oh, the shot sails by him, but he runs out of ammo. Dexter locks in the round.
My name, the wicked they shall rise. The river sand's gonna wash me clean. The river don't run dry. Oh my Lord, take this soul. Lay me at the bottom of the river.
Still a chance here. Bomb now getting planted. Siren's got the orb.
First kill for FaZe. Oh, and another. Siren with the reply. 2 kills and he just about gets out. No way! Siren! Oh man! Up close, cut down! Drops! 1v1! And it's all on this defuse. Swings it! And nails it! This hole decides it all. Carrigan up and over the top. And here in the Diamond City, he's going huge, going nuclear. He can deal with the fallout! FaZe! Going to the grand final!
When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails.
Single point of health on Electronic. Perfect incendiary.
Oh my God, he killed him.
With the nade! Diha does him dirty, simple ties! And with that, the clutch comes in!
1 HP to the chest with the can, and he kills him.
Pass this holy test, so take heed upon my warning.
Slowly but surely, Na'Vi lock in 16.
Linked to bloody justice of revenge before I'm through.
When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train.
Bit on the doorway, finds that rifle. Madden able to help, but as he falls down, he's gonna get a chance. Oh, the players comes, they wait perfectly for the mini frag, and then everybody comes after him. Na'Vi with an easy first win.
When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails. Hell's coming down these bloody.
Snappy kills Sphinx and bits big inside sight. It's Hades versus 5. The Undertaker on the other side of this door to put the cherry on.
And that's it for Ents.
Hell's coming down these bloody rails.
Hello everyone and welcome to Antwerp for the PGL Major Grand Final. 2 weeks we have been working towards this, and today we will crown our champion. One of FaZe or Na'Vi will be able to call themselves the PGL Major Champions. I gotta do something that I've been wanting to do my entire life. Antwerp, are you ready? You guys have been unbelievable. Today we are going to show the world what we are made of right here with how loud we are going to cheer. Of course, d'accord, bienvenue à tous les gens ici et j'espère qu'on verra une finale fantastique aujourd'hui. Les Golden Hornets là-bas. Hallo ook aan alle Nederlandstaligen. Hopelijk hebben we een fantastische finale vandaag. En natuurlijk ook aan alle Deutsch. Natürlich auch an alle Deutschreden herzlich willkommen. Ich hoffe, wir sehen heute ein unglaubliches Finale. To everybody else, thank you. To the Brazilians, obrigada. And now I would like to invite a very special guest to the stage. Give it up for the Mayor of Antwerp, Bart de Wever. This is pretty incredible, isn't it?
Well, when I met the people from PGL 6 months ago in my office, we were still under the pandemic, and they said, if you take the chance of hosting us, we'll pack your biggest venue. And I thought these guys are crazy, but I stand corrected now.
They are crazy. How much have you learned about Counter-Strike in the past couple of weeks?
Well, everything, as I knew absolutely nothing. My sons told me this is a huge thing, and I realized I'm an old guy. I don't know anything about it.
So now that you've seen that esports can fill up sports palace, that it can fill up arenas, what do you have to say to all the esports fans around the world?
Well, I'm happy they're here in Antwerp. I hope they have a nice time. I hope you have a great final. And please come back again. And maybe, if you don't mind, I would like to take a selfie with you and the audience.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But
Now I have proof.
you have proof. I can't let you go because they will all want to know who you think is going to win today,
Well,
Navi or FaZe.
I cannot help but rooting for the Ukrainian team. So if Navi takes it home, I will say Slava Ukraini.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Dank u wel. Geniet
you.
van de finale. Enjoy the finals. Thank you so much, Antwerp. Have an amazing finals. I'm going to send it over to the wonderful Freya at the desk to get us into our show match. Take it away, Princess.
Thank you so much for that one, Shots. Absolutely incredible to see the energy, the atmosphere in the crowd already shining. It has been shining all weekend long. I cannot wait to be diving into this one, Marion Devil.
This is gonna be fun. That's how I'm gonna put it, Devil Walk. This is gonna be fun, but there are some stakes to this. I really think that the pride of a couple key industry figures here, that's what's on the line. That's what we have to fight for. That's what's at stake.
One of my worst memories is still doing a show match. I did one-on-ones and I lost, so it's gonna burn into you, even this. So I'm sure they're gonna have a lot of fun out there. And awesome that we get to do a desk segment together.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah.
Finally, yes.
The entire
first
major
time
has been
we've
leading
met.
up to this, not the grand final, but having you two on an analyst desk
Yes.
together. Before we do jump into the show match at hand, though, I do want to just get your thoughts on what we saw yesterday. Of course, we had that incredible recap from some absolutely phenomenal games going down yesterday. FaZe versus Spirit. That will be burned, etched into my memory forever. That was such an incredible game. Obviously saw FaZe sealing it.
The Magic's 1v4, the Twist one tap to close that round out. Some of those moments on Dust 2 were phenomenal. It delivered, and the energy that was in the arena, I think it's going to hit even higher today.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible to watch, incredible to sit there and watch it with them, because it's an absolutely insane atmosphere in there. It just like, to me, every time I look off the screen, watching the games on the stage, it's such a beautiful, emotional moment to be able to see so many passionate Counter-Strike viewers out there and just like giving everything for the players, for the teams, watching these beautiful moments happen.
It really does give me goosebumps. I mean, we've been walking around in the crowd when we've had some off moments. I was walking around with Banks earlier on. We were seeing a lot of Na'Vi jerseys, also a lot of FaZe jerseys out there as well. So I feel like the crowd's really going to be rooting behind both these teams. But that Na'Vi matchup as well, taking on ENCE. Unfortunate, maybe heartbreaking for you a little bit, Devil, because you had them as your underdogs coming into this major. Unfortunate that we couldn't see ENCE maybe putting up a little bit more of a fight against Na'Vi.
No, of course, it was disappointing, and they are as well. I talked a little bit with them after, and they felt like the pressure got to them. They missed a few rounds, a few key nades, yeah, they were not happy with their performance, and I'm sure they will rebound and go at it again at the next one.
I think they definitely want that nuke game back, that's for sure. Losing a 2v4, that's something that feels very uncharacteristic for the form that ENCE showed throughout really everything leading up to this moment, as a matter of fact. So that's something that I think just kind of comes with time, knowing that in those big moments, you still just need to hold your nerve and play the game like you normally do.
Yeah, of course, that is what we will be delving into later on, as we are going to be crowning our major champion here at at the PGL Antwerp Major. But beforehand, we got a show match, as we were alluding to, going down. We got Team Flash versus Team Smoke. Both Frankie and Banks backing their two respective squads. We can bring up exactly who is going to be on that lineup as well. For Team Flash, we got Yakinda, Refresh, Nikodos, Rigon, and Patsy. Obviously, a crown favorite from Spirit. Team Smoke, Esatag, Tessus, Yabi, Snappy, and Spinks. Takeaways from these rosters so far? I know there was a bit of a,
I wonder,
a bit of choosing of these.
I wonder how many demos Maui set up last night.
I mean, I think that there's not too much. There's not too many demos, Devilwalk. These are new lineups.
Right? That's so exciting.
They're brand new lineups. But one thing I have to say about Team Flash, James Banks' lineup, is that who's the caller? I don't get it. Who's the IGL, Devilwalk? I don't. Who is supposed to be the brain behind the operation here?
It's Rigon.
Oh, what?
Yes, he's the secondary caller in Bad News Eagles, and he's gonna bring the craziness the Banks wants for this lineup.
An FPL style, some
Yeah,
may say?
yeah.
Okay. All right. I think Face It got a couple treats for us in store then.
Yeah, we definitely do. Patsy as well on this lineup. I'm excited to see him up on the stage. Yet again, he's been a real hot prospect in this major.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that when you look at the entry potential of Rigon, Patsy, and Yakinder, this is going to be an incredible rifle trio. You have the natural lurker in Refresh, and then Nikodas, one of the most fantastic operas we've seen.
Very flashy.
Yes, flashy too. I mean, that's what we want for a show match.
Yeah, this is definitely a flashy team. I had a little moment to catch up with Yakinder. I was walking down to the desk. He was walking down, getting ready to get on the stage for this big moment. He was saying there's going to be a Latvian winner in the show match, and there's going to be a Latvian winner in the grand final as well. I'm trusting in Yakinder on that.
Some foreshadowing right there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, looking at Team Smoke, we got Frankie's lineup. And for this team, I know who the IGL is. That's what I like about this. Snappy makes sense on paper to me, Devilwalk. This guy can make a game plan out of thin air as long as he's got his trusty sidekick there in Spinks.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit with Frankie, and she said basically there's 4 Danes there, so they're gonna send Spinks on the entry so they can talk Danish.
Wow, that's pragmatic, I guess. Just
that's tactical.
Yes, yeah. Actually, there was a greater plan there. Frankie actually might be smarter than any of us ever knew.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, and hopefully she's going to be bringing those brains because they are going to be behind these respective lineups as well. So I'm hoping there's going to be some tactical pauses, getting these strategies in.
Yeah.
Yakindo also said 100% success rate in a show match too. So maybe that's a good thing. Banks picked him up there.
Oh my God. Well, every stat has to come to an end. Every historical stat like that. There always needs to be something that breaks that. And I think Yakinder might be in for a rude awakening because I'm liking Team Smoke.
Yeah, and Frankie does have a 100% win rate on LAN.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Something's going to be coming to an end, except Devilwalk, because you have a Swedishism for us about ends, don't you?
About what?
About some everything coming to an end, except
Oh, yeah. There's a Swedish saying that everything has an end, except the sausage, it has 2.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible insight.
Yeah.
With that,
Wow.
whilst we ponder that, I think it is time to welcome the teams down onto the stage with Frankie and Banks.
Thank you very much, panel. This little bit of a grudge match, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. This boy Banks here, he thinks he's the man. He thinks he can interrupt me when I'm talking to all of you, and he thinks he can beat me on this stage right now. But I put a lot of thought into Team Smoke, and we're gonna blind him on the server today.
You can have your words, Frankie, you know, but my experience, my presence alone, my individuals just outshine yours. I think Team Flash is going to be taking this, don't we, Antwerp?
And here's where you're going to slip up, Banks. You mentioned individuals. I have built a team for the ages here. We've got 4 Danes, they're known for their synergy, and we have got the superstar that is Spinks. He did not disappoint on this stage during the playoffs, and he's not going to disappoint you today.
Well, you know what? I'll give you Spinks. I'd say he's a top 5 player in the world right now. But the rest of your team, you got a fake AWPer in there. He doesn't even know how to use the gun properly.
You ain't even got an IGL, mate. Should we meet the teams?
Yeah, you know what? We'll bring him on. I'll come back to you with my banter with you.
Okay, banter's a bit of a strong word, Banks, when it comes to you. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, sports players, give it up for Team Smoke!
Well, now that's the losing team coming onto the stage. Let's bring on the winners, Team Flash! Let's go.
All right then, I'm going to bring my captain Tag over here for a little chat.
Rigon, Yakinda, I think Rigon, you're in-game lead, and Yakinda, you can come with me here. Come on.
Yakinda's your captain, mate. Do you not even know your own team?
My in-game leader's Rigon, you know. I got a good diverse roster.
The thing is, I didn't realise Sports Malaise, it was bring your son to work day.
Well, you know, two good-looking individuals. Runs in the family, we'll take that. You guys got the same hair, at least.
We do.
Do you have a child a bit early?
Excuse me. You can't steal my line on me, Banks, and then laugh at your own joke. All right, Tag, should we reveal the map?
Yeah, go on then.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this man has definitely become known for a particular map in the map pool at this major, and it is...
Overpass.
You guys want to see some Overpass? And I know it's an obvious question, but why did you feel that Overpass was the right map to go for?
I mean, I just didn't want to play Dust 2 or Mirage because that's what everyone always plays. And, you know, Yakinder kind of didn't leave me any choice. It was between Ancient or Overpass, and not really feeling a CT side or Ancient for them, so had to be Overpass.
You know what? We're fine with Overpass, though, right, Yakinda? You know, it's a map we know and love, and any map wouldn't really matter for us, right? We got this anyway.
I think the crowd wanted Mirage or Dust 2, and I wanted that, but Azetec just banned those two maps. So I think we're all Team Flash!
Yakinda, I just got to tell it to you. No one wants Mirage.
I don't know. I think it's a bit of fun, but we just want to give you a fair chance, you know, give you something you could at least understand.
Yeah. Are you understanding any of this, Tag?
Honestly, no. It's so hard to hear up here.
All right, then. Should we get to our booths?
Yeah, let's go do our work.
Underway. We're going to get some coaching caps on. Tag, Yakinda. As I said.
Here we go.
Children. We'll see you on the other side. Sports Malaise, let's head back to the panel.
Thank you very much for that one, Frankie and Banks. I hope the boxing gloves aren't coming out literally in the arena for those two. Now we've got a little bit more insight, though. Overpass, we were expecting a Mirage. I personally was expecting Mirage. I thought that was going to come out. Bit of a curveball.
Yeah, Mirage, Inferno, those kind of maps would have seemed likely here, but I like that Tag went with something a little more tactical, you know?
Spicy.
He's actually converted me. I definitely already thought that Frankie's team had a good chance to win this one. I like the structure of the roster. But the thing is that now that they're playing Overpass, this is where Tag actually performed incredibly well versus Vitality right after I said that he was the worst Opper in the Legend stage.
So now is he the best Opper to come out the Legend stage?
So now he is the best Overpass Opper after I say he's bad.
Yeah?
It's a very specific stat. We really had to go back for that one. He's the best Opper to, you know, convert the audience after I say he's bad.
Yeah, what do we expect really of Overpass?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure
expecting
either.
Surprises.
So
I mean, do both have a double op setup available? Not on Tag's team. Maybe Spinks.
How many ops do you think we're going to see Devilwalk? How many?
I don't think we're going to see that many, actually.
You think it's going to be Rifler Paradise, Rifler Heaven? But doesn't that make the
op
op
going to be like
more valuable?
Seuss's, Negevs, all this kind of good stuff.
Well, you know what I want to see? I want to see someone trying their hardest. I want to see somebody giving it their all in the show match. I want to see one of these players do what no other player did and actually try in a show match.
I was just hoping to see maybe some P90s come out. I think my expectations were possibly lower than yours. We also have some interesting statistics that production pulled for us that maybe dictate who is the worst teammate that you would have. Because we do have the flashes on teammates, currently sitting at 60 in total. Actually, we've got a joint. Patsy and Nikodos, currently the worst teammates that you could have if you don't want to be flashed by them.
Oh, man, that's really such a shame. I think Patsy really probably wants to right his wrongs, and he might not throw a single flashbang this entire show match.
Yeah, there is a good guy in this stat. That's Jabby. He's the only one that didn't do any damage to any teammates.
Wow, no friendly fire at all.
Yeah. Such a good guy.
Oh yeah, we got the
That's
stats right here.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Jesus, Regon, stop shooting your teammates, man. That guy's supposed to be the in-game leader for this team.
Say.
LOL stats, by the way.
Right,
He rules with an iron fist.
can I maybe throw a conspiracy theory in here?
Oh my god.
Well, we saw Regon in the middle of his squad when they were coming out, and
Yeah.
I think. S-Attack was in the middle for the other side.
He's calling.
Is he calling us?
Oh.
Are we going to see something?
Wow.
Maybe he's taking on another role as well to prove you wrong, Maui.
Jesus, this is the most versatile player in Tier 1 show match history, I guess. Yeah, S-Attack, I mean, I think he's going to be the opper for sure. Frankie already alluded to that when I talked to her about this roster. But to be the caller too, maybe, I don't know. I think Snappy's one of those guys that's like, I don't want to do pug calling. I want to make sure we have our set strats out of spawn. And when he can't enforce that, he loses his tempo, his flow.
It might be. But S-Attack, hasn't he called in Heroic in the past?
I think he did literally every job.
Every role that you can possibly
He might have
do.
coached at one point.
Yeah,
I don't know. He did everything for them.
He literally did. Yukinder as well. I'm excited to see him on stage.
Yes.
And unfortunately, didn't get to see him coming in front of the crowd this time. Kind of heartbreaking. He was in the show match at the last major in Stockholm too, with some of the legends they were going up against. Copenhagen Flame.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to make it to the actual playoffs. Did this time around. And Yukinder was really excited last time. I remember doing the interviews for that. He was who was he playing with? Fifth Laren was there. Which we were talking about his last time on.
He had an opponent, Jabby,
He
from
did.
Copenhagen Flames, and they're still in reverse teams
They
now.
are.
Yeah.
Maybe Abby is shaking his boots.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, maybe. I think the thing is that with Yukinder, he is the definition of a showman. And look at that. Oh, look at that smile. Look at that smile.
I'm wondering what you think both of our respective coaches are going to bring to the lineup in terms of, Frankie looking beautiful.
Oh my god.
That's it on. Yeah, look at that.
Is that the first woman coach in show match history?
It might be.
I think it
Are we setting a new record here?
It might actually be.
Let's go.
And she looks like she's got a strap book as well.
Yeah, what is that?
We're talking about Frankie, she is a 200-level girl. Like, she's a very smart woman. I think
Conniving.
she's been, I think she's been researching this.
I asked her about her coaching style, and she said it's a mix between Neil M. and Sonic.
You know, in the words of Neil M., there are two players out in the world. There's Body and there's Toddy. And you just have to find out which one you are. Are you Body or are you Toddy? So,
all right.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, cool.
But I don't know what Neil M-isms mean, man. I mean, a few guys out there that follow the British UK, I guess, Counter-Strike scene might have some semblance or some idea of what I'm talking about, but it's hard to follow that guy.
I like that, though. She's bringing a mixture of the banter that ELM has, but
Yeah,
maybe the big
that's what it is,
brains
maybe.
of Sonic
Yeah,
as well.
it could be that
I do
mix.
like that.
Yeah.
What do you think Banks is going to do?
Fire. Banks says my presence is all they need. So I don't know if he's even going to call a timeout. He's just going to stand and look pretty. But that's what he does. He just looks pretty all the time.
That's it.
Yeah.
He told me he's more of a Jason Lake kind of coach.
Oh.
Okay.
Like really, I guess, sweaty and giving it all, you know.
One thing Jason Lake did pioneer was wearing the business suit, the white shirt, red tie, every time he was behind Complexity. I actually saw him at like a 2007 event before, and he was irate behind that team.
Can we get like a comparison? And it's the same picture. Oh, it's just gone. Just saw a lovely.
A PIP.
Yeah, picture of. It's the same picture, you know.
Yeah, let's get a split screen.
Same thing. Yeah, I don't know.
I like how professional they dress, though.
Yes, they're taking this seriously.
Yeah, they look
Howie,
really good.
You did say that you did have a favorite coming into this.
Yes. I've got Team Smoke in this one. I think Team Smoke has everything they need to have a comprehensive team. They're well balanced. They're structured. I know that Frankie has been in the lab. That's why she has the strat book. If there's anybody that's going to take this too seriously, it's Frankie.
All right. I'm going to go with Banks lineup here with Refresh, Vikindar, Nikodos, Regon, and Patsy.
Yeah.
I like them. I love Patsy. I think he's a showman. He kind of counters Vikindar in that point.
Okay.
He loves being on stage. He seems comfortable. And I do like the hard aggression style of Counter-Strike that they have been alluding to bring us.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Do you think Team Smoke are going to be, scared by that?
Oh, wow. Do you think that they might have stadium nerves?
Maybe.
Is that what you're alluding?
You know,
is that what you're saying?
It's not that these guys haven't been up on a stage. Just
right.
What in the situation, you know?
The stakes are completely different when it's a show match.
100%.
You have no idea what you're getting into when you jump into these games. Is everybody trying? Is somebody not trying? That's why it's spicy. That's why it's interesting. That's why this is an eruption waiting to happen.
Yep, I'm super. I can't take you seriously when you look at me like that, Maui.
You down on the stage, Maui. I think that's the next one. I think you should be coaching the next one too.
Devil Walk has one major victory as a coach.
Yes.
I have
still
zero.
the only one in history to won it as a player and coach.
That's pretty darn cool. I have 0 major experience, and so if you and I went head to head Devil Walk, who would be the Frankie and who would be the Banks?
Ooh, interesting.
I think you're the Frankie.
I think I'm the Frankie.
I'm
No,
the
I think
Banks.
you've got
Yeah.
the brains behind.
Yeah.
Sheen.
You would have the strap book for a show match.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And I would just have the presence.
But I would be very creative. I'd be sitting up all night doing like really weird like crab walk pistols and this kind of stuff.
Okay.
Like writing down like
Spicy strat.
Yeah.
What are we hoping to see in terms of, maybe some strat roulette coming out? What strat do you want?
I want to see an entry fragger dolphin bunny hop out 360 kickflip no scope all the way through
and dropping his pistol
with his knife out, then picks up dualies, goes akimbo blazing into there and headshots something. That's the strat.
All right. Yeah, I want fun and games. I want a lot of Zeus's knives. I want those kinds of attempts. Also full aggression, early entries, then go for the knives.
Okay, yeah, I think I just want to see a knife kill, Freya.
This is a thing, and this will make major history for any of these players. 0 knife kills at a major thus far.
Disappointing.
Very disappointing.
As a previous Fnatic coach player, we obviously theorized that a lot.
You studied the blade.
Yes, we do.
That's what you want to say.
Yeah.
While they were fragging and building their strat book, you studied the blade.
Yes.
Well, I believe, gentlemen, we are ready to get the action underway and to bring us all the heat is Vince and Blair down in the arena.
Thank you very much, Freya. Antwerp, are you ready for the show match? I think they're ready, Blair.
I think they're ready. I'm ready. Banks seems to be ready. Frankie seems to be ready. And considering it's a show match, there is a lot of intensity in the banter.
There is. I actually love that segment. And it's weird to see Kindar trying to throw shade because we've spent a lot of time with him over the last week or so. He's like the nicest guy ever. Like,
I know. It's so hard to imagine him as a heel, so to speak. But we do have a lot of fans in the house here, and you got to appreciate it, Vince. Like, you're looking at the Vitality guys, you're looking at the guys from G2, you're looking at the Brazilian contingent, you can see it right here. But one thing we can all agree on, we have a bunch of Counter-Strike fans.
Oh, yes. All nations present around the world. It's all about today. Obviously, we have the grand finals, a mouth-watering prospect between 2 juggernauts, but it's just great to see, man. Like, we've bumped into a lot of fans, we've had a lot of atmosphere, but that's enough chit-chat. It's time to get into the show match.
It is gonna be topsy-turvy indeed. Antwerp, are you ready?
They're ready, Blair. They are so ready. Flash against Smoke. And I'm already seeing R8s picked up. No surprise.
All right, Yakinder, let's go. Let's go. It's got the R8. This one's going to be a bit of a wild one. I didn't expect to see Overpass coming up, but it looks like we're going to have a few tryhards in the circle.
Yeah, an interesting stack as well, and it may end up working out. They're all come together on long as here come the T's round the corner, and the R8 will not sting, but Nikonos comes in. The Zeus is going off as well. And it's going to be Team Smoke claiming first blood.
That was the most unique pistol round I've ever had the pleasure to witness. All right, off to a fiery start. Now that's a strat you can use in your matchmaking, right there.
As if they checked that as well, by the way.
I'm sure it was like Yakinder probably typing in chat. All right, guys, come along. And now we got 5 R8s. All right, I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting PTSD here, Vince, but
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of R8s in this game, Blair. We've got a PP Bison out on the battlefield. We've got an MP5 as well, and it's Yabi. Oh! But there it is, the R8 has got 2 kills for Regan. He's just closing it down, and there could be more R8 frags yet.
Okay.
Absolutely filthy. 3 R8 frags. And there could be more. Patsy's getting up close as well. Nikonos needs to land one of these shots. Come on, Nikonos. And Regon goes in for 2. Flanks round the back of them. And the R8 somehow prevail. I have no idea what the hell just happened.
Absolute scenes here in Antwerp. Okay, all right. Nice shots, I gotta say. Regon really making the R8 sing. What is even going on? Team Flash, though, they bring it back. And hopefully, we might actually see the R8, you know, maybe becoming a mainstay, perhaps.
Did he get 4 kills that last round as well? I think he might have. It was 3 or 4. And please, no R8s in competitive play. Let's keep that far away from the game. That's in the meanwhile, though, going in with the SMG, and the bomb's been dropped down.
All right, back and forth here coming out from the side of Team Flash, and unfortunately the R8 versus Team Smoke not really getting much done. No damage being dealt out. They're pushing on in. They want to walk in through the smokes as well. But a B bomb side is empty, Vince. But no bomb down.
Exactly. I have to go back and pick this one up, and Snappy is keeping the trigger, keeping the hammer warmed up. Bit of damage done, but he's been knocked down to 8 HP and finished off by the HE as well. Spinks, though, in the meanwhile, if there's a play he'd want in his position, it's him, but he's going to go down. Regon's got another 2 R8 kills.
Actual filth. Regon just popping off. The amount of talent in the server, though. I do want to see Akinder and passing the T side and watch both of them entry a bomb side. That would be interesting. Frankie looking very calm and collected. I do wonder what is inside of the notebook of those.
Just blank pages, Blair. You know, she bought a notebook to make it look like she had to track stamp. There's nothing. I guarantee there's nothing there.
All right, there we go. The R8 still very much in play. We have the auto sniper out very early from Nikodos. I did like the banner, though. You know, they said they don't have an Opera inside. A triple boost coming out here. Uh-oh. Surely he's seen someone.
I think this spot only sees vision over on the playground side and also pushing down the steps. So they could bypass this position, but it also allows him to look into the connector as well. You are basically stacking 3 players over here, and this leaves B that little bit more vulnerable.
Huge investment, though. And, you know, we've had some pretty interesting moments considering boosts on overpass in the major in the past.
Yeah, a couple. A while back at DreamHack, I believe.
This is the slowest round we've seen from them thus far.
I think they were waiting and expecting Flash to just be pushing them in, but now Yakindar's position will force him away. And in doing so, Team Smoke are making moves in on the monster side. Just takes one of those R8s to connect, and this B side is completely open, and it will be planted on. Yakindar's being forced back, 27 HP to his name as well. It's the Wild West out here, and it's going to be Tessis that takes the kill down, and that will be a bomb plant. How do the R8s fare, though, in a retake position?
Regon's really trying hard here. He's got the M4 out. And, yeah, being kind of caught out in the open. Regon's going in hard here. It's like Team Flash aren't playing around here, Vince. They're not memeing around.
It's like Maui said, he just wants one person to try hard, and I guess that was Regon. He had his Weetabix this morning, but now he's been put down from Esatag. Frag back from Refresh, and Tessis remains, but he's on the lurk. He has the knife. He wants the back. It goes down. Nice try.
I respect the attempt, Vince. He went for the knife instead of trying to win the round, and that is what we want to see more from.
Don't leave him hanging.
Come on.
Please.
Come on.
Oh, this is triggering my anxiety.
Did he get it?
We'll never know. The camera switched away. It's like the Schrodinger's fist bump.
Bit of a panic there for Refresh. Oh, okay, black and white. All right.
Feels bad. That's the thing I'm most interested in here, Blair, is how many Zeus and knife kills are we going to get this
We're going to be seeing quite a few auto sniper kills. There are 4 auto snipers for the side of Team Flash. We got the PP Bisons in the hands of Yabi and Tessis, and, well, let's see what they have in store for us here. It's been kind of quiet for Team Smoke. Is Banks playing?
He's playing for Yakinda. He's been subbed in.
Oh my lord, James Banks in the server. Something.
Mate, the disrespect as well. It's so easy for them. They're putting the coach in, and he's got himself a kill.
Banks looking for more. Oh, he's hungry, but he's falling back, Vince. Tess's trigger discipline. He's looking to find a lot of them, and Patsy. Oh, he actually checks the angle as Banks running around looking for more. The last time Banks was in a game of Counter-Strike was back in 2005, Vince. As the knife comes in, Esatag will find the first knife of the game.
One of many, maybe, and Spinks decides he wants to try and win this game. Nearly a triple spray. And Team Smoke will be having the bomb plant as well in amongst all of that, and they'll get the last kill. So 3-2 the score, and they're subbing back out their coach. Yakinda is taking the stage again.
All right, Banks. Getting a kill there, getting a frag, doing much better than I expected. So I wasn't sure about the subbing rule with coaches coming in. I do want to see Frankie maybe try and jump into the server.
I'm totally down for that.
P90. P90s, quite a few of them.
Is this like that strat roulette thing, you know? You just roll the dice. Oh, P90s. We have 3 of them in total, 2 on the T side, and then we have Nikodos with a P90 of his own, pushing up alongside again a team Smoke. This is more of a connector stack for the time being, and Essetag will be claiming the first kill, looking to try and push in for more, but it's Essetag locking it down. He may be about to get flanked though, because Nikodos is coming around the backside, and now he's been spotted. This is looking so easy for Smoke though, and Essetag is just laying them down with the law. I think there's a player left.
Yeah, but he's dead. Kinder's been taken down. But yeah, good work there. Essetag showing he can indeed snipe.
He can. He can. I think it was Banks said he was a fake sniper, right?
Yeah, I do believe he
in their pregame, so he's got a point to prove.
Well, I mean, it's the auto sniper, so is he really proving a point?
I was trying to be kind there, Blair, but yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
A tactical timeout. All right, Banks giving a little bit of a speech. All right, Vince, what's he telling them?
I think at this point he's saying, which of you do I have to throw at your seat so I can get my second major kill? And they're having a discussion, you know? I'm pretty sure he could pick both of them up pretty easily.
Frank is giving a very inspirational speech right now. I do wonder how Spinks feels playing amongst 4 Danes.
That's true. Communication may be an issue, but we do also know that all those Danes speak fluent English.
Honestly, though, looking at the way they're playing, I don't really imagine there's any comms going on right now. All right, Frankie, still all smiles, still even Stevens. Great to see Yabi there. His second show match on the major stage. A little bit of a tilt on the camera, gotta love it.
Also, who came up with Smoke and Flash? Because they're not worth the same amount.
No way.
Smoke is 300. Oh, is this a quad stack?
Oh my
Okay. He did see him.
Come on, jump again.
Many a time has that train wrecked snipers, but not today. Smoke's now going over. 2 players are there on Flash, however, watching the B monster push. How long do they stay at this point, though, Blair? Because they've completely vacated most of the map. You're already seeing a move in from Nikodos and his M4.
Flash are really trying hard. They've gone for the full eco as well, which is interesting. Nikodos the only one with a weapon to speak of. Team Smoke taking this real seriously after the timeout.
Snappy will be in first, Molotoving out on the barrels. They're trying to go in for those wall bangs as well, but nothing forthcoming, and now Nikodos and his flank have come through for 2. Locking this down, but they're losing players on the site. And so the bomb should still be planted down and amongst that smoke, but they're going to go for the rotation up on the A side. Patsy had a chance, but it was just the USP. And now Snappy's going to be laid there and wait with his knife. But Flash are off to rotate through connector.
Nikodos, he might have to get the ace to win this one for his team. He comes charging on up, A1 in hand, but the bomb's been planted. Nade getting lobbed in as well, gonna do quite a bit of damage under Patsy Nikodos. And Patsy still hasn't found a gun to work with, just a USP, as Yabi going for the Zeus.
So we've had 1 knife kill. Can we get our first Zeus kill, please? No! Nikodos spoils the party. And now Spinks and Snappy should be able to hold on to this site. The timer is already exceptionally low. There's also no kit in either of the CTs. And from above, Nikodos will try and stop them. Patsy will spray, but there's not enough time.
Surely doesn't have enough time. I love that Nikodos being the bait for his team, and Patsy's gonna save the round. Oh, that's rough. Actually, no, he just dies as well. So a bit of a rough game thus far for the CT side.
All smiles, all laughs on both the teams for the time being. Curious at what point, though, if one team starts to edge ahead, does the other start to actually try hard, just for pure pride?
I think they're already trying a bit hard here, right?
We've seen Spinks with the AK a couple times.
Yabi trying to channel this in a JW. He's got the shorty out. The rest of them P90 just running on out. Just one defender. It's going to be a rough day for Yakinda.
Oh, he's getting wrecked from the side as well. Never had a chance. I mean, there's a reason people don't hide on that bin. It is trash. And very susceptible to getting pushed from Connector, as he just found firsthand. A-Site's completely bereft of any CTs as well. They're all stuck at the back of the site. And with mollies and smokes going down, they're going to really struggle here. P90 sprays in, but Refresh will counter straight away with his own. Patsy and Refresh are actually making a go of this one. In amongst the smoke is Spinks, though. Now going to give his position away. Sprayed down additionally, and Yabi is still on the hunt. With this use kill. He'll be getting the shorty instead with that shotgun. But he still goes down, Blah.
Just want to point out, Yakinder's got 1 kill in the game thus far, and so does James Banks. He's been having a little bit of a quiet day here. Deep in thought. Deep in thought. Okay.
That is a rough stat, isn't it? If you finish the game 1-1, it's like you equalized how many kills Banks got.
Yeah, imagine losing to someone like Banks. Like, he's like 45 years of age.
As if we're making fun of boomers, by the way. That's what it's all about, though, the crowd. Full capacity.
Still filling up as well. Right now, the score is still tied. We do actually have a full buy coming out from both the sides. Finally, the forced buy wars have finally been ended, and it looks like it's going to be the classic rush B while the bomb goes A.
All right, Spinks, let's go. He gets stuck in the smoke. He knows his play is here. Yabi with the XM, though, gets 2. And it'll force the CTs away. Nikados, though, is going to stand his ground. That may not be the greatest of ideas. He's trying to shoot the gun away. Absolute chaos. In the meanwhile, though, Yakindar's pushed up on long, but considering the B site's already been taken...
Bomb's down, though. I don't even know what's going on anymore, Vince.
He took the silencer off. I did not notice that, so yes, they have to push back to Yakindar. Makes sense now why he's holding that angle. Refresh wants himself some classic M4 A1S action. Back to the Source days. Smokes out. Yakindar's watching for the playground. Here comes the push, though. Can Refresh continue to turn the knife? 2 kills. Yakindar's gone in for 1 as well. They've turned this from a 2-on-4 into a 2-on-1. And Essetag in the middle of nowhere with only a sawn-off shotgun by his side.
35 seconds. He's got to rush in. And I think he's making quite a bit of noise here. He could potentially pick up the bomb, but he might not have time to work with.
He has 25 seconds, but he's going to have to get a move on. That smoke on the rock will allow him to close the gap.
Go for it.
Come on, Yakindar, get that knife out. Let's see what you've got. Goes in, shanks him. 2 knife kills.
Respect the man.
Beautiful stuff. And of course, that smoke was also thrown from Essetag, so works against him.
Well, here we go. It's still very back and forth, though. We do have Yakinder with a machine gun. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Is he going to just spray that through the smoke? Indeed, he shall on the monster side. Patsy, in the meanwhile, wallbang, snappy through the thinnest of margins. And now the push comes in, the SMGs, the shotguns, up close and personal. And suddenly Team Flash are on the back foot. They're struggling. Flashbang is good. Trying to go in for another knife. Doesn't work out. Nikado, stop it. He landed a disgusting no-scope, if you remember, on Nuke. Yes, Yabi! There we go. Okay.
Nikado's trying to show who's the best operator in the server right now. The 1v2, though, he has no idea what a second player is, and Essetag and Spinks, they're just waiting. Essetag going for the Zeus. Here comes the jump. He's hunting him. Knives out. Come on. Come on, Nikados.
He's slowing him down. Shoots him line. Essetag with the 300 IQs. Use kill.
Oh.
You've got to respect Yabi as well, by the way. He's tried to Zeus like 4 times and it's not worked out. He's stuck by his guns. He finally gets what he was looking for. 5-5.
Back to the pistols we go for Team Flash. I like that, the team huddle.
Yeah, exactly. Get some morale in before you just get sprayed down. They only have R8s and a 5-7.
We've seen this happen in the past. We saw the R8s go to work as Yakinda getting chipped away. Still going to stick around.
mate. Kinder, if that had connected, you might have had to switch out for Banks again. Instead, he's gone down to the hands of Spinks. He's just no-scoping. He just doesn't care. Has zero respect at all. Yabi down to the R8. Looked like he should have got at least one kill from that. Now the P90 at range going to spray down, but another one for Entree.
Tessus, though, he is taking this extremely seriously. The AK-47 comes out. Oh, I like the boos there.
Getting booed for the AK kills.
Yeah. Come on, man. Like, get out the Bisons, get out the R8s.
I mean, to be fair, he was 1-7 at one stage, so he's probably thinking like, I can't let this one stand. There's the huddle.
I wish more teams did that in a server.
The huddle, but not the round blur, so it feels bad. Tess is back to the R8, much to the love of the crowd. He also has his Zeus, so maybe paying penance for that last round.
I love it. I would love the crowd to boo anytime someone buys an M4.
He's got the AK again.
No, why has he done this?
Why is he doing it? Oh, okay. This is a dirty crossfire as well. The Team Flash have got in, but the smoke has already come into pass. Nikodos with the R8 in the meanwhile puts it through the head of Tessis. And while that smoke is in play, it's going to be difficult for the CTs to pop out of here, but they have flashed in. Here comes the 5-7 straight through the smoke. And Refresh and Regon are just locking this one down before Yabi comes back in. But Yakindar with a no-scope to the head of Yabi.
Snabby. They're hunting him down, Vince. His days are numbered.
Oh, he's a dead man walking. Tag down to 16. They're going to go for the knife. He's going to deny the first play. Second is coming in the meanwhile, he's being flanked from two different sides. And he's got them both with the Glock. A 1v4 possibly coming up.
He's calling for the knife. Will Refresh answer?
Here we go. Perfect BM move. He just shoots him in the head. Crowd getting behind them. The Gladiators take to the middle of the arena. I will say this is heavily in favor of Refresh, as Snappy's on 16 HP.
This is a gentleman's agreement. Refresh, he's got to show himself. He's still hiding.
Refresh, you dirty, dirty man!
Oh!
Why has he had to do him like that? Snappy was on for the 1v4.
Yeah, and he was even knifing the ground. He was calling him out. He was like, come on, let's go, mano a mano. And Refresh is hiding in the corner. Look at this.
Poor Snappy. Hot off the back, of course, of a fantastic placing in the semi-finals. All smiles. I'm hearing Zeus's already being popped off in the distance. Look at Refresh. Zero respect for that smoke. And now we're having another LMG on the battlefield. This time it's Snappy.
All right, Refresh just running in and from behind. Everyone is swarming connector positions. Regon, there we go. Shredding Tessus, and they're looking for more.
Oh, get another one. There it is.
Respect. Gotta say, though, Banks seems to have all the FPL stars in his team.
He does. This is like an FPL game if everyone took 10 shots before getting in the server. The buys, the plays, it's all a little bit chaotic. And the score is incredibly close, 7-6. The Team Flash have regained the lead in the meanwhile. A crowd walk boost. How far can this boost go?
It's got to be a slow round is all I'm going to say.
Oh, they dropped the ball. Like 20 meters, that's pathetic.
They're trying to recreate NIP's fraud in Inferno once upon a time. Is Yakinder looking to shut this one down? He will fall eventually, but that's information gleaned, and Regon looking to pick up the pieces. Ooh!
Come on, Spinks.
Oh, they're going for it.
Swats away Patsy. There's the nade, though, up and over from Refresh.
Straight in the face. Love to see so many nationalities here in the crowd, though, from all over the world.
I mean, even in the server, we've got a bunch of diverse nationalities, the black and white, as they drop the boost. And last round, we'll see more LMGs. We have a Nova, a couple of Sawn-offs.
M249 and a Negev.
Look how sweaty Team Flash is. They got an open 2 M4s. Well, pardon me, not 2 M4s, 1 M4.
Come on, Refresh. Go for it. Go for the wall bang.
That's Monster being put down. In the meanwhile, through the smoke. Nading open the doors allows the flashbang to come behind it. They're going to try and push in with this one as well. There were 2 CTs pushing down in the Nova. I think that's the first Nova kill that we've had in the show match so far. Feels like we've had kills from like 10 different weapons at this stage.
He's planting the ball. All right, Yabby.
Yes. Give me those use kills.
Let's go.
Yes, Spinks. Yes, Spinks. Yes, Spinks! Yes, Yakinda! Ride the lightning. And now Yakinda and Refresh. Last 2 left, but Snappy just holds down the left trigger. And they run into his barrage of bullets. Another? Yes, nice. 3 use kills in 1 round. That's what we're talking about.
That's more like it. That is indeed more like it. Frankie seems to be pretty happy. Would you look at that?
What's so epic as well, by the way, is you can feel the ground shake when the crowd gets really, really into it. Oh no.
Oh no.
Why have you done him dirty like that?
Why?
And the salute is on at the same time.
I love the back-to-back Zeus trades, though. Respect right there from Spinks and Yakinda. But yeah, heading to the second half, 8-7 to score line, as close as it can be.
So let's have a look. How many Julies, if any, do we have? Only 2.
Embarrassing.
I'm surprised. I was expecting almost everyone to have them. And whereas Team Flash on the CT side got found on long, they're just going to push straight to the B side. The bomb's not with them just yet, but it's going through connector. Julie's at range on Patsy, though, removed the head of Snappy. And he's repositioning, so if they drop from heaven, they're going to go ahead and just fall into his arms. Regan, though, at range, will splatter Spinks. Another good start for Team Flash, and they're getting up close. Oh, there's uses.
He's got to get the knife out. Going for it.
Oh,
it's all about timing.
The timing, so brutal. Now he's taking the suppressor off, but he's going to go down alongside it. And Team Flash take the second pistol.
James Banks must be a happy man right now. His team getting the lead. And people did have questions. They're like, this FPL makes Team Flash, you know, not really feeling it. Team Smoke feels more like a real team. You have 4 Danes. There should be more cohesion. They got an IGL as well. And Team Flash, they're just pugging it out, Vincent, and coming out on top pretty convincingly.
Another AK, this time Nikodos has picked it up. Spinks is getting down in the connector very quickly with the R8. There's going to be multiple T's pushing his position. Patsy, in the meanwhile, goes in with the SG. Oh, so nearly had the Zeus kill, but Refresh takes it away with the XM. And in doing so, connector can quickly split into the B side or indeed on the A side. And they're keeping their options open. Team Flash are going for both simultaneously.
Snappy. Does he know? He does! Finds a Yakinda, but the bomb site's lost. But the bomb's on B. I don't even know what's going on, Vince.
Oh, go on, Esatag. Oh, he even jumped in. I thought he had it. So close. Snappy, though, on the spray. He's going to go down. Did Regan just wallbang him with the R8 in the head? Filth.
He's so good. He makes the R8 look viable. That beautiful trophy, though. That is what we're going to be playing for later on today.
That's what it's all about, Blair. This is just the appetizer. The main course is later this evening. A best of 3. Who will be crowned the best team in the world? Will it be Na'Vi, potentially? Is that back to front? Or am I tripping? That was back to front.
Okay, I feel very weird after having seen that.
Meanwhile, Spoke coming in with a bunch of Zeuses, 4 of them in total, alongside the LMG. Ikaros with the AK, still using the rifle. Someone take that off him, please. Yabido's got himself another Zeus kill.
Surely surely doesn't find both of them.
Yakinda still in with a chance though with a sawn off. Oh, that's a nice headshot there. Attack. And he landed the dink on Snappy as well. That was about half a meter away from being an insta-kill. He nearly pulled that off.
The aggro sawed-off rifling from Yakinda, almost making it look viable, but considering this is a show match, there are a few tryhards in the server, which is quite surprising.
Well, I mean, a lot of these players are kind of up-and-comers, you know? And maybe that's not a fair statement, because I think they've proven themselves, but they're the kind of younger generation coming through, so maybe with a bit of a point to prove.
Yeah, and you gotta love the guys in the server, right? If you're looking at players like Recon, like Refresh, and... Okay.
Olaf?
Hello?
Is that you?
Fnatic?
Excuse me? Yakinda and Recon don't know what hit him.
They're so dazed and confused right now.
Out for the count. Oh no, that is filthy. Nova at the meanwhile doing a bit of damage at the range, but behind the pillar. Patsy with the P90 is going to come in and spray into this one. Nikados holding the line, and Patsy with another one. So even though they went for that dirty boost, it doesn't seem like it's going to pay off for them. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Snappy with a double spray down. USP in hand, that's the dink. But Refresh is too good.
That's such an evil Bond villain laugh from Banks.
That is a filthy boost though.
That is so nasty.
But they still lost. So, it goes to show. You can bring the sweat out, but you actually have to execute off the back of it. Now Team Smoke find themselves 11-8 behind with a couple of weapons in their hands and R8s. They're looking for another boost. This time, it's over on the graffiti. The R8 will finish off Refresh. He's already dead, Chief. Oh. The auto sniper just aiming at the door instantly removes the head. Oh my god, Yabi. Okay, that's disgusting.
And Yakinda, 1v3. He's got a Zeus, he's got the Scout, and he's got the R8. If he can find a kill with each different weapon, he has to be the MVP of the game.
That's true. Wish we had some kind of stat to see like who had the kills with the most weapons. Right, R8 in play. He gets one. Only 4 bullets left in the magazine though. Getting tagged down, Scout now in play. Tries to rip around the corner into the head, but it won't be happening. And that's going to be a successful defuse.
Gotta love Yakinda.
The future is certainly bright for that young man. Here is another boost in play. Yabi, he actually got 3 kills in this round, I think. This is a second, this is a jump frag. That is filthy. Patsy was low, but still a jumping right-click R8 frag. Not something you see every day. They're going for it again.
Here we go.
They may not be afforded the luxury of making this work, though, because it doesn't seem like Flash is sending too many players over there. Meanwhile, it's only one, which has just been ripped away in the hands of Refresh. Zeus kill not forthcoming either. R8 for Spinks has to try and relocate, bit of damage done. I say a bit, actually. Patsy's down to 11 HP, and so far Team Smoke have not lost any players in this round.
The boost working out wonderfully for them. And Patsy's days are numbered. Spinks with the Scout, and Nikados left alone. He's got the bomb, but Vince, the moment he walks out here, he's going to be a dead man.
Nice first kill, and a second.
Okay.
Hold on, and he's been boost killed. Well, that was the secret weapon they had up there.
Attack is being such a sleaze here. Come on.
You know, maybe I was wrong. Okay, maybe the notebook had boost written on it. And Frankie's, that's her go-to strat on the CT side.
We have a packed house today, Vince.
We really do. It's great to see. I think at Grand Finals, I'm hoping it is going to deliver. Two of the best teams on the planet. The Grand Finals, I think a lot of people wanted to see. And that's only mere moments away. In the meanwhile, though, Tessis has put down the frag with the R8. Spinks is going back in, but Yakindar, with the block at range, is going to punish them. Not a clear-cut round at all. Nice effort. Ooh! Get it!
Nice! All right.
I think it's safe to say this is the most R8 kills I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, this might hold the record for the most R8 kills in any show match, ever.
Antwerp, are you still with us? Awesome. Because we're going to be jumping into our 23rd round, and it'll see Team Flash with an AK, an AWP, and a couple of R8s as well, Blair. I don't know, it's starting to look a little bit grim, like the tides have gone against the T side here.
All right, Nikodos has got the AWP. Come on, guys, you can't fail that. They're going to get ruined. Yabi's going to completely ruin them with a Max 7.
Oh, that range, though, lets him down. He's been flashed. He's going to get pushed in as well. Not quite, just yet. He may actually have a chance here, especially as Testis has shown up as well with the SMG. But Yakindar with the AK comes back for 2. And now Patsy on 30 HP joined alongside Refresh. The bomb's not dropped for them, flashed through, but it does just as much harm to Spinks. And then he gets knifed.
Oh, the humanity. Here to come pushing out, and Snappy lying in wait. He's been the MVP for his team. He's got to find one, and it's all on Patsy in a 1v1 against S-Attack.
They were talking about how he's one of the worst teammates with the team flashes and the team damage that he'd done.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a couple of those moments so far, but he can maybe make amends if he clutches this on 30 HP. Molotov down on the short side. Does have the control over the bomb, but no idea as to where S-Tag currently sits. A bomb will be getting finalized. And without any nades for S-Tag to come around the corner with, this might be a little bit sketchy. Patsy's actually just hiding in the smoke with the knife out. And S-Attack's going to be there to greet him. This is heavily going to favor S-Attack, though, if it does come down to the shank battle. But now they're whipping out their weapons. Patsy on a lap around the site, keeping his angle secured with the R8 out. Meanwhile, S-Attack switching between his use and his knife. Oh! From above! The lightning conductor has struck.
10 on 10 style points for S-Attack.
Let it rain?
Yep. It's going to be raining later on. He's going to be in the server. FaZe and Na'Vi, the main course, and I'm ready for that one as well. Right now, the attack timeout getting called against second for Team Smoke.
You know, you got to figure out where they've been going wrong, I suppose. Dip into that strap book again. Maniac.
Shout out Maniac.
Oh. I feel like we've seen that one before. I was trying to catch another couple of those signs, but it went by so fast I couldn't make them out. In the meanwhile, though, this tactical timeout has came and gone, I believe. Banks trying to rile up the crowd. Let's go. It's great to see so many flags as well in the crowd, man. Like, so much representation.
It's called Global Offensive for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
Here we go. This looks like an actual execute. They're running it hard. They're trying hard here, Vince.
They're going straight in for a good old-fashioned B push, but that's into Snappy, and he has the XM. Flash to his eyes, but actually fights him up a little bit of time. He'll go down, but Regon is not long for this world either. He softened up the push. The LMG spraying in the background, the periphery of the site, and Test is getting aggressive, no scoping down with the XM. Yakindar trying his best with the shorty, but he gets used by Yabi. I think it's like Yabi's 4th use kill, maybe 5th. Now they all run in, they want the knife, and they're gonna get it. It's Yabi, as Zeus and a knife kill in the same round.
That full execute just got absolutely destroyed. Frankie looking a little perturbed. A little worried.
You say that, she cracks into a massive smile.
I mean, she is undefeated on LAN.
That's true.
Especially for a show match.
That is true. She does have a stat to maintain. 13-11. What assortment of weaponry do we see this time? There is another Nova in play. Come on, Flash, you got 4 AK-47s? That's not what this is all about. They're tryharding, they don't want to lose this game, and they still lose 2 players.
All right, the AK-47's coming out. Things are getting a little serious right now, and Team Smoke swapping their shotguns for the AK-47 as well. Tessus, though, still wielding the auto sniper, buys lonesome. Bombs heading towards B. As Rigon, he's just walking around.
No contingent. The CT's over on the B side, so this is going to be slim pickings on Smoke. They do both have healthy amounts of hit points and a bit of weaponry to use between the two of them, but they're being smoked off as well. Looks like Flash is starting to take this a little bit more seriously, realizing the finish line is only a few rounds away on the side of Smoke. Tessus makes move in, going to be making his presence felt in Monster momentarily, but there is a Zeus up, boosted. Patsy won't be able to use it in time though. Tessus whips around the corner, takes him down, Smoke onto the site, and then Molotov behind it can cordon off some of these areas, try and force the T's into awkward positions to fight in, but Rigon is still alive, still kicking alongside Refresh, and the T's will pick it up.
A jumping headshot kill from the P90, absolutely unreasonable. Team Flash trying to claw this one back, neither of them giving up. Interesting how we start with all the R8s, and now we're seeing the AKs come out, the M4s come out, everyone wants to get that win.
This just shows how competitive these guys are. Like, you don't get to this stage without having a hunger and a lust for winning. And even in a show match, you don't want to be bested. You want to still post up some nice moments and have a decent kill-to-death ratio. You know it's going to be in the back of some of these players' minds. KG's in, and Tessus just gets obliterated from Yekindar and Rigon.
Yeah, not much you can do when you have a nade just sailing in straight to the dome. It's a bit of a slower take coming in from Flash. They're creeping on up. We have players running up towards the A-bomb site. Rigon going to lead the charge, and it's all an Essa tag and Snappy. They're on top of each other, Vince.
Some really strange CS Caterpillar. Tag still puts him down, and there are multiple CTs here to try and fend off the T's. Nikodos puts him this auto sniper. He's now peering on the truck side. 2 players there, one of which is Yabi with a P90, who's also being tagged and killed through the smoke. Tag with a filthy frag. Forces Flash back again. The bomb is transitioning up on the long side. I think they're still going to go for this. And Patsy with the taps on the SG. If he peeks around the corner, could have more. Spray from Tag does damage, but doesn't yield the outright frag, and that leaves Yabi in such an awkward position on his lowly SMG.
Can Yekindar get the knife? He's coming in from behind. Surely he sees him. Oh, he's been spotted.
He has. But they'll keep him busy, and the other T's can start to tighten the noose. Yabi's still spraying, still has bullets left in the magazine, but Patsy removes him. We are all even again. It's 13-13.
All the rounds, Vince.
All the R8s, all the rounds, all the Zeuses.
All the auto snipers. Everyone's having fun, though, and that's the bottom line.
Did I just hear a Smooya chant in the crowd?
He might not be here, but he's here in spirit. Shout out to Smooya.
4 players pushing out through on the CT side. This leaves just Snappy alone in Meemaw though, but the connector control is forthcoming, and Refresh has been tacked down so low and finished off by Tessus. Yekindar is there though to stop them pushing out the connector. As he shows firsthand with that sawn off. Ooh, okay. Now Nikodos has already landed one of the most filthy no-scopes. He could be going in for more and does connect again. Snappy in the meanwhile is being forced off the site. Nikodos with 2 no-scopes in the same round. Meanwhile, Tag puts down the pain, but Nikodos is not long for this world as he gets shot again. Tag jumping around the corner, buries the blade in his side.
Tag 1, Nikodos 0. All right, battle of the Oppas in the server.
softened him up with the XM, and then jumped around the corner and seals the deal. 14-13 will be the CTs in Team Smoke, leading for the most part. Flash coming straight back in. Regon this time has the up.
4 shotguns. We haven't seen this one yet.
Oh, but those 4 shotguns will rip and tear anyone that gets close. Bit of damage inflicted to Regon, but Patsy's going to stand his ground. Again, Smoke concede the first player. That's not far off, you know. Those bullets are going to be whizzing past Tess's head. Nova does connect, but it's not enough damage.
Team Flash, they should be getting around 14 here. They're getting very aggressive, though.
Oh, he's so unlucky. He landed the shot, but it was a leg shot as opposed to the outright frag, and now Snappy goes in for 2. Spinks, that's a bad smoke. Well, actually, it was thrown from the CT, so maybe by design, so they can peek in with the R8. But meanwhile, Flash decides, screw this, we're just going to head to the B side. Should be clear. They know both players are over on A.
Yabi hasn't spotted the players cross on over, but from above, he could be a problem. Now he knows where they are, finds Patsy, the 2v2.
Now it's time for Yabi to know where he is. Mate, as if you try and jumping R8 kills again. He's trying to line them up. He knows they want the knife. So he whips out the LMG. He's not going to let them have it. Spray down on one, but Yakinda with the AK. He does at least make sure and deny the knife kill.
They don't respect that. The crowd does not respect the fact that he didn't take out the knife. And I have to agree with the crowd. That's a gentleman's thing.
It was Snappy and, was it Refresh earlier on that agreed to have that knife duel? No second time coming, though.
Round number 29, okay. All right. Who do you have taking this, Vince?
Probably Flash. I think they're a little bit sweatier. Snappy in the meanwhile, though, of course, as I say that, he just puts a pellet right to the brain of Patsy. And S-Attack trying to spray through the smoke has done so much damage, but Nikonos finishes Tess's off through the wall. Teams have a player advantage, but now 2. That's right, Antwerp, he's using the AK. This is not okay. It's not okay.
I know. Listen, if you see anyone using the AK or the M4, just move them.
Oh! I love the idea.
Respect you, kid.
Didn't quite work out, but the style points are there regardless. And now the T's in a 3-on-2 have a weakened S-Attack and a UMP wielding Yabi to go up against the UMP spray. Is a little bit awry, but finally does connect the headshot. And our Refresh is keeping the dream alive. He could dose. Nice tap. It is with the AK.
The crowd does not love that. They do not enjoy that, Vince.
That's right, Antwerp.
Let him know, Antwerp.
Banks doesn't care. Smiles on his face.
All he cares about is winning.
It's a far cry from the Zeuses. It's a far cry from all of the meme weaponry we had earlier on, isn't it? When it comes down to it and the finish line is ahead of them, suddenly it's AK, suddenly it's AWPs.
If you do go to overtime, I do believe it's going to be sudden death. First team to win 1 round gets the win. So,
and that's sudden death between Frankie and Banks in a boxing match.
I would pay a lot of money to see that.
Yep. I think Banks might have the height advantage, but
Frankie's pretty strong.
Yeah, she is. Trying to rile up the crowd again. They need your energy, Antwerp. 1 more round, and they'll seal the show match. Do they have what it takes, though, Blair?
Well, we're about to find out here. It's been all fun and games, but heading down into round number 30. It is going to be Team Flash with the 1-round lead. Smoke looking to get to OT, where it's going to be sudden death, and it's going to be a battle at mid. 5v5, it's going to be knives out.
No, it's not! The ultimate betrayal! Team Flash!
Oh my word, they have, that is so unreasonable.
The red wedding of Counter-Strike. The betrayal. Outrageous behavior.
Outrageous scenes here we are witnessing in Antwerp. The disrespect to take out the AK. Oh my word. They've won the game, but they've lost everything, Vince.
They've won the game, but they lost the crowd. Unbelievable. Banks, the snake.
Banks, the snake. I am appalled. I am so disappointed in the way they won that game. Oh. Against the spirit of Counter-Strike.
Is there going to be some fist bumps? Is there going to be handshakes after that? Debauchery.
Oh, look at Banks. My word.
Let them know what you think, Antwerp. Are you happy with this outcome?
Not a fan. Not a fan at all.
It's not what we stand for, Blair. I'm deeply appalled.
Well, Banks will still get the win, but he has indeed lost, well, I don't know, everything else, at least in my eyes. But still, at the end of the day, that's going to be it from us here on in the show match wins. I had fun. It was still some good memes, some good kills and whatnot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Antwerp, for the support. Obviously, the Grand Finals is just around the corner, and we know that's what you're really here for. This was the appetizer. That's the main course. We're back to you, Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A stellar job, as always. So many groundbreaking strategies, gentlemen, to be breaking down. So much depth, so much width to this show match. I'm questioning legitimacy, though. Even though Team Smoke did lose, that boost, I don't know where that leaves us, Devil. As
Yeah. Wait a minute. Why is Fnatic's manager calling me?
Look at that.
What was your question?
Moving on from that, perhaps. Banks did win. Not in my heart, though. Not in any of our hearts. I don't know what that strategy was at the end.
He won, but at a cost of his integrity, his honor, and everything that I think we all stand for up here on this desk. But this is the boost that I think...
This is genius. This is why we call it S-Attack Pass.
Yes, exactly. S-Attack Pass, S-A-Boost. This is why he is the premier sniper on Overpass.
This is why you were pinning him coming into the Legend stage now. I remember you saying the best AWPer on Overpass.
The best Overpass AWPer out there right now. And the thing is, he gets it done with the auto sniper this time, does a little with a little bit of flair. But at the same time, I think we had a great show match here, thanks to some excellent theory crafting, some out-of-the-box tactics, and stuff that I think Devilwalk and the rest of the guys at 2014 Fnatic would be incredibly proud of.
Very proud. They technically follow the rules because the sign says don't peek over the fence, and that was the
that's the hedge.
Yes. Yeah, two totally different things. You know what? That's a win for Frankie's team, really, in my book. It's a win also because they were the only team to pull out the P90s.
Yes, we need that. I mean, we even saw Spinks. It looked like he was try-harding in the beginning. He was defaulting, actually getting into water slyly, and then he starts pulling out the P90, and that's what we want to see. We just want to see them have fun.
Yeah, a lot of Zeus kills, run boosts. That's beautiful Counter-Strike.
Yeah, beautiful Counter-Strike. I mean, I think that the thing is that this was high-level goofballing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. And that's what we want before the grand final. Well, I think we are going to get some words from maybe not the crowd favorites right now down there on the stage.
Yeah, we're not quite the crowd favorites. But you know what? Crowd, you turned against us before the game was even over, so we had to play some tricks on these guys and make sure we just put an end to it, you know? Refresh said himself, he's used to be booed all the time.
A few words from Mr. Banks here, haven't you?
I mean, I don't know what he's calling, but like they're definitely playing way too try hard with those AKs. Like, I don't know what's going on, but like, let's have some fucking fun before the final, boys!
Exactly. I have to confess, we had all the good strats in the server, didn't we?
Yeah, we did for sure.
And I think that Spinks actually is the next big in-game leader in this game.
I don't know. I have no idea what you said?
I said I think that Spinks made a pretty good in-game leader.
Oh, for sure. Like, he was doing all the calls. Definitely an up-and-coming talent right there.
How are you going to celebrate this victory, James, seeing as you turn the match sour in the end?
You know what? Just savor the moment, enjoy all of it. Yakinda, you got any plans?
Yeah, I mean, losers complain always, so nothing to say, man. And I didn't want to go overtime because, like, there's grand final that you're going to watch, so let's go for Navi phase and not the show match, man.
There you go. Focus on the finals. We did you all a favor. You can't just keep booing it away, you know.
Banks and Yakinda. What a sad little life. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much,
Little
you know.
life. Yes, okay, I'm very small. It's fine. Congratulations. We'll see you in the bar, I can imagine, later on, if I don't blank you. S-Attack, thank you very much for being a fabulous captain. You played a fair game, my man, and it lost you the show match.
That's why you don't play fair. You always play dirty.
Oh, might take that advice later on. Thank you very much, James Banks. Congratulations on the victory. Should we get this grand final underway?
Yeah, we should. Have we got some FaZe fans in the house?
what about Navi?
Oh, that is very even. One more time. FaZe!
Navi! Definitely 50-50, Mr. James Banks. Do you want to do the honors?
It is time for us to enjoy all of this moment. Guys, one last time, before we get to the grand final, everyone, as loud as you can, Antwerp, make some noise!
Thank you very much, guys. Huge showings in that show match at Man. The crowd are absolutely fired up. I'm so excited to be delving into this grand final, considering, you know, how fired up the crowd were for that show match as well.
I can't believe the reactions for the show match were that enthusiastic.
It's incredible, yeah.
That has to be one of the best reactions and best crowds, period, for a show match, period, in CSGO.
Yeah. No, incredible, incredible. But we've seen it throughout the event. They've always come in. Doesn't matter if their team are here or not. They're cheering for Counter-Strike, and that's beautiful to see.
And we've had some incredible Counter-Strike going down. It wouldn't be an analyst desk without breaking down some of the action we just saw. Devil Walk, you brought up round number 9. What strategy are we seeing here? What impressed you about this?
So we talked with Maui, of course, about checking demos before. And I think here is a practical moment here to educational. They've really counter-stratted Team Flash here with that monster push. Jabby was ready for it with that auto shotgun. And they really just pushed them down and punished the aggression here. But they actually got wrecked after. But
the contingency,
they did study it.
The contingency plan in that round from Team Flash was incredible, I have to say. Having a second idea after the first one doesn't go their way, wow, brilliant thinking right there on display. Can't understand what's going through their minds, but it's genius, Freya.
But Maui, you did bring up some mistakes, you know, and that was crucial to, unfortunately, one of the sides losing out in this game in just a subsequent round. What went wrong?
Some sloppy CS in a show match? Are you kidding me? Let's get into this round, man. This one's crazy. I can't begin to watch. This is gonna hurt. Let's see it though. I mean, this one, there's just too many little mistakes, and that's what goes wrong in show matches. They lose their focus, and if we can pull it up, we'll see just how much it hurts. And there's an auto sniper kill right there. 5v4 situation. You're getting into the bomb site, but look at this. 4-on-2, and how do Team Flash try to get back in this one? They use a nade, but oh no. Regon goes before his teammates there. What's going on? There's a no-scope? Oh man, I don't even think we saw all the kills. But either way, that was a lot of mistakes, and there's just not the best trading. I thought there was more to that round, actually. I don't know where that was.
I thought Yabi did a great job anti-stratting with that suit positioning there.
Yeah, right. That's it.
That was the point. That was the point. All in the macros, Maui, right?
It's all in the macro. It's all in the micro. It's all about the paradigm shifts that are at hand and just letting that rock roll down the hill.
We normally crown a man of the match, our MVP. Who's your MVP after this one, Devil?
Well, Esotag Pass is the name of the map, so I have to go for him.
Yes, it has to be Esotag. That guy was brilliant in that boost position.
He just keeps proving you wrong, Maui.
Over and over again. The guy is fantastic. And I like his hair a lot, too.
Yeah.
And he gives great interviews.
He does give great interviews. He does give great
when he can hear the interviewer.
Grand finals coming up, gentlemen. I know you're going to be on the desk for this one, Maui. Devil, who are you thinking is going to be taking this out of Navi?
I think Navi is going to take it. That's clear as day to me.
Wow.
Any reason why? Why is it clear as day?
They're the better team, I think.
Yeah?
I think
Why?
They play better Counter-Strike. They have better individuals. I think across the board, I think Blade does a great job with Navi as a team in general, and I have a huge respect for what he brings, and he always seems super focused, he pauses at the right moments, so I think he brings a lot more than he's credited for.
One question I have for you, Devil Walk, before you depart, is that what do you think the difference is going to be, though, without having a coach in FaZe's side to call things during the game? Versus Blade being right there.
I think it's a huge difference because I think it's really hard to discuss a general shift of play style in a game if you don't have a coach that prepare it and can give instructions to each individual. You know, they do have someone behind them, but he's not an experienced, well-versed coach as I understand it. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen,
Coach Eddie.
thank you so much for joining us, joining myself up here and everybody joining us at home for that incredible show match. It's been an absolute blast to be involved in, but we are going to be delving into the grand finals very, very shortly to see if Na'Vi are going to take their 2-time major championship or if FaZe can clinch their first major trophy. But first, before that, I hear we have James Bardolph with a few words for you aspiring pros.
Attention fans, attention fans. This is a special message from Gucci in association with Face It. This is not a major, this is FPL.
And that brings me to the end of the tour. Fundamentally, as a bellhop, you make things happen before the guests even know they need it. And that leaves us here with Mr. Bardolph. I believe you've met him before.
Mr. Bardolph, it's a pleasure to be a part of your team.
I recall an interview. Regardless, your probation period begins now. Time to work.
Yes, sir.
Where is your notepad? You should be writing this down. The FPL is like a ship. The expectation is you pull your weight and do everything in your power to keep the vessel tip-top as any other crew member would do. Communication is paramount. A great communicator listens and puts people at ease. A bellhop always remembers what people hate. People hate early flights.
Mr. Olafmeister? You're gonna miss your 9 a.m.
You will be discreet to a fault and always act with integrity. We are on this voyage together and building chemistry is vital to being successful. You must be meticulous in everything you set out to achieve. Courage, passion and confidence will only get you so far. Most importantly, have humility.
And 2 eggs over apartments. 8 push-ups. Go, go, go.
Yes,
yeah.
You want to be a familiar and friendly face. Good evening, Mr. Apex. Ah, Mr. Bellhop. Follow these instructions, remain focused, and you'll be on top of everything FPL in no time.
Welcome everybody to the Gucci Gaming Academy launch event. Gucci and Face It are joining forces to launch a brand new program designed to empower upcoming esports talents alongside creating a healthier ecosystem for players to compete and develop in. The Academy provides players with individual in-game training with dedicated professional coaches, mental health support through specialised psychologists from Mindwork, top-of-the-line hardware, financial support, education resources, all sessions on dedicated topics, support on volunteering experiences, and last but not least, access to the vast Gucci and Face It esports networks. All this is aimed at preparing them to be well-rounded players and individuals, thus giving them the tools to secure a contract with a top esports organisation and ultimately to have a successful career. Beginning with CSGO, we've already handpicked talent coming from the Face It Pro League. Alongside this, there's also going to be additional content, including the upcoming Frames documentary series and a brand new series designed to elevate players from all levels. Today, we're going to be primarily focusing on the Gucci Gaming Academy project, alongside help from our ambassadors and our European coach. So James, can you tell us a bit more about what your role as an ambassador involves?
Mentorship and guidance. I think if you look at how the average player is on the road constantly, they don't really have a normal opportunity to stop and learn lessons and mature. So we're trying to fill those gaps I bring 12 years of experience in esports, and I think that can really help somebody, be self-aware and understand what their profile is, how they are perceived by their audience, and how they can set themselves up for long-term success. We see some players who haven't had that guidance trying to scramble last minute to try and make a profile for themselves when their careers come towards an end. There's so much more that you can do throughout your career in that respect. So that's part of what we're going to be doing here at the Gucci Gaming Academy.
So Christopher, for you as a player renowned within the space, what is so exciting for you about the GG Academy and what's being built here?
What is amazing about this whole product is just the people around who wants to build the next step for the next stars that's coming up to the scene. And this is something that I didn't have the chance to do when I was a kid. I had to do everything from the scratch. And my knowledge about the game itself, outside of the game, etc., it could be useful, and I think I can help people just taking the next step. If you look on teams and players that's been playing FPL before, Bad News Eagles has just been playing on the major, they shocked the world, and 6 months ago they were playing online cafes and it's trying to become something, and now they're sitting on the big stage and actually show off a case of themselves.
So with your experience as a player, how do you think that's going to assist some of the players in the GG Academy?
I have a gold mine that no one has really touched on before, and my thoughts and what I think about the game itself and what I can do to become like a better human being, basically. There's 5 individuals that are going to be playing in a team later on, and there's a lot of different culture and different mindset how you're going to behave like a human being and also as a player. I had a long, huge history. I played with different people from different countries as well, but also being a long-standing member of the team NIP. And, I've been through different lineups there and there, and I think that's something cool, and that's something I can provide with my knowledge about it.
And Steph, for you, what is so important about being an ambassador for the GG Academy?
Yeah, for me, there's 2 big things. Really, the first one is obviously, Christopher mentioned it. As a former pro, you go through your career with any support until you get to the pro level. So being able to just have something when you're in the mature scene or just right before, like semi-pro, is so huge. We're so far behind compared to sports. So initiatives like this can really make a difference. I've been an activist. I want to push for women in the space, but not just women. Inclusivity, diversity. I think it's super important to be part of this project.
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting aspect about it as well. Anything else particularly exciting that stands out to you about the GG Academy?
For me, it's really how life-changing this can be for the players, right? Sometimes you get to pro and then you're not equipped and you need the gears to reach your peaks, and scouting talents. Something that pro teams, it's not always that easy to find new talents. So we're going to help them a little bit.
So let's learn a little bit more about the Gucci Gaming Academy. To do so is our European coach, Neil M. So can you give me a brief summary of the team and the players you picked up and why you kind of hand-selected them?
Yeah, so we have Milky, who's a young 18-year-old Polish player. He was playing in the last ESL Pro League, and he was highly impressive. I really liked him, so I reached out to him to have a chat with him to see what his goals were, and I think he really has the work ethic and the mechanical skills to be picked up as soon as possible by a top team.
That's really excellent to hear. So who is the second player that will be joining him?
Yeah, we have Esperanto, who was literally one of the best players in the world in 2018. He went from nothing to the top of the scene. He was playing FPL Challenger, qualified into FPL, bang, got straight away picked up by the FPL team, I would say, which was Imperial back then. Went to the major, actually played against Christopher in one of the games. SP dropped 35 kills. Everyone was like, this guy is insane. And then the pandemic hit. His mental health really took a toll on him, unfortunately, and he went from being a really good player to nothing. He had no mental health support. He was just playing the game. He didn't know how to be a complete package.
Yeah, I think any long-time CS fan will be really excited to see what Esperanto is bringing to the Gucci Gaming Academy. Who's the third player that's going to be joining?
Yeah, we have Deagle, who's actually the biggest grinder on FPL circuit. He played nearly 5,000 games. Really, really good human being, and it understands the work ethic and what he needs to do. When he's playing in FPL now, he recently qualified last month. He's now playing against the pro players, and he's learning. He was like, oh, I'm so nervous. I don't even want to talk to them in case they hate me. I was like, no, be who you are when you talk to me. Be confident in yourself, because if you want to be a top player, you have to be confident in yourself.
I love that support is already being given to the Gucci Academy players. Who is the fourth player that's going to be rounding off the EU squad?
Yeah, so we have this unknown player. He's like the diamond in the rough for me, personally. He's Shady from Latvia. I noticed him from matchmaking, from the solo queue, that he had really highly impressive stats. So I reached out to him to have a chat with him. I was like, who is this guy? Nobody knows who he is, So I really liked his approach when he spoke to me. He was like, yeah, I just want to be the next Yakinder and Brokey. I feel in myself that I can be that player. So noticing when he was speaking like that, I was like, you've got confidence in yourself. That's really good to have at such a young age, at 19. He's never been on a salary. He's never played in the team. So he actually qualified into FPLC. So now I'm trying to help him become a complete anchor player as fast as possible and as soon as possible to be noticed by these guys, because everybody's looking for the next Zywoo, the next Simple. He's out there, you know, and that's why I have these 4 players.
So you've already mentioned about some of the peripherals and hardware that are going to be provided to the Gucci Gaming Academy players. What other resources are you going to be using to help them elevate their game?
Yeah, we're helping with player performance in game. We're helping with mental health coaching and also brand awareness. So with mental health coaching, we have Mindworks who are helping us out with the players. So they're going to be doing group sessions with the 4 guys to understand what they think inside and outside the server. We're doing one-to-one sessions to help with players to help get a good performance in themselves. It's extremely important, mental health.
So alongside Mindworks, which is of course tailored to the Gucci Gaming Academy players, we also have a new series that's accessible to everybody called Tips and Tricks. This will focus on elevating your game through a focus on mind, body and spirit, and will feature our ambassadors, experts from the field. And Get Right, can you tell me a little bit more about what Tips and Tricks will involve and how it will elevate the gamers in the Gucci Gaming Academy?
See it like this. You're sitting on a stage. It's 10,000 people sitting in the audience cheering. But they're not cheering for you. They're cheering actually for the opponent team. And then you're sitting there, you're still here, you hear the roll, you hear everything, you're shaking a little bit, and you're sitting on the stage, and you notice everyone is basically against you. You're not doing what you're supposed to do, you're doing mistakes, you're starting to think about it more and more. Not every time when you're sitting on a big stage, you're gonna have fans actually cheering for you. You're gonna have most of the time actually fans actually cheering for the opponent team. So that's something that you need to really work on early stage, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's incredibly important to have that kind of support network going forward in any walk of life as well. And additionally to that, the WHO will also be providing support to Gucci and Faceit alike to help support physical and mental health whilst gaming online. That's it for us. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. You can look out on our socials to keep an eye out for the first upcoming episode of the Gucci Frame series later this summer. And make sure you follow the socials for more updates. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
It's Mr. Banks here at the PGL Major Antwerp, and I'm sat in this lovely Secret Labs chair. Because what I'm going to do is talk to some of the fans here at the Major and see which teams they're supporting, let them say a message to them, and see what they can do to cheer their team on for victory.
Navi, save my pick'ems. I've only got one more team left in this, so you got it. Let's go.
This is a message to Face Clan. You got this.
Carrigan, my friend, you are the best. Go get it. Kom så, Carrigan, din kussemagnet. Du kan det her. Fød mine børn.
Hey, Simple. We need more knife kills in the Major. Let's go, Navi!
Face, I know we got you. Boston Major 2018. But I want to see you take Antwerp 2022. Let's go, Face! Come on!
Hey, Simple. Snipe them all. Navi, #1. Let's go!
Daddy Rain, I want you to take this Major in Antwerp. Go get it.
Come on, Navi. Brazil, it's with you guys. We got turned away a little bit before, but come on, bring us joy. Brazil is Navi right now.
All right, g'day lads. It's Alistair. I've come all the way from Australia, and you know what? I think you're going to take it home. Carrigan, Rops, Twists, all you boys, you're going to do it. You're going to bring it home, and I know that you will. I've got you in my pick'ems, and you're gonna bring it home. You're gonna bring it home for the boys back in Australia. Renegades couldn't make it, but you know what? You're the next best option, so let's get it.
Let's go, Navi! Simple the GOAT!
Hello. It's gonna be easy no scopes for Brokey. No problems.
Today, the stage is ours. Today, the stage is for Navi. We won the Eurovision, and we will win this as well.
Go Face! I hope you guys win the Major!
Navi, guys, from all of the fans, thank you from bottom of our hearts for making this dream come true. We need this era. We need Simple winning 3 majors. Good luck, and let's go with Navi!
So the final I would like to see is Navi and FaZe, and with my in-game name being so close to Rops, I have to go for FaZe. FaZe up.
Even Vitality is eliminated. We are here to support all the team and to put the Vitality at the top of the world. So let's go Vitality and let's go Major, let's go CSGO. Thank you all of us to be here and to do some crazy event like that. Thank you.
We are here, Golden Hornet, to put the fire on stage, and we are here to support Natus Vincere. That's gonna be insane.
Oh, Navi, let's go! Let's go, 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 Navi, let's go! Sarah Sanche, will you marry me?
And that is all of our messages for the amazing teams here. The support from the CSGO community is phenomenal. This crowd is insane. Antwerp, you've done well for a CSGO major.
History only has a place for the ones who earned their stripes in battle. Navi made it through even though their road was paved with some of the fiercest opponents, Heroic and Ants.
First found, a lot more progressing.
Refresh! That is disgusting! 4 members of Navi collapse and Refresh stands up!
But the harder the opponent, the sweeter the victory.
The Undertaker on the other side of this door to put the cherry on top.
Light 'em up, Molotov music, let's all lose it. Burn 'em up, set a fire to it for my amusement.
FaZe managed to take down NIP and Team Spirit in 2 nerve-wracking games.
He gets back, it's a fake! Oh! Clutch the twist!
Drops! 1v1! And it's all on this defused. Swings it! And nails it! FaZe! It's so close! And they just got it!
Kerrigan proving his mettle once more. These are the final two. The best of the best. Who will come on top? Who will lift the trophy? Who will earn their place in history at the Antwerp 22 PGL Major?
Welcome everyone to the moment we have all been waiting for here in Antwerp at the PGL Major. Will it be FaZe with their first, or will it be Na'Vi again with the Major Championship after winning in Stockholm? We will find out today. My name is Shax and I'm joined by an amazing panel today. I have Maniac, I have Pimp, I have Maui Snake in what should be one of the most historic days and the historic matches that we have ever seen for CSGO.
Very rarely do we get the grand final that everyone was hoping to get at the beginning of an event. There's always someone spoiling the fun, spoiling the party, you know, fancying his win the grand final. Not this time around. It's Na'Vi, it's FaZe, the teams we wanted.
Feels like we've been waiting for this, right? It's been waiting 2 weeks now. We came into the tournament, as you said, hoping that there would be a chance for this grand final, and we finally got it. And I think we also have the two best playing teams in the tournament. Sometimes you may get into a conversation, were they really the better team? Did they get lucky along the way? Nah, the two best teams are in the final.
FaZe and Na'Vi are clearly a tier above everybody else that played at this tournament, and that's why this game is so exciting. It feels like it's a date with destiny for both of these rosters right here, and one of them will have to go home empty-handed.
Absolutely, date with destiny. I love the way you put that. We are going to have 45 minutes to talk about everything you need to know about these teams. But first, let's get warmed up on stage with Banks.
Oh yes, we are about to get warmed up out here. Antwerp, one thing you've done over these last few days is impress me as a crowd. You've been some of the most hyped from start to finish. So can you make some noise for me? Okay, I did just say that you're one of the best crowds. I said, can you make some noise for me? All right, that's good, that's good. Now, I've got White on the left-hand side of me here. He's representing FaZe Clan in this one. And Vorian here, he's representing my boys in Na'Vi. Either way, like the desk was saying, this is the final we wanted. But White, why are you supporting FaZe Clan?
Well, they're the first international team, you know, all those years ago with Michael Lillis, Scream, Fox, all the guys. They've been trying to get this international title, and it's time for a new era. It's time for the FaZe era. Time for the first international lineup to win a major.
And they're very close to it as well. Now, a lot of people were criticizing Rain. They were being so horrible about him. This tournament, he's played amazing. What do you think of him?
Sorry?
What do you think of Rain?
He's amazing. He's the most consistent player ever. Like, he's been on FaZe for so many years. Every roster change, he's been here.
Antwerp, we agree with that. Make some noise for Rain. Now, Vorian, Na'Vi already has one major under their belt. They fell down from being the best team in the world, but they're looking damn good here. What do you love about Na'Vi?
I mean, all the personalities in the team are so great, like Simple, Electronic, and Beat. When they're performing, it can be the best team in the world. And just because of my nationality, I also like the team. So that's all the reasons behind my decision.
And in terms of this event, right, Simple yesterday, he hadn't been playing so well up until that point. Then he brought his A game. You think he's going to do it again against FaZe?
Yeah, of course. He is also showing up in the best, like, finals or semi-finals. So I'm expecting him to perform.
And what do you think it's going to be? 2-1 for Na'Vi? 2-0? What do you reckon?
Oh, I think it's going to be a very close game. Probably 2-1, but I hope it's going to be 2-0.
Spoken like a true Na'Vi fan. But what about you, White? Where are you expecting this to go? How do you think it's going to go down?
Well, I've seen the odds on this match, and I don't think it's going to be an easy one. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, 2-1, overtime last map.
That's what we want. That would be one hype grand final for a major. Now, I need you both to help me a little bit. I want to understand how this crowd is split. So, White, we're going to hype up the FaZe side of things, all right? So if you're a FaZe fan, Make some noise! All right. Alborium, let's bring on the Na'Vi Nation. If you're cheering for Na'Vi, let's go! Ooh. This could be one of the most split crowds we have. Let's do it again. FaZe! Na'Vi! Okay, this is looking good. Either way, we're in for an amazing grand final. Antwerp, you love Counter-Strike, I love Counter-Strike. One last time, let's make some noise! Shots, let's get this started.
Thank you so much, Banks. You've been doing an incredible job hyping up the crowd there, even though I don't actually think they need that much help. By the way, shout out to everyone in the arena. It's been amazing. And Pimp, you are listening, and it seems pretty incredible, but we seem to have a split fan base in terms of in the arena.
Yeah, we have a split game, we have a split fan base. You know, two teams who have a lot of history within Counter-Strike, right? So they have a lot of overseas fans as well. We're coming into this arena, and everyone seems to love Counter-Strike. But as you said, right, it's hard to tell which one of the teams are actually the favorite in the game and which one of the teams are the favorite in the crowd.
I think people identify with both paths, and this is why we have favorites for Na'Vi and for FaZe. If you're a FaZe fan, of course you identify with Kerrigan and Rain. You know, they were that close to lifting that trophy once in Boston, not a stage chance. And if you're Na'Vi, you know how great it is what they're about to accomplish, what great it is for Simple to lift the trophy twice, back to back. There is a story to follow everywhere.
There's so many players for people to identify with on top of that. You got the quiet guy in Brokey. You have another one on Na'Vi and Perfecto, the quiet brooding genius. And then you have Boomage, this kind of goofball that exemplifies everything he is out of the server, in the server.
Yeah, let me ask you, Maui, we've been talking so much about how this was an open major. We've been talking a lot also about the fact that the level of competitive Counter-Strike has been going up and up and up. Why is it then that we still have these two teams, Na'Vi and FaZe, that are in the final?
Well, it felt like there were a few rocky road bumps for both of these rosters coming into this major. Some of them losing maps. I mean, Na'Vi with this roster didn't even lose a map at the last major. This time around, they have. It's a changing of the guard, perhaps. Perhaps we are seeing a Na'Vi that's weakening, but I think that everybody has strengthened up. Every team around them, a lot of these quarterfinal teams especially, did very well in their own right to deserve a place in these playoffs. So it's not that necessarily it's not Na'Vi's or FaZe's for the taking. It's just that everybody else has been doing incredible.
I feel like we circle back to experience. Sure. I think that's why we're here, right? Because just as much as we hype these new players for the likes of Spinks, for example, obviously going to be a name for the months to come in Counter-Strike, but somehow we end up talking about Rain. We end up talking about Carrion, about Simple, about these people that have been on the stage on multiple occasions, and that's why we know they'll deliver the best Counter-Strike on the stage.
Experience is one thing, but we also are still in an era where talent gets you very far in Counter-Strike. We have been in an era before where I felt team play would win you a lot of games. Team play would be, you know, of the essence of many teams. But you look at the rosters and you look at the teams who made it far here, those were also the teams with the best talent, I would say, on this server. You have so many skilled individuals, so of course it's meant to be for FaZe and Na'Vi to be in the final.
When it's about talent, it's also about leadership and how can they push that talent to their ceiling, let's say. And that brings us to Kerrigan. I think we're going to be talking about him a lot, right, in terms of the journey this man has had. And he's had a pretty hard time when it comes to the public opinion, even when he has been playing well. Who is Kerrigan, and where would it put him as an IGL if he were able to win the major here today?
Listen, he's already one of the best in-game leaders of all time in Counter-Strike, but he obviously lacks that one title, which is the major, right? That's the one that he let slip in the Boston major, and I don't think we should talk too much about it because PTSD for a lot of people out there. But for Kerrigan, it's a player who's been around for a long, long time. He's always been the underdog as well. I think I can count on one hand how many teams he's been kicked from. You know, top teams. He was in Astralis, he got kicked. He was in FaZe, he got kicked. He was in one of my teams, and I had the pleasure of kicking him. And God, I shouldn't have done that. And he's always fought back. He is the guy who would never give up. Now he's 32 years of age, and he's again one series away from winning that major. That would cement him as one of the biggest in-game leaders and biggest stars of this game ever.
The sad story is that he's never lifting the trophy. That's why he was removed when he was in all these crazy rosters. You talk about the FaZe first iteration, then with Astralis as well. It was great. They were high up in the rankings, but suddenly when you had to win that one series that would put you on top of the world, you would falter, and then slowly but slowly the team would lose confidence in him. That's not what's happening in FaZe. I feel like he is surrounded by players who trust in his ability.
I mean, Pimp, you didn't want to bring up the E-League Boston finals, but I think we have to a little bit there. The 15-11 up, the fact that they choked 4 potential match points in that one to send themselves to the promised land, that's where people hold things against Kerrigan. That's where there are the doubters and the haters that say he's a choke artist, that he doesn't do it in the biggest of big moments. But the thing is, his trophy cabinet, it's looking pretty good as it is. He's won plenty of events. Katowice recently, Pro League on top of that. They're coming into this one with momentum.
And we talk about choke, and I truly feel like Kerrigan here with this roster has players who step up in key moments. Think about that game against the Spirit. Think about how many times it could have gone wrong. But when you have Twist stepping up, Robs in the clutch, Rain playing that, suddenly you have all the assets to not let it slip.
Yeah, and I'd like to turn this into a bit of a positive, because when we look at that Boston lineup, right, you have Olaf, Guardian, Nico, Rain, and Kerrigan. It says enough that it is Rain and Kerrigan that are here in this final in 2022. And Rain has been someone that has been under a lot of scrutiny, and Maui for a competitor. Also the fact that your team goes on to win the trophy in Katowice, right, in that manner, and you feel like you haven't helped that much. How do you feel he's been performing despite all that?
This major has been phenomenal for Rain. He's ramped up into the form that really got him onto this FaZe roster when it first formed. I mean, he's been here for 6 years at this point, and the fact of the matter is, I don't know if I've seen Rain in such good form for 4 years. 2018, maybe even all the way back to 2017 was the last time we saw Rain look this good in the server.
He's always been an unsung hero for pretty much all the teams he's been part of, right? He's been in FaZe for a very, very long time, but every single iteration of FaZe has always been around, you know, the players, the star players in Twist coming in as well. And Rain has always been the selfless guy who would always, you know, give up positions and make sure everyone around him felt comfortable without necessarily feeling too comfortable himself. Yet he's still one of the few players who consistently have been able to live up to a very high level. What we're seeing at this major, though, is the next level, right? That's a team right now, that's a player right now who's elevating his team, and we haven't seen that Rain for a long, long time.
He's redefining dialogue, right? When we thought of him as a supportive element, someone that would just be selfless and be consistent, suddenly he's actually the MVP. He's a star. He's in the running for an MVP. Now you talk about his performance in the past few years. This is his best major by the rating. We have it right here. It was obviously in Atlanta with 115, but 1.19 is the number he's having right now. So he's completely redefining his position in the roster.
It's crazy. And Mathieu, something that makes a champion is someone who can adjust to the circumstances that they are given, right? He finds himself with some new, younger players that are flanking him, and he is using that to elevate his own level.
There's a such thing as positive competition. If you're Rain and if you see these younglings coming into your roster, you have your Robs, the Twist, they're the people that we're going to talk about tomorrow. You either go back in your shell, you stop playing, and you wait for the train to live without you, or you take it by the horn, and you actually use that motivation to catch up with them, to play as much as they do, to learn from them. We always talk about how experienced players will teach new players. But what about the other way around? What about new players thinking of new ways of thinking of Counter-Strike, looking at Counter-Strike, Robs with his freaking mathematical equations to have a smoke? They can help you see Counter-Strike in a new way if you're willing to go on that train.
I think that's why we have to bring up Robs now. The fact is that he's the guy that pushes Kerrigan. Kerrigan has said himself that when they were playing together on MOUZ, they were testing each other to see who could bring more to the table for practice. I mean, that kind of motivation coming from a youngster like that, it creates a fire that burns beneath all of the players for FaZe at this point.
And I think that goes into the whole conversation when we look at this FaZe roster, right? It's such a well-rounded roster. They work in synergy, they work in tandem, and then playing some solid Counter-Strike. There's a reason why FaZe right now are the best team in the world. There's a reason why they won a couple of tournaments already. Bringing in Robs was very well and could have been the final piece for Kerrigan. That's always been part of his story as well. He's had some talented rosters, but don't forget, he was in MOUZ as well. You look at that roster, and he took them from being a top 10 team to be the best team in the world just for a couple of months. That ability Kerrigan has, and right now, there's no excuse, there's no nothing. He has all the pieces he needs in order to win a major.
Absolutely, and we live in a world of super teams right now, right? And those are just not all here because only 2 teams can stand in the final, and I think that is to the credit of Kerrigan, to the support staff, and through the players that are on this roster right now. We are going to continue talking about FaZe, I am sure, as we should, but let's also get that introduction to Navi and to the players we are looking at. It's kind of a game of when are they going to mention Simple? Well, let's do it now. Maybe guys, a slow start in these playoffs, but he has arrived.
I mean, I love the fact that we introduced him as a slow start when you look at the semifinal he's had. I think he just took a minute to take a deep breath, to let Big go on his MVP race. He just gave him a head start and he said, listen, boy, I'm about to catch up on you. I hope you're ready. Because that semifinal was pure Simple-esque.
Listen, there's a world where Navi wouldn't be in the final if it wasn't for Bit, if it wasn't for Electronic in particular. That heroic game right there. Simple didn't have a good one. Simple didn't perform up to the level that you normally see him play at. And let's not forget, they lost the first map and they were down on Ancient. They were very, very close comes to being eliminated in the quarterfinal by Heroic. And I think Simple, he looked yesterday and said, okay, you owe me one, right? Or I owed you one. And then he showed up yesterday in the semifinal and he played the Counter-Strike that we all want to see. When he's having one of those games, I don't think there's any player in the world who can stop him.
There isn't.
There isn't. Even in history, you look back at some of the players, and I know that there's a lot of old school fans that are probably watching right now, but Simple is the combination of all the best parts of the oppers of past. 2015 Guardians consistency, the flicks of 2014 Kenny S, and the creativity of 2013 JW. It's all in one package right now, but he's a better rifler than all of them on top of that.
Oh my God, if that wasn't a great introduction to Simple for the people who may not know it.
Absolutely. I mean, the
But who
journey of
doesn't
Simple
know
right now.
Simple? Are
If
you
you don't
living
know
under a
Simple,
rock?
you probably just installed Counter-Strike yesterday. It's all right. You get introduced today. Look, his journey, I think his goal is to set new records. That's what this man is about. It's not about catching up. It's not about being as good as. It's about being the only one. It's about putting that conversation to bed. The greatest of all time. He wins here. That's a second major. He gets an MVP. That's the 20th MVP. No one has ever done it. He ends up this year first player. He's the first player ever to make it 3 times in a row. He is about defining records.
There's absolutely no discussion that the guy you're looking at right now is the best player in the world and the best player to ever touch Counter-Strike Global Offensive. But I want to give him some praise for the personnel, I guess, improvements he's made over the years. He had a bit of a reputation for being a bad teammate. We saw him in Team Liquid struggling a lot with his behavior, etc., etc. Over the last couple of years, not only is he beasting it out on the server, not only is he about to set records, as you so rightfully mentioned right here, but he's also a role model for everyone who plays Counter-Strike. A guy you can look up to and a guy you achieve to be like. Simple right now is some of the best, that has ever happened to this game, and I think we should give him credit for that as well.
He's a billboard for the competitive spirit that is Counter-Strike, and I think that also brings us to something we just have to talk about in relation to Na'Vi, and that is the fact that they had trouble practicing a lot because they had trouble being influenced by the situation that was happening around them, that they had no control over, and that pushed their emotions as well. And the fact that they were able to work through that, Maui, and now arrive here again as a finalist that people fear, that is something to commend.
What happened with the global conflict is something that I don't think any of us can even attest to. But the thing is that Na'Vi are giving us and showing us the signs of people that have seen Na'Vi before. We've seen this rhythm, this pattern where they get into form. And this is it. This is the ramp up that we need to see in order to believe that this team is once again a world contender and a championship beater.
I don't think it's possible for us to give them the credits they are due to put up that kind of performance in the context that we know which is right now. Na'Vi coming in, of course, bleeding a little bit in 2022, having losses here and there. Some people were ready to put them outside of the playoffs. Absolutely not. They showed the quality they have, the nerves, the resilience they have together as a unit, bound for the time of a tournament. It's nothing but great.
And I think that's a point we have to bring forward. If what we've seen is the worst of Na'Vi, that is absolutely incredible. If that was the lowest of low they could hit, absolutely incredible. There's no doubt that Na'Vi still have the capabilities to be the best team in the world. And I think the Na'Vi we've seen in the quarterfinal and the Na'Vi we saw yesterday in the semifinal, that is somewhat the Na'Vi we saw in Stockholm as well. Somewhat the Na'Vi that seemed unbeatable. And the question is, do FaZe have enough in order to, I guess, remove that repetition?
Do they? And for the both of them, we saw them really arriving when it came to the playoffs because these are LAN teams. The players that play on the server today are the ones that grasp all that energy from the crowd, who play with it, and it hopefully elevates their play on the server. And I would like to look through that lens to look at a couple of players in particular. Let's talk about Electronic, about the fact that he sometimes is quiet, but that's okay because he's such a playoff beast.
He is. I mean, he's a big game player. That's the simple way to put it. The way that he just penetrates through defenses, the way he's able to always lock down his side of the map, he's stone cold. There's nothing that it feels like this guy can't do when the spotlight's on him. That's when he performs his absolute best. He doesn't get excited for an online match anymore. This guy doesn't even care when he's in his studio. He needs the roar of the crowd in order to even feel a pulse.
It's the consistency at the highest level that shocks me when it comes to Electronic. It simply shocks me. And even though I'm aware of it, I can see it coming, I can feel it coming, I am always bewildered. The fact that you're Boomich, you're looking towards Electronic during a playoff game and you see in his eyes, he's here to play, he's ready, he's gonna deliver.
And he's such a key ingredient for Na'Vi as well. Without Electronic, Na'Vi can be weak at times, in terms of opening up the games and finding the opening duels. Of course, you have players like Bit who can do it. Of course, you have a guy like Simple who also can show up. You see his rating right here compared to the group stage in the playoff. We talk about a big game player. I also want to point it out, right? He had a bad group stage, to be completely honest. Against NIP in the last game in the group stage, he wasn't playing well, but on the third deciding map, he stepped up, put up a 1.30 rating, and that was the first sign of life we saw from Electronic. He carried that momentum into the quarterfinal, in the semifinal. Yesterday as well, he was playing well, and as said, without this guy playing well, Na'Vi is not as strong as they could be.
We have a server full of big game players, maybe a little controversial one, but is there someone you think cannot step up to the plate, or you really need to step up to the plate today in order to help their team to
Can I pick on both teams?
Of course.
Can I go over? All right, I'll put Brokey under the microscope for a second. I think he's a player that we have to discuss because I think what he showed in Katowice was what a lot of people thought he would not be able to. He shocked everybody. He grabbed his first MVP. He had that kind of new dimension.
Sure.
Can we believe he will bring it to the final of a major? Because what I have seen from Brokey so far is not anywhere near what we have seen in Katowice.
I agree to a certain extent, but I think you're a little bit spoiled in the sense that what we saw with Brokey at Katowice was absolutely outstanding. That was a player who really took it to the next level. And I think a lot of us, including you as well, Maui, question, is that the Brokey we're going to see for the remainder of the time? Is that his new level? I think we saw Brokey playing the best Counter-Strike he's ever played. I personally didn't expect him to be as good as Katowice, but I buy into your argument that at this tournament so far, we need to see just a little bit more from Brokey in order to really believe that he is an established star player.
Yes, establishing himself is so tough when you're on a team of stars like FaZe Clan, but the thing is that he is a homegrown FaZe talent. This was his big break into Tier 1 Counter-Strike on this roster, and I think he's beginning to fit the mold just a bit. He's starting to understand what it takes in the big moments to actually get it, and I think the thing is with Brokey, despite the fact that he plays such a defensive style, he is a machine gun opper. This dude can fire off bullet after bullet, lock and load that chamber every single time humanly possible, and he's going to nail more shots than Na'Vi are going to be ready for.
And you talk about his role, and this is a prism through which we can look at him. He's not a player involved in early duels. He's a closer. He's a clutcher. But that's the role that needs the strongest nerves. That's why I'm worried about him. When it goes to the 2 versus 2, the 3 versus 3, which we know are going to define this game, can he step up?
Well, he's a unique player in the sense that you're right. He's not a guy who's involved early on in the aggression, but he has this explosive element to him. We saw a great example of that in the quarterfinal on Inferno against NIP, right? Just comes into mind. That is Brokey. When he's pressured the most, that's almost when he's at his best, right? I remember him, and I kind of want to compare him a little bit to Fallen, in those close range situations where Fallen have the element 5 years ago, remotely, where he could just explode on the server. Brokey is the same. He's not an aggressive AWP player, but people kind of mistake him in a sense, thinking that, okay, if you're not aggressive, you can't be explosive. That is not the truth with Brokey.
When it comes to clutches, which are, of course, of paramount importance when you get into a final, Pimp, I know you always look at kind of the ability of teams to turn around 4v5s or the way they can perform in those. What do we got with FaZe versus Na'Vi?
Well, the problem is we got two teams who are equally good at that craft, right? And that's the point I want to bring forward right here with this statistic as well. We talked about Na'Vi being one of the best teams in the world playing 4v5s. Well, FaZe are as well. We talk about Na'Vi being one of the best teams in the world at playing 5v4s. Well, FaZe is as well. In this tournament, you look at all these different categories of statistics. You see it right here. They're almost equally good in every single sense of the game. There's a reason why all of us here on the desk, I hope, agree that this is a 50-50 game.
Look, the problem-solving abilities of both these squads are through the roof. Quite simple as it is. Whether it be Kerrigan or Boomich or Blade right behind, how they can find solutions is crazy. And if they don't, they have individuals to blame them out of round, to bail them out of round. And that is what a great team needs. Plans, but also individuals to just blow the roof up.
Comprehensively speaking, these are easily the best two teams left and in the world, for a matter of fact. I mean, the thing is with FaZe, they're always going to be having trust in whatever plan it is that Kerrigan concocts in his lab, along with Rops. The fact that they're finding the nerdiest smokes possible. You gotta aim at that 1 pixel out of spawn, boom, Rops is ready to do it. They got a new timing. They just unlocked the new part of the map. The thing is, Na'Vi, they have some of the best prep out there. Blade, Boomich coming together, forming plans. They are so good at anti-stratting.
Let's break that out a little bit, Pimp. I know this is something that you love to talk about in terms of Kerrigan as an in-game leader and the support he has, and then Boomich and the way Na'Vi like to approach the strategic aspect of the game.
Listen, take nothing away from Boomich. I think he's done a tremendous job coming into Na'Vi a couple of years ago and really establishing himself as a key part of this lineup. But he do have the support of Blade, and I think Blade is a very integral part in this Na'Vi project. Without Blade, I don't think Na'Vi would have been the best team in the world, to be absolutely honest with you. Whereas for Kerrigan, he likes to take control, over the entire team, over the preparation, over everything by himself. When you look at Kerrigan and who he's had as a coach throughout his career, he's always picking someone who's beneath him in a sense, helping out with the mental part of the game, helping out with hyping up the players, helping out with being the father of the team. But when it comes to the strategies, when it comes to building a team, when it comes to putting together all these players, it's all about Kerrigan, right? He doesn't want too much help from his coach. Whereas for Boomich, I think without Blade, it wouldn't have been the Cinderella story Na'Vi a bit.
it's about the pressure that the IGLs have on their shoulders, right? And I think this is where we have to hit that point. If you boom it, if the game is slowly going away from you, you can take that break and somehow you can put your brain on freeze mode for 30 seconds, hoping that Blade is going to come in and give you a way back in. He's got that bird's eye view. If you're a Kerrigan, I don't exactly think that you have that safety net. You have, at all point, to be aware of what's going on in the game.
Yeah, the thing is with Na'Vi, the way I would best describe it is that it's just a perpetual motion machine of 5 wolves that every time they find themselves together, they just bring out the best in each other. It's so much going on in some of these rounds. Na'Vi play what looks to be some of the most chaotic CS of any top-tier team, but when you actually break down some of the details, it all makes sense in the greater picture.
And I'm glad that we're mentioning Boomage, because I think he might be one of the most undervalued IGLs we have out there. When was last time one of us talked about how Boomage is a great IGL?
Well, yesterday
we never
actually
go there.
he caught some smack on the desk and then he
We
clutched.
never really go there, right? That's the thing. Because you have Simple with you, because you have Electronic, because you have Blade behind, we all find reasons why he's not that great. But we have to admit, we have to acknowledge how better Counter-Strike they play. There used to be a time where we had the memes of Na'Vi finishing with 5 seconds, not planning the bomb. Sure. Na'Vi looking like it's only Simple fragging. I think those days are over. Na'Vi play comprehensive Counter-Strike. They have ways back into the server. Let's give Boomage the flowers they deserve as well.
Yeah, I love it. Anyone to add something to that?
Fight me.
I mean, yes, I do want to fight you a little bit. As said, I don't want to take anything away from Boomage, but I think when you're surrounded by Blade, when you're surrounded by Simple, and we've seen many times also, if you read the body language in the timeouts, Simple is talking an awful lot, right? And of course, he's a guy that always comes in as the second in-game leader. Even back in the time where we were allowed to listen into the team comps as well, you could also listen in that I would almost say was a 50-50 split between Simple and Boomage. Now, I don't want to take anything away because I agree he should get a lot of praise, and I don't want to fight you on this one. But when you look at Kerrigan, he's just a different leader, and he's leading by example, I almost want to say, right? He's been around for a long time, whereas Boomage, he's still relatively green on the big stage as well. 2 years got taken away from him during COVID, right, where he couldn't be on the big stage. So in terms of raw experience and in terms of keeping your nerve together as an in-game leader, I would pick Kerrigan 9 out of 10 times.
I got to side with Kerrigan as well in this one. I think that's the easiest.
No, this is not a fight. We're not doing a fight right here.
It's a fight.
The one indictment I have against Boomage is that's not him passing out those packets of paper that have every strat on them. That's Blade. Blade's the one typing those up. He's the one putting together these game plans. And Blade's even talked about the fact that he's actually set rounds in place before the game even starts. He knows the structure and flow of the game. And when you're scripting games like that, I mean, what does your IGL even have to do? So Kerrigan easily wins this one.
Okay, maybe we get a word from Boomage at one point in time, and maybe he just wins the major, and then that's that, right? We'll see indeed. Let's break it down as we get closer to the introduction of the teams on stage. In terms of the fact that we are on LAN, the fact that these two teams are the best in the world, and they will step up to give us the best Counter-Strike because they are playing each other, I feel like. Who right now, stepping onto the stage, is the team that is best equipped, that is the most complete, stepping onto the server today, Maui?
I think that it's easy to see that FaZe is actually playing some very well-oiled Team CS. The flash assist stat is probably the one big differential here, where FaZe is one of the best in the tournament. Na'Vi are kind of in the middle of the pack there. And the thing is that really, I think when you use utility to get as much space as FaZe, they have more reasons that they should find that space cleanly. The thing is with Na'Vi, they rely on the individuals a little bit more to find that. The thing is, obviously, they have individuals that are always going to pop off. And if I had to weigh the two, I think the Team CS right now is better played by FaZe.
The one problem for me is that I don't think we've seen the best from FaZe yet in this tournament. We'll talk about Brokey having I wouldn't call it a slow tournament, but he could be better. We see Twist as well, a player that really can't step up to the occasion, especially on the stage. Haven't really had the best tournament yet. I see FaZe as a team who's played at 70, 80%, still relatively comfortable in the final, so there's still potential for more, whereas we saw with Na'Vi yesterday in the semifinal, we saw with Na'Vi in the quarterfinal as well, that they're getting to their peak right now. So I actually do think that Na'Vi right now is going into the final feeling slightly more convincing or comfortable, let's put it that way, than FaZe.
Yeah, I have been more convinced by Na'Vi as well. I also think that the triumvirate of Electronic, Bit, and Simple is such a safe value when we go to a big game. That's insane. I don't know if I could say the same about FaZe, but I will give it for them that they resisted in that Spirit game. I think any team with a lesser mental fortitude would have given up. The 1v4 from Magix, it would break most of us out there. So FaZe have shown us that they have so many players that can step up that will dig them out of bad situations.
Yeah, and what do you have to say to the people that say, well, maybe FaZe had a different playing field to play than Na'Vi did? I think bringing up Spirit is a great example because you cannot hide anymore that Spirit is a fantastic team after what they have shown this major, and they made it difficult as well. Besides that NIP series as well. So Pimp, what do you want to say to those people who say they had an easier road?
Easy road, I wouldn't say so.
Hell no.
Hell no. You're in a major final. There's no easy road to a major final. I think both have had an equally easy road to the final, so I think you should just pack that. Yeah, they both deserve it, and there's no doubt about it.
They absolutely both deserve it. Time to meet our players for our grand final with Frankie on stage.
Now is the time.
Never die, they are just green. He's got it! He's got it!
To get your hands on the trophy.
Oh my god, what was that? Harry tail running speed, man. Unreal devastation. Yo, it's on! The flick the Hades head. Screw the haters, they've done it. Unbelievable!
History will remember.
He wasn't a classic, nerdy computer kid in school. And what he really wants is to win a major. His name is Carrigan. And his unstoppable force of a team is FaZe! They are your reigning major champions with multiple titles to their name and in simple, the greatest player to ever touch this game. If they can do the double today, they will prove that we are truly in their era. It's Navi! And Carrigan, if you'd like to join me in front of the trophy, one of you guys is going to be lifting this in a few short hours. You'd like to stand in front of the trophy so this crowd can see you. Simple. What would it mean to do the double in the Sports Palais today?
Excuse me?
This crowd love you so much, it's so hard to hear, but what would it mean to win your second major title today?
It would mean a lot for us. That means that we did something great to achieve this. So we just need to make one more step.
And Carrigan, I imagine you've thought about this moment for years. Now you're finally here, how do you feel?
It's amazing to be in the major final, playing the greatest player of all time, playing this arena. I'm just looking forward to have fun, enjoy the moment.
Well, I hope you both enjoy this moment. Please shake hands one final time and get into that server. Sports Palais. I don't know if you remember this, but on Thursday I said that this is the greatest show on earth. And my word, you're about to see it right now! Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Amazing job all week here. And thank you to the crowd once again for the energy you are giving us, and more importantly, the energy that you are giving the players on stage. And what I love about this is that we've been talking about this for 40 minutes now, right? And about the stress and how big it would be. And both of them, they're just full of swagger on that stage. They are playing with the camera. They are feeling the moment. Maniac, true competitors.
I think it's up to both of them to show the path to their teammates. We know Bumic is a leader, but Simple is a captain. He's always been. Same for Kerrigan. They have to display the attitude, the confidence, the swagger you're talking about. The teammates are looking at you, and you have to show them the way to go.
I fully agree, and it goes into the point we're talking about Bumic versus Kerrigan, right? It's always Kerrigan out there in the front for his teammates. He's always taking the fall as well. Whenever they're losing tournaments, losing games, he will be the first guy to blame himself for not winning set game, right? Again, I don't want to go into the whole conversation about Bumic versus Kerrigan, but I do feel there's some, value in having your in-game leader and your captain and your leader out there, taking the fall for you when you need them.
I mean, it's stressful for Kerrigan, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that all the weight is on Kerrigan's shoulders. This is the roster that he wanted here. That's why the pressure is truly on for that man on your screen. If he's not able to deliver with the pieces that he has now, there's not going to be a better time. These are the men that he fought to get on this roster. They spent mad money to get Rops on board, so Kerrigan's got to bring home the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about history when it comes to the context of Counter-Strike, right? We have FaZe here who are trying to win their first major, who are trying to put their name amongst those gods of Counter-Strike, as we see Kerrigan right now, Maniac, just taking it in for a second.
Look at what it means. Look at what it means to be on that stage. I don't want to bring up Boston again. It doesn't matter the tournament. But here is the thing. He knows, Rain and Kerrigan, they know what it is to be on that stage, to have prepared, to have given everything you have, and to leave a loser, to leave with regrets, and they don't want us today.
In the mind of a true competitor, does that make you stronger now? Now you know I will never make that mistake again.
Because you've survived it. You have survived it. You have lived through the worst scenario possible. You've lost the final, and you're here again to defend your chance.
Let's see if, we get the maps that we want and that we expect. Anyone to...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, FaZe had the option here. Are they going to ban Dust 2 or are they going to ban Mirage? They are going to be picking Inferno. That's just been their best map for a while now. Now, Na'Vi have an option to punish with the D2 pick, but they go for Nuke, actually. That's been something that they loved last year. They had a great streak on it, 20 games in a row. But now, this is a map that has fallen out of favor with them in some respects.
Yeah, you say that, right? And then we saw in the quarterfinal, we saw in the semifinal yesterday as well, that Nuke right now is a land map for Na'Vi. I think Simple even said it on the stage, that maybe Nuke is just a land map. Ancient as a third.
What the hell is going on?
Right there. I didn't see that one coming, and that is very interesting, right? A map that is getting a lot of flack right now. Even Simple said it when we interviewed him, Shocks, that he doesn't like the map. He thinks it's too CT-sided. It's not really well built, and Valve should definitely update it. Well, Simple, now you potentially have to win a major on the map that you dislike the most in a final. So I absolutely love this map pool. I want to hit on one point though. The fact that Na'Vi picked Nuke against FaZe Clan is to me a dangerous thing right here. I think FaZe Clan are super satisfied with this video. They're getting the two best maps in order to potentially win the major tour.
Both Nuke and Ancient are 100% win rate for FaZe in the last 3 months. But the conversation about Nuke has to be the key one. For Na'Vi to win the major, they didn't need to be good on Nuke 3 months ago. They need to be good on Nuke today. And they have put in the work, they've got the result, they've got the confidence. But do you have enough to break the defensive phase?
Right, and that's what's so tough. But the thing is, the Na'Vi defense going into map number 1, Inferno, is going to be tough. You've got one of the strongest pit players in the world ramping up in Electronic. Woo! When you think of Electronic and pit, it's like watching Jaws. This guy instills fear in you, and you don't even want to move near pit again. You don't want to move next to the water because of the shark, but if you go by that pit, I mean, Electronic, he chomps you.
What I kind of love about this map, Fido, is the fact that we see two teams who have failed on these maps before, right? We remember the Copenhagen Flames as well versus FaZe, but they say, no, we can do better than that because this is one of our best maps in the context of Nuke as well. In the RMR, Heroic crushed Na'Vi on that T side, but when they played it again, Bumic had the solutions because he had watched the tape, and I think that goes in terms of Bumic, in terms of the trust in his process, that is a notch on his belt.
Yes, I love that you mentioned Bumic and Blade, because we're going to wrap it up in that conversation. When you have such a golden staff behind you, it's the easiest way to improve on a map where you have been proven your weaknesses and your mistakes by a team like Heroic. What better occasion to look at the demo again and figure out tailor solutions, plans, contingencies. We know they'll do it, and they have done it for this grand final.
I got some bad news for you guys when it comes to Inferno, though. I think we should focus on the first map right here. And the bad news is that Electronic, I agree, he used to be the best pit player in the world. The past 3 months for Na'Vi, he's the lowest rated player on this map. In fact, there's not a single player outside of Simple on Na'Vi who's in a positive rating right now in the past 3 months on Inferno. They've been struggling on this map massively, and we even saw it in this tournament as well. Simple with a 1.27 rating, as per usual. The next best player is Bit with a 0.99 rating. That is unlike Na'Vi, so I think FaZe right now is eyeing a great opportunity right here for getting off to a very good start on Inferno.
Yeah, I think that right now you have to consider FaZe the favorites when moving into Inferno. That's just keeping things fair. Na'Vi, though, I mean, the thing is that they have those poor ratings because of what's been happening in the past to them. This is a team that in the moment, in today, they are different. I almost want to discredit every result we've seen for the last couple months on them because what we've seen in these playoffs is a different beast in Na'Vi.
When FaZe finally beat Na'Vi during Pro League, the first time that core actually could get them down, they picked Inferno, they won it. That was a stronghold for them. But now, when do we start asking the question of the floating of Vertigo for Na'Vi? I thought maybe there was a way in the video. I thought maybe they'd use that as a punish. They actually stick with the Vertigo and no one plays. Isn't that a missed opportunity?
Yeah, you could say so, but don't you want to play it safe, right? Do you really want to risk a major, going into a map where it's...
I mean, I would, but I'm not playing it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the balls on you would have been massive.
Really, the FaZe win against Cloud9 on Vertigo a couple months ago, I mean, that's where it instills fear into Na'Vi.
So
you can't risk that.
You can't risk that. Everything, so...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, Na'Vi could be better, but I mean, it's too risky to go for a pick like that or to not ban that one
All right,
out.
interesting map, Vito. I think we can say that. Now that we have a couple of minutes left before we get into his game, I'd like to open the floor to my analysts because we've talked about so many things already and so many specifics of the teams and the players, but we could talk forever. So I'd love to know what the thing is that excites you the most for this bout between Fnatic, they wish, FaZe and Na'Vi, Maniac.
Look, for me, it's about what player is going to show up first on the server. And I think it is such a strong signal. You think about FaZe for a second, both quarterfinal and semifinal have been led by Rain and Kerrigan on the first map. What a better story, what a more romantic story than to have the experienced guys lead the way and actually come in with the big guns blazing at the beginning. Just to give the time to the rookies, the Robs, the rookies of this world who've never played on that stage, never been in a grand final. The experience, the veterans, they need to step up.
I want to build on that point, and I want to agree with it in the sense that I think Na'Vi is a known quantity. Na'Vi is a known quantity. When they go into a final, you know exactly what you get. You get a well-drilled Simple, you get a well-drilled Electronic, you get a team that is playing at a very high level. Now for FaZe in a major final with this iteration of the lineup, we don't really know that much, right? We have seen them being pressured a couple of times, and I'm looking towards my Robs, I'm looking towards my Twist, I'm looking towards Brokey. Brokey to me is going to be key today. He is going to go head-to-head against Simple, and without Brokey playing well for FaZe, there's no winning Inferno, and there's sure as hell no winning this grand final. So for Brokey to have a good start in the game, to establish some dominance on the server, to get a good feeling and feel confident on the stage is a massive, massive win condition.
I got Rops. I want to see if Rops' Absoler can work when this crowd is roaring the way that it is. When you can't hear what's going on from that position, when you're trying to catch rotations from those Na'Vi players moving out of that pit, that's where Rops usually shines. But it's tough to do that when there are 10,000 fans in this arena that are screaming their heads off and relaying that to your team. Also essential information that could be missed in this matchup.
Guys, how the hell have we not mentioned Bit so far? Exactly. How the hell have we not mentioned Bit? The rookie that came in Stockholm and shocked everybody with winning the first major he ever attended. At some point, 100% win on LAN for this man. You look at the numbers, equally good as in Stockholm. That's how insane it is. He's got the same rating, the same ADR. He is lined up. A young gun of the game of Counter-Strike, showing consistency that players need years to achieve. In months.
I think this is a great point that even with all that time, we haven't delved that deep into some players like Bit, who I think it's fair to say didn't exactly, I don't want to use the strongest word as save, but he's held them together when it wasn't working that well, right, Pim? And now he also has a chance to shine on the stage.
I agree, but I also do want to say that we haven't seen Bit in a grand final of a major being pressured, right? It was relatively easy for Na'Vi to win the last major, if I may say that, right? That's how good they were.
Great bullets, GT.
It was, no, but it was easy. It was easy thanks to Bit, right? It was easy thanks to him playing so fantastically well. Now I do want to say, what happens when you get into a 14-14 scenario and Bit is perhaps not having a great game? That's when you get to see the character of him. He's still young, 19 years of age, as you said, in a major grand final for the second time in a row. But I want to see him be pressured. I want to see him race up to the occasion when they need him the most, not when they're winning a final, leading 15-8 or 15-9.
The thing about Bit is that for Kerrigan and the rest of FaZe, they've studied the demos on Bit. They know his entry routes, the flashes that are going to support him, but his time to kill is so fast, it doesn't even matter sometimes. Highest headshot percentage in the game right now. This guy is the most mechanically consistent player for me in the world. He is so dominant in 50-50 duels, it feels like it's not even fair, even if you're against star players like we have on FaZe.
Many of them, it's not even fair. To your point, haven't even mentioned Perfecto that much when he comes in with the mastermind and the clutches. Twist the same. And I think this is why we are excited to kind of watch this match, because to me it is also about kind of expectation and then how they can do even better than those expectations and who is going to step up between FaZe and between Na'Vi to the level we need them to in order to hoist that trophy.
It's like a box of chocolates, right? What's it going to be? What's it going to be when you have Perfecto and
Hopefully
Twist?
something good, you know?
They can absolutely save you. Twist did it. Perfecto can do it. Everyone on the server is a star.
Absolutely crazy. What a match we have here. FaZe versus Na'Vi. Who will lift the trophy? We're going to start on Inferno, and I hope that Machine and Sponge have an amazing time with it. Let's go, guys.
I think it would be impossible not to have an amazing time with what is ahead of us. We are on the precipice of Counter-Strike history. Nobody, not even the players on the stage know what is going to go down today, but isn't it going to be fun finding out, Chad?
We have Na'Vi, the reigning major champions, defending their title against the undisputed #1 contender in FaZe. World #1 versus world #2. The best will be decided after this best of 3.
I got a fun fact for you, Chad. I was speaking to the audio guy. He told me that the crowd were as loud as an airplane taking off, 108 decibels. So let's do it one last time. It's 5 FaZe against Na'Vi. Sport Police, let me fucking hear you! All right, pistols on Inferno. The very first round, the very first blood to be drawn of the grand finals. It begins here.
Slow and steady out the gates here. Feeling each out. See any aggression to come in from either team. Bit of space taken. FaZe are gearing up now, util in hands.
There's a lot riding on this pistol. And it's electronic. Down! Down and out! Bit having a go, down as well, out low. It's just him. Space and bomb plant acquired. FaZe Clan have the advantage. Simple looking to change things. Those bullets are fast. They're furious. And I'm sure Na'Vi will be too. Perfecto though. Not out of it yet. Lots of utility. Time-sensitive mission. You must close the gap. Close it fast. Flash through. Backs turn. And only Perfecto, head in hands. FaZe find the first round. Haven't quite seen an arena this full for Counter-Strike in many, many years. I've been meeting fans from around the world, and what was the biggest takeaway for me was just how everyone is on the same page. They know the struggle and the stories of all 10 people that are on the stage today.
Yeah, this one right here, it doesn't normally boil down like this. #1, #2, the two teams that everybody wants to see, the final that we feel we deserve, the final that Counter-Strike deserves.
How did you put it? The world #1 contender taking on the reigning champ.
Undisputed world #1 contender.
Yeah.
FaZe are #1 in the world right now.
Oh man. It looks like we're back. The Sport Police wills us back into game.
Some hefty buys by FaZe here. I think they know that the force is going to come out from Na'Vi immediately.
Yeah, really prioritizing.
Yeah, no SMGs in sight for the attack. Na'Vi of a specialist here in these second rounds. Let's see what they can get across the line with a slight purchase. Couple Teagues, couple HEs in the mix here as well. Rally if you two up, Banana, Twist, he's trying to take some space. Looking for a fight, will be smoked off to deny, so drawing out the nades.
Yeah, not too many more where they came from. They will not be able to keep up the wall as the clock plentiful. My God.
Defending of the control here, phase across the map, just looking for this space. Very standard stuff on Inferno early, nobody wanting to be too pacey in a round like this. I don't know what buy they're up against.
These slow rounds as well just help you get your head screwed on tight. You had the walkout, dopamine flowing through your veins. You've got to keep a steady hand. Process of elimination now for FaZe. They start their advance. Carrigan always likes to be the leader of the pack in every definition.
It's a hard crossfire to break here. Stacks on the other home side, but they're coming in.
Gruesome twosome, electronic, simple, called upon, and the Deagle strikes. First good night for electronic, simple. An exquisite double, but that'll do nicely. Carrigan, bit of sign of the times, I think, just trigger happy, but that'll do.
Easy done right there, didn't get enough out of the pit player. Simple does his job in the side, all the attention drawn. Two's not enough to stall this one out. Bomb goes down again, and FaZe will be converting 2-0 out the gates.
Those Galils hold fast in that second round. Especially on T-side Inferno. FaZe getting it out of the way. First half of the first map of the series.
Yeah, try not to make this one a third map decider if you're Carrigan. I think remove that from the major finals. Let's see if we've got a dud this time round. That's what everybody's looking for. Slow and steady wins the race here on the T side. You don't want to overstep, you don't want to give anything over. Much weaker this time round, Na'Vi. Good trading onto the site here. Na'Vi not worried, not concerned about this one, and could see Twist online early with a couple of kills. But a smattering of pistols out again, and can there be a difference maker in the round? Flashes, mollies rain on out. Stalling any Na'Vi early peaks. They've got to hold them back for now.
Robs hasn't seen a single soul in these first 2 rounds. And that may continue. Na'Vi doing everything they can to puff up their chest. Fame, presence and pressure.
You have to take a risk in a round like this from Na'Vi, right? You're down to just the pistols here. You're hoping you've gambled correctly. The question is, do they want to block them or do they want to let them in? Ideally, have them run through the grey screen here if you are Na'Vi.
Still 60 seconds. Perfecto responsible, will get the smoke out. Do they go through? They don't have to. Decisions to be made, and a spray does chip away.
Just enough for a second wave here out of FaZe. They're going to test the issue.
Ready and waiting, down goes Simple. And that will be Perfecto added to the list. One remaining close. And he's trying every trick he can. Actually, he connects. Moki surviving a blade straight to the chest, but walks away from it. That will be the 3-0 conversion, and convincingly so.
Yeah, very clean stuff. Hasn't been a moment of worry so far coming out of FaZe. Great stuff as well for the likes of Brokey and Twist to get on the board early. These two individuals representing their countries, the first from Latvia, Canada. You've got Robs from Estonia as well to represent their country in a major grand final.
Norway.
Well, Rain was there before, back with that Boston final, I think, that has haunted them for many years.
Oh, that one. It's been so much fun to see the fire lit within Rain. Watching from home with your feet up as your team, your captain, lift the trophy this year. lit a fire inside of him. And I'm sure we can all understand and put ourselves in the shoes of him. Admirable stuff. But it is time, Chad. Are you ready for our first gunny?
Yeah, a little bit of a bonus here out of FaZe. They've got this Mac 10 still in the hands of Brokey. No AWP out for him just yet, but Na'Vi are into the full buys. Do FaZe want to just continue slow and steady as you like, or do they want to try and throw something with a little bit more flavor their way? Defensive smoke drop top banana. That's going to isolate any early information for Na'Vi as Rain up and into that boiler room quite quickly. This is fast for the mid control. Molly over the top. And look how passive Na'Vi. They're not leering mid. They're not taking any fights. They're giving the room over. Karrigan chipped on down a might bit of flak damage, but you can see the pressure point that Karrigan wants to work on here early.
Oh, little bit of damage inflicted. Unconfirmed, but
They have a lot of room, right? FaZe right now, they have all the room that they could hope for and some more. Just juggling here, Perfecto on the way back over, bringing a bit more to the fight on B.
a couple of spares. That will work out nicely with the time remaining.
Just note Simple's position here. If this is a committal, he can get over and help this two-man holdout very, very quickly. So the response time on this will be fast. Bit of gap in this as well.
FaZe Clan looking to put Na'Vi back into the dumps. Simple has sight, takes down the leader. Heavy damage, but they are across. 20 seconds, running out of players. It's up to these three, and Twist does deliver. Time, oh! So much damage, 1 HP on Simple, but he does fell Twists. A nice upgrade, a valuable one, a compulsory one. Rops alongside for the ride, yet to die. Long range, brave from Brokey, needs one, gets it! And on the advance, another from Robs! That 1 HP, Twist's handiwork may very well haunt Simple. And his attempt here in the clutch time, very low. Brokey, 6 feet lower. Simple, 1 HP, Robs yet to die. Who comes out on top? It's Robs! Robin keeps his cool. We see the 4-0. Na'Vi yet to get off the starting mark.
Had that three-man stack over towards B. You saw the XQ come in, Simple speedway position. He was there in time. They get the opening kill. Looks like they were trading quite efficiently onto the site. But it's that star trio. Brokey, Twist, and Robs getting the necessary kills on that site, close it down, and the aggression that they were able to continue within those fights. They weren't allowing Na'Vi to set up in that retake. And look at this, a bit of an investment here out of Na'Vi. Some interesting purchases. Boomage, CZ, Simple with something a little bit out of the box here.
Yeah, and they are going to flirt with something a bit more avant-garde, a little off the beaten path.
It's a very powerful position from Simple here. Not necessarily the first clear as you round the corner. The Alligator might munch away at a couple of FaZe players here when they do try their luck at that mid-control. A pack mentality out of FaZe here. You can see them grouping together, clearing this out as a unit. They have the utility to do so.
Boomich's sixth sense tingles. But who will be made the ghost? Tries his luck. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Look how low they are. FaZe's ears are ringing. As Boomich swings around, swinging. Still yet to frag.
They're in a bit of trouble here. Remember this position. This could be massive right now. The HP of FaZe is a huge problem here.
They're so weak. And Simple ready to stand tall. Pumps him full of lead, just the one. Kept honest. Favors FaZe now heavily. What is Bit supposed to do? A Kevlar vest and a Deagle? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the same case for Perfecto. Spotted out, nice find, but that looks like a foreboding fifth.
Just try not to give over a gun here. Keep as many alive as possible right now. Perfecto looking to do a bit more damage. But this is a 5-0 start for FaZe. This is beautiful stuff. You couldn't ask for anything better on the T side of Inferno right now.
Yet to see an AWP in play for anyone.
Money hasn't been there for Na'Vi just yet. FaZe have had the options to go for it, but just want to keep it rifle heavy, keep it as a bit of a pack.
Is Brokey one that wouldn't shy away?
T-side AWP, right, this is the thing. On a map like Inferno, if you want to lock down a bit of territory, if you want to try and stop Simple from going for swings and peaks, then yeah, bring it out. But if you're more than happy to operate with these AKs, it's a bit more versatile. So the T-side at AWP, if Simple has one and he loses it, Brokey might pick it up, right? That's when we see it come into play here. But just want to note the selfless nature of Carrigan there, right? Him jumping forward, you saw that draw Simple's crosshair wide. If he just jiggle peaked, like most players would, the art of the wide swing is dead, right? So Carrigan just jumping wide, drawing that crosshair, saved them a few more bodies. So big stuff from the leader as we get back underway into round number 6. Still no AWP out in play for Na'Vi here, but will they try and take some aggressions, find an opening? Well, speak of the AWP, here it is from Brokey. Aggressive maneuver forward will be noted.
He's fired off the shot and it echoes across Inferno. Na'Vi all too aware now. You can see this scouting party starting to poke and prod towards the apartments. Simple the same, throws a couple of mag into it.
Yeah, Rob's put on notice there. Chipped on down to 26, so he's going to have to operate a little bit more passive here. Rob shouldn't be a problem for him. But this is just the standard Inferno at the moment. It's about pulling utility, it's about playing the chessboard, taking it slow, the default spreads.
You know, I heard from Carrigan's interview about T-side Inferno feeling like one of their best in the pool. Everyone on the same page. I can imagine that's a euphoric feeling. It's game time, folks. 40 seconds, FaZe. Flash Simple out of the fray. Not ready. Ray needs it, gets it back. A vital trade. And still pressure on B as well. Na'Vi scratching their heads. Where is this final commitment coming from? Boomich, oh, down and out. Brokey's caught him through the smoke, and now only one man can save Na'Vi. Put that bound on the board. And playtime cancelled by Brokey. Rain even had the rotate.
Yeah, that's the key right there. That Rain killed the trade back. That was the most important kill of the entire round. It meant that FaZe didn't have to rotate back and try and go towards A. They weren't just going to run into B limp. That kill actually opened the round up completely here, and all they had to do was find those kills. You say, oh, that kill from Brokey through the smoke. Miraculous stuff right there. Just being very diligent. Boomich goes down, and that's the round. This is a fantastic start for FaZe. It's not often you see Na'Vi getting blank like this. A 6-0 start.
I mean, it would be something rather special if they can continue to build up on this. I mean, 6, they'd have bit your hand off. They would. And they've got it in the first 6 of play.
It's very unlikely that Na'Vi stays this quiet, right? If FaZe are able to pants them here and just have, we're talking like a 9-10 round spread on this T side, that would be monumental. It's unlikely to see them push that limit now as Na'Vi saved a couple of guns. The loss bonus is in their favor, but that's where the good news ends, right? Yeah. You mentioned the AWP. It's not possible to get out still. FaZe will be aware of that. They have them right where they want them. They know the players that they're killing. They're aware of the economy. They know the loss bonus, so they can keep running rounds like this. A couple more clean ones. You can see the cash right now for Robson Rain, both over that 10K mark, and a timeout called now. The eye test here, you need someone to dig through the stats, but every time it feels like Blade calls a timeout, Na'Vi respond with a round of their own. The coach for Na'Vi is a mastermind, the puppet master, pulling the strings and pulling his players right where they need to be. Let's see if we get that response.
Yeah, they say life imitates art, but Master Splinter and Blade definitely have some parallels.
Because of this pace that FaZe has been throwing, you might see a pace change out of them or continue. If it ain't broke, don't change it. Na'Vi would just love to find an opening exchange here, a chance where they can find a favored duel. Look how tight FaZe are playing. They're not giving anything over at all.
Yeah, Boomich has had very little to play with on his banana adventures. Chipped away at the Canadian twists on the grand finals stage. Functioning with about half health. This is the flash. Brokey on his signature weapon and looking to find a way in. They don't come easy. Little glimmer of rain. Information conveyed on the reaggress. Just hanging in the balance, and Simple puts himself straight into the line of fire. Bit now called upon, and that's another on the T-side, or Brokey hits double digits, and the rest will come. Brokey triple. What are they to do?
Save again. This is very miserable right now. And I'm looking at the details of this. How many rounds have they pressured Arch? They're actually trying to target Simple's position on the map, and they've done it consistently. 3 of these rounds right now where Na'Vi have had guns, they're either dealing with the rotation, right, that weak point, because Arch is where you rotate between the bomb sites, or they're seeking him out, trying to bait him into fights. Right. That is the perfect example right there.
Yeah.
FaZe have come in with a game plan of target Simple. How many teams pull that off?
How many teams are brave enough to pull that off?
See here, problems as well. Boomage yet to find a kill. He's not finding any traction in Banana. Bit yet to get a kill.
Yeah.
Electronic with just 1. Simple has 7, sure, but it doesn't matter when he goes down. He's not in the play. He can't rotate around. The Boomage might not get anything here. Rain decapitates. 1 left for Vector. He's been spotted, dicked up too, and he's going to go 1 down. Clean sweep. Brokey with the 4K on the AWP.
That's going to be feeling absolutely A1 for the Latvian. And this is how it started, Chad.
Yeah, it can't be stressed enough. Look who's the first death. Remember when Rain went long side, they traded off of that? You also had Carrigan before in the first gun round. Wrap Arch side.
Yeah.
It's all been Arch. This is where the target is right now, and Na'Vi are left scratching their heads. An upgrade into some pistols here, down in the dumps. Maybe FaZe getting that 10 rounds on this T side is possible.
I mean, this is going to be Carrigan hyper-focused, zoned in.
They found a weakness, and we're just saying if Blade takes a timeout, they traditionally convert around. Still yet to see the AWP come out. I'm sure that big red button will be hit for Na'Vi into the next. Bit might be the man having to drop there. You can see the residual cash he's left over. Simple obviously gets a couple more liberties to be taken, and FaZe are just sticking to the same script. Bait it out, see what they're up to, take the map control.
They've got it down to a science now. Quasi-buy for Na'Vi, not interested in full investment for round 8. And again, Chad, we've seen this before, significant threatening damage dealt before the final commitment.
Well, look where the gap is right now. They can almost waltz on up, just 1 smoke, have nothing to worry about as they make their way up that short side. But remember, they have been going long, so maybe they want to test that yet again.
Na'Vi seem to hope so as well. His back, thinks better of that. Oh, nade looks good, and that's a shot and a bit. Sits Rain down, a weapon tantalizingly close, but another body down. Defensive smoke just for survival now, and retrieval. Maybe more to be said about Bit hiding in plain sight. Does take another body.
Time's a problem here.
They have to plant. They are into the site, established, but with a man advantage for Na'Vi. Still 7 rounds have passed without any Na'Vi resistance. Is this where things change, or can FaZe fight 3 on 4? It's up to Carrigan. Brokey does hit the shot, and Carrigan good for the headshot now, running out of options. And that'll do! That'll do nicely! It's Twist with a 2-piece. And we see the score if you've just joined us. Yes, this is reality. Map 1 of your grand finals here at the PGL Major Antwerp 2022. And FaZe are 8-0 up. This is the reality we live in.
This could be the change right here. We spoke about it. The AWP to come out for Simple. Half's already been won. FaZe have done more than enough here. Anything else is the cherry on top, but we need some resistance from Na'Vi now.
Who else but Simple to try and change the dialogue? Another setup shift. Trying every trick in the book just to get off of that goose egg.
So they're trying to take a fight here. This is the first time they're actually trying to lock down mid. They know that Arch has been that weakness. Flash is a setup. This might be a smoke in the hand of Brokey.
Yeah, that's
he
a
can
geeky
flash
one.
from this position as well. We've seen IP try something tricky in the book back in the day.
Still with vision. Still no bloodshed. It's Electronic. He is a big game player. The Des discussed it too, out of Electronic. Might need more out of him though. Decisions to be made. And it's a big one out of Robs. Stops Electronic from building further. Distinct disadvantage, only extended as Bits does. Strike, it's Brokey up against the odds. One luxury is the bomb, but standing in his way is the GOAT himself. Using the smoke, that's not gonna stop him. And there you have it. Na'Vi break their silence. And it starts with Electronic.
So we have to see a kill out of Boomage here if you want the bad news report that's coming out for Na'Vi. That is the changing of the tide. They do invest into the AWP. They do find traction, but it wasn't really with the AWP. It was with the rifles locking this down top mid. But it was the stance that was different. Right? They weren't giving so much space. They were happy to defend, and they're simple. Finishing the round off here, but FaZe are back into things. A couple more of those necessary for Na'Vi if they want to break this economy right now for FaZe.
Yeah, they got plenty of cash to splash. Simple. Cautious. Twist has a little idea as to aggression. Wants to try and punish on a tiny slither of smoke. But now already replaced.
Done a lot here, right? They've already been able to draw out smokes. Boomage is going to signal the fact he has this Famus over towards B.
Clear intent now. FaZe looking to show that that single round was just a flash in the pan. And regular scheduled programming ready to return for round 10. Look at where the bomb is though. This is all just smoke and mirrors. There's another smoke,
yeah,
chat. That's
just
another
drawing
smoke.
out. This is all this is about, just drawing the util out. Simple stuff from FaZe here, spotted. Electronic still selling the dome of the head. Has to be very careful. Be scooped up now, time 45 seconds on the clock. FaZe will show indications now where they do want to finish this round. What's the closer going to be?
Na'Vi flying relatively blind here. No answers top. Banana. Rain just crawls on out. He evades the first spray of Bit and he is ready, but so are Na'Vi. Simple on long, one down, only Robs really, and he's got two. Simple. Cuts them off with a pass, and on the cross, Carrigan joins them. Brokey, dead to rights. 10 seconds, he wants to die and will. A triple out of Simple. They've been focusing on him, still finds himself at the very tippy top.
It's quite clear they're still trying to play with that rotation. They throw a B fake, right? You can see FaZe what they're trying to do. They're just trying to keep Na'Vi moving. The B fake right there is to draw Simple or whoever the arch rotator is over towards B. Nobody moves, right? Na'Vi have adjusted. They've said, let's sit back, let's wait, let's let the fight come to us. We won't create these gaps. Simple shuts them down. So great stuff here as we are getting into the thick of things now. This is the opportunity to break the bank balance. A big round for Na'Vi coming ahead. If they can deny this plan, if they can make sure there's no saves, they'll set themselves up to claw this half back to be respectable. Caught him out. Just caught him out, just walks on up. Robs, how's he find a gap like that? They've been watching mid every other time, and now it's Boomage's turn. He needs a kill.
And he will find it! Twists. First time we've seen him punished for his adventures early up the banana. You can see there is a hidden smoke to be retrieved.
Not sure how much that's going to do. FaZe might get a move on right now. They've got the kill they're looking for.
There's
more
pace.
intent.
There is a lot of pace behind them here.
Look at the gap. There's such a massive hole right now. It needs to be filled by Simple. He's going to have to do this alone.
Yeah, he's been called upon here. Nice contribution out of Electronic, but FaZe still stubborn. On the way in, a missed shot goes punished, and it's up to Perfecto. Carrigan refuses to die. A 2-on-2. A battle of wits and fortitude. Blind. Time starts to tick. Favor of FaZe. Robs responsible. 2 AWPs. Chad, what are they up to? They can't miss these shots. And he has. Robs doesn't. Just the one, and that'll do. Robs and Carrigan, 5 kills between the two of them. 9 T rounds here on Inferno.
Kind of wonder that opening kill from Robs. It didn't even feel real that it was happening because he was just walking out Boiler alone. You can see some risks being taken now. That opening kill is what threw this round into a bit of a tailspin. It created the gap on A, then the Fight went down towards B. That's a massive response right there from FaZe. I still can't believe that Rob's just walked out mid and took that fight. That is wild, but Simple. Just to try and level the field here, looking for an opener immediately. He's going to be sent packing by a flash in space. Liberty's now FaZe. They're trying to take a lot more room. They know they can turn the heat up on Na'Vi now.
Yeah, they've found their mojo. Na'Vi still chasing it. And there's been a dynamic feel to this FaZe clan.
It means that Na'Vi can never be caught sleeping on any of these choke points. You just have to love what they're throwing their way.
You just never know what you're going to get next.
Yeah, the spanner in the works with these dry walkouts. We saw Rain try it earlier. Rob's got away with it. And with these walkouts, it's just going to keep Na'Vi in a position where they can't gamble, they can't hedge. They have to lock down these positions. They have to keep eyes on.
Util, that must force Electronic out. He's blind, burning, Simple the same. Look at the damage. And he's gone! Hungry for the repeat. And it is a deadly sin. Greed gets Simple. Bit, but a lot to do with a very less than ideal buy. Still brings Karrigan low. But Brokey so far forward and Bit stubborn on the defense. What is that from Karrigan? Tracers reveal him. They're so close to one another. This is all hanging by a thread, and it's Electronic. Sets Na'Vi up for collection. Can they really find a way in? Is there anything to be said for FaZe Clan? 10 seconds is all they have to work with, and there's a setup. One and done. Brokey can't get to the bomb, and Na'Vi make it 3.
Well handled now, but the best they can get is 6 here. Look, and I said the best they can get is 6. We know that Na'Vi can have a vicious T-side too, but we're just seeing them work into things. Bit of an odd one there from Simple, right? Caught off by that molly. You can see this here. He doubted the spread. He doubted the spread. Runs across, peeks back, licks him in the final moments there and gives the opener to Rain, but not enough for FaZe to get on the board. And look what has happened now to FaZe. These close rounds, the nature in which they have unfolded, left them in a bit of a financial situation right now. They're going to have to sit back, hold on to their pennies. Good opportunity now for Na'Vi to build back.
Pressure is felt by everyone, Chad. It's just a matter of how they react to it.
Conversation now for FaZe is about not losing the momentum going into the second half. You want to try and keep this tit for tat. You don't just want to lose the last 3-4 rounds consecutively here. You want to make sure that you're competitive, you're keeping the fight up, they're close.
Yeah, I mean, best case, we get to see a bomb plan and a couple of kills, but I don't know who to look and call upon for that.
Yeah, and it's just the same from FaZe here. This is what we saw from Heroic versus Na'Vi just the other day. Stalled out, very slow Inferno.
Ooh, that's a little naughty, but it's more hopeful than anything. And that might take hope away. Ooh. Just making sure any of our newer viewers know what Inferno looks like. The nooks and crannies.
They're taking our time, exploring the entire map. Not only that, but they're trying to bait out some of the CT util, force them into a rebuy in the next, and that's why it's this very pokey little play with the pistols. Show their face, drop back, and then eventually run into the meat grinder. Simple's going to get the first here. Perfecto and Boomich over towards B to do some damage. Boomich and Perfecto going to lock this one down and through the smoke. Swiss gets one. But that'll be it, says Boomich. He's going to be happy with that. A couple of eco kills to get him up to 3 in total. Needs to get his confidence going. Boomich has been fantastic for this team once they've made it to the playoffs here. He's been extremely mobile as an in-game leader across the map, impact frags, so want to get him online. Could be looking at something a little bit more pacey here, Alex. Just taking note, taking stock of the purchases that FaZe are starting to equip here. Timeout taken for Na'Vi, the second opportunity. I think Blade knows that if they can get to that 6 mark, they're still in this map. It is not done just yet. Started bleak, started absolutely miserable for Na'Vi. That pressure point of Arch time and time again, hemorrhaging rounds, but right now they're back in it.
Yeah, Blade, somewhat of a savant for Counter-Strike, and now probably just making sure with his abacus that everyone is on the same page as to what can be coming their way.
Be curious if they're going to be expecting a buy like this. So he's trying to get, they're trying to get the most out of this before it gets too out of control here. It's curious if they want to use pace behind this. They didn't buy any HEs. Normally if you had a couple of nades, you'd lob them forward, soften up on the faster pace. It's not so easy to do when you don't have any nades in place. You're going to have to hope for a couple of good flashes here, but a set piece definitely on the line. Check that radar out. 4 players for FaZe, quickly making their way up second mid. This is one of the pocket strats you need if you want to win a major grand final.
4 members of FaZe Clan Stampede. Simple has to recede. Double flame. Smoke for more pressure, but call that off.
That's huge. That is massive from Na'Vi right there. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that is all the investment in utility gone for FaZe immediately.
Look
that was
how
a
many
pocket
smokes.
strat. Yeah, they were hoping to get away with a lot of space. That actually means a lot. Na'Vi have just stalled them out completely here. They have to come up with something on the fly.
Wow, there was 5 smokes. Bloom in the opening 10 seconds, and there's more replacing that.
These flashes here that Brokey are lining up is perfect. Try and get a bit of a waterfall strat coming out, but they will need to get past 3. Bit in Electronic are hard to break, and Simple's there as well.
3 players, 3 flashbangs.
These are going to have to be absolutely perfect here. If Na'Vi aren't blind, there's no way in for FaZe. They're just going to get shut out of this.
Yeah, but Rain is going to be the one to come in last, looking to clean up the mess. And here comes the commit, lots of flashes. Rain has opened the account for FaZe. Simple, one back, hard shots, and Rain shuts down Simple, long range. FaZe with a cobbled together buy, Mac-10s, a single rifle, pistols. Break into the A site, and Boomich and Perfecto just have to sit back.
I can't speak to how ridiculous that is. Na'Vi negated the initial onslaught. They had a strat that they wanted to run from spawn. You don't see that too often. We've been seeing default spreads throughout. That right there was a strat straight from spawn. You can see the nature behind it. The smoke's already in the air. Molotovs, multiple Molotovs from Na'Vi come out top mid, and you think that's done. That's completely over right here. But Brokey, we saw him in that position before, and you saw how good those flashes are. They're meant to waterfall over as your players are jumping out of apartments. If that pit player wants to fight, he's going to get white. And that's exactly what happened. Bomb goes off again, and FaZe. What a half this has been.
So for the first rounds, we witnessed Simple being the target. Those flashes have Electronic's name written all over them.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff right there. The fact that they were able to pull something out of their back pocket after the initial strategy didn't work, I'm loving this. You can see the flashes here perfectly highlighted.
Bang.
They continue to come on over. A couple of them, you can see in the feed, Brokey getting flash assist there, and that's exactly what you want from a strat like that. That is the pressure now turned up on Na'Vi. Saved gun, sure. A couple of line pies around this here. I said 9-6 would be all right. 11-4 sounds absolutely miserable here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's looking ludicrous. Boomich, though, this is what he does best. A double out of Boom. Bit and Boom. Bang. And the final round of this first half, they do get the opportunity to at least remedy this defense. Hall 5 does seem like it is a must. Carrigan just forced to sit back and watch as his 3 remaining compatriots look to bring something out of this round. Na'Vi seem to have a good idea as to where they're coming from. It was Rain before. Can he possibly find a way in again? Heard now. Couple of missed shots, it's still Simple. Only 1 out of Rain, and Na'Vi hold on to the reins. It's Brokey tagged up and body bagged as well, 5-10.
All right, recovery here. Of the last 7 rounds of play, Na'Vi were able to pick up 5. So when you look at it that way, a bit of momentum in their favor, but it's had to be extremely hard rounds that they're converting here. Not been easy whatsoever. Great half out of Brokey, 16 kills to his name, leading the charge, even though that arch side was targeted time and time again. Simple, of course, 14 to his name. And finally, a bit more proactive play out of Na'Vi there, right? Boomich actually barreling down Banana. Before that, it was very passive. They were just waiting for FaZe, hoping that they would come with the quickness. This will be some comeback for Na'Vi here. We know that, Inferno can be a bit of a weakness. Something that teams do like to target from time to time.
Yeah, and FaZe have demonstrated that they're coming in possessed. 8-0 for a start. A 10-5 half certainly can be classified as a recovery. And this is a big one. Equipping Superstar with the advanced pistol for these long-range duels. The USP favored in most of those, but the gap closing quick. Anticipation grows, the Sport Palace know just as well as we do. This pistol has a lot riding on it for Na'Vi, map 1 of our grand finals.
Some intentional steps right there, just giving away a sound cue or two, letting them know. Flash on over, information for Rain, and what a shot. Boomage, he's down and more for Rain.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to challenge out Rain? Robs, he's got a back turn, it's hard to hit! And Electronic slaps him down! Pressure mounting as they look to bounce and bound into the A site.
They can still cut off the bomb here. Carrigan might have the right maneuver about this.
It's not bad at all! And Simple doesn't even click as he's silenced by Rain. Back and forth we go, they're tossling for control. Wrestling in a 3-on-3. 40 seconds, T-side, that's the bomb! In the open, courtesy of Rain. His heart beating as he's taken 3 out of the equation, and he's not done yet. Oh, what a shot out of it! But Rain still presides over that bomb. Trying every trick to recover. It has to be Rain! Looking for it! Oh! The ace! The ace! You doubted him! And he continues to prove us wrong! Steps up! When Carrigan and FaZe need him the most, Na'Vi head in hand. In the first round of play in the second half. Look at this. All 5 for Harvard Nygaard. It had to be him. No one else was hitting the shots.
That's absurd right there. The fact it comes down to a 1-on-2 and Rain's already done all the hard work just to get them to that point. Massive stuff. If Na'Vi thought they had any hope in that pistol, Rain has just ruined their day.
Simple. He's looking to put on a clinic. Looking to break the rules.
He's trying to take this on himself, right? With a purchase like this, he has to find something. He can't go down without a fight. Light investment, sure. They're really feeling the pressure here, Na'Vi. This type of a buy feels off script. They're putting all their eggs into this basket. He's going to have a limper purchase going forward in the rounds. Smoked off, denied, perfect stuff. You don't want to task with that one. Another smoke top mid, continuing to block, and it won't be wanting to walk through that grey screen.
Na'Vi looking a little stuck here. Electronic respects the utility. Carrigan maintains the futility of this round. They will fall 1 by 1. Jumped on, and that's a lot of cash injected into the FaZe Clan bank account. $600 per frag on the SMG. The unarmored Na'Vi, no match.
Na'Vi are out of sorts right now. That purchase from Simple there, the question is, will he get donated an AK? It's most likely that someone will drop him an AK and he'll give on over a, oh, okay, maybe not. Going to see something a little different coming out here. But FaZe are handling this. The game plan so far has been perfect. Even in situations like that, knowing to take the space late, not early, denying those pistols the chance to take the room for free. But right here, deep mid smokes, nades come on through. No real damage to find here, just to be chipped away. Electronic looking for some space, barreling up behind the util. Taking a lot of liberties and a lot of room here.
Yeah, that's a lot of space, quick. You can see Brokey is going to be the third bannerman to arrive upon the site. Retake smoke, util to rain in. The flames will force you back or forward. Make a choice. Incendiary to spread immediate smoke in response. They will stand in this constantly contested piece of territory. And it seems FaZe Clan feel they've done enough. They have Rain ready to preside. The opportunity, ooh, lots of damage. Carrigan though, he's got his MP9, and it may be all he needs. Ducks, dodges, dips back, it's boom. A necessary frag. Rotates are gonna be hard here. And already, it's been that cuts one down. Robs maintains presence on Banana. Brokey encroaching now. Opportunity still ripe for a FaZe 13. I don't see a kit. They're running out of time. They are running out of time, and especially now, Perfecto. Robs' ambitions change now. He's not looking for the round. He wants Na'Vi to go down with the ship. He knows things are tight, Chad.
Smart play from Robs here. There's no way out. If they're going to try and run out, they're going to have to run past him here. He can get both of these kills with ease, but the round is Na'Vi's. Robs gets the reaction from the crowd, but Na'Vi get the 6 knocks onto the scoreboard there. Still a 6-round difference. And you're exactly right, knowing the financial damage that's going to come through with a round like that. Still an opportunity here for FaZe to finish this quickly. Right now, Na'Vi are not in a good place. The fact that they were able to trade out onto that site quite efficiently, I thought that Carrigan did a lot there. It was the kill from Bit down Banana that was key. Stalled it out the low HP. Perfecto with a couple of big frags to his name. Both teams still able to get to a bye because it was a bonus from FaZe. They had a lot of SMGs. Now they're into a lot more rifles here. Let's see if the script is going to be flipped.
This battle of utility, so many nades leaving hands, and it's aggression. Oh, what a shot! Rain catches Electronic just as he leaps over the half wall. A quick reaction. The Na'Vi chants begin again as fans start to believe. Not gonna be easy in somewhat of a hole on Na'Vi.
See how worried they are here. They didn't have full map control, so the fact that Simple is being that diligent. We're unawares of what FaZe are currently set up with. It's a 2-2 spread. Util's light here for Na'Vi.
Oh, it's not well placed. Just gets away from it, relatively unscathed.
Lack of information for FaZe here. They are in the dark. No information top mid, no information Banana at all.
Oh, this is going to be a real tight one for these two. 4-on-4, it's easy to find that number advantage in your commitment as that T side.
Broky's been great. 18 kills. He needs a couple more here if they want to test his side of the map.
18, top of the server. Na'Vi have to get into this bomb site. What a shot out of Bit. That's Galil.
It's all on Robs.
Yeah, he's got to activate. He's tucking in.
Freebie.
And that's a free one. Needs more. They are entering the site. A well-placed nade doesn't quite catch Perfecto. And another successful take of the site. 3-on-3. Wounded a FaZe. How are you supposed to crack back into the site? Crossfires have been established. Bit to peek off of contact, but it may not be necessary. Simple finds Carrigan on the crawl through. And some of the sharpest tools now on the way back in. It's going to be hectic. He knows Bit's graveyard, but running out of time. There's one, and it's Perfecto. Secures the round for Na'Vi.
Really well done there. That was the kill onto Broky, right? Opens up the site, gives them an opportunity to wrap on in. And look, a little bit worrisome there in the final stages, but FaZe, now they have to ask themselves a couple of questions. Pinch and pennies this time, but it's going to be on the other side of the server on this defense. We saw them have to take an eco late within that first half. They're going to have to do it early within this second. Clawing back into this now in Na'Vi, and they're doing it with a different pace. It's not this slow default spread. They're actually charging up Banana. So when we talk about the game plan of FaZe in the first half, it was Arch side. Clearly Na'Vi think Banana is somewhere they can pressure early. That's what Robs can do here.
He wants to be a crowd favorite, does Robs?
Saw plenty of that in the show match, Robs.
Yeah, we did. No revolvers here, though. Certainly a few Counter-Strike cowboys. Ray. Oh, that's juicy. He's caught Electronic. They're saving their pennies and really should have no voice in this round whatsoever. But what is that? Simple catches one. Carrigan's hit another on the USB, and it has to be Perfecto to pick up the pieces. They got plenty of time. It still has to be a Na'Vi round. Oh, more damage. Palms a little sweaty now as they do want to get that bomb down. Another big one out of Perfecto at this point. And it loses its potency, albeit foreboding, threatening from FaZe. Perfecto has put them down.
It doesn't matter how Na'Vi are getting these rounds on the board, but you're right, Perfecto, that's the name we have to keep on saying here. In a lot of these situations where it's getting tight, his rounds have been key. Like the kills that he's been able to pick up, he's been bailing them out of dodge here.
Kaboom!
Perfectly timed by the crowd on that one. Bomb goes off, round on the board for the difference here as Na'Vi starting to mount a bit of a comeback, starting to make this one interesting.
Oh, more than interesting, Chad. I think this is where FaZe, they thought they were about to just putt it in.
Well, we all know the woes that FaZe have had on this map once upon a time. We're going to go back 4 long years. The Boston Major.
I'd argue, I don't think it feels like long years for Carrigan. Just seeing him compose himself on the stage. Rain was alongside for that as well. To be so close to that trophy.
Yeah, let's get a gun round here on this CT side. FaZe brought back in. A bit lighter on U2. Rain chipped away at early. Na'Vi definitely want to take the fights much earlier than FaZe did, and it doesn't feel quite right to be saying exactly that.
3 rounds in consecutive fashion out of Na'Vi. Can they build further into it? It's FaZe that look to adjust.
So they're lacking utility here, right? So they are going to have to take a couple of these glances with their bodies, put their bodies on the line, not just be able to defend with utility alone. They softened up this B site early. It is very susceptible right now to a full execute. The way that they're postured here tells me...
What is that?
Yeah, I was about to say that it might have to be a bit of a save if they walk into this B site. And now that they've gotten that freebie, maybe it'll have to be exactly that.
Oh no. A horrible death to stomach for Carrigan. Just a reaction speed test out of Boomage. And there's more to come, way more to come.
Defensive smoke there towards that short side, trying to corral them here over into Twist domain.
Yeah, it's a potent pairing. Good nade, and Twist actually charging in. He wants 4, and he'll take them both! My God! Simple does manage to keep control only for a moment, as back and forth, trading blows, both wounded and low. And 20 seconds, Na'Vi need to get into that site. Rain knows it, as does Brokey. It's the bomb on the back of Perfecto. Can he get into the site? The answer is given. No! From Brokey. Bit. Time. Oh my God, it's a dual plan. Makes an executive decision just in time. He will get it down. Can the young gun stand tall? On the biggest of stages, he can! Oh yes, he can! 9 for Na'Vi. A triple kill out of Bit, but the last one means the most. As FaZe Clan sent back to the doldrums of economic despair.
Show us this one again. Look at the time on the clock. As Bit walks out, he gets that opener. That's the bomb drop. 9 seconds, gets the kill, picks it up at 8 seconds, starts planting. Brokey's pivoted too far back. The bomb goes down, and problems for FaZe now.
19 years of age. How many 19-year-olds are in this stadium today? And one of them does that for Na'Vi.
Real problems for FaZe now. This comeback is on.
Oh yes, like Donkey Kong. Bye-bye, Carrigan and Rain. Sent back to spawn. A well-placed nade, chips away, unconfirmed, electronic and simple. Lightly tickled, but it's no laughing matter for FaZe Clan.
So I need to discuss what the game plan for FaZe can be going forward here. We had this same conversation with Na'Vi in the first half. They were getting blanked. Remember that 8-0 start? It was fantastic from FaZe. Their T side was looking well-oiled, well-drilled. Now, the same thing for Na'Vi. It hasn't been as clean. In a couple of closer rounds, they've needed the individuals to battle them out. But remember, it was the AWP when it came out for Simple is when Na'Vi eventually started getting rounds on the board. And now, it wasn't necessarily through his kills early, but it was through the way that they approached the rounds. They're a bit more forward. They were ready to fight. And now the Brokey has kept himself a bit more residual cash here. We should see the same adjustment being made from FaZe.
You know, there's so many candidates that we discussed for Na'Vi. It looked like Simple. I mean, amazing that he managed to go from 13th or something rated in the tournament to #1, now rivaling that of Bit, who's been in incredible form. Same form by which he dominated in Stockholm. A 2-round deficit now, Chad. FaZe's funds just where they need to be.
This is the first time out here of FaZe, right? This is the first time they're going to have a conversation. The devs talked about it. They don't have a coach behind them, right? They've got the manager there. Unfortunately, Robin can't be here with the team, but Carrigan, he's got a massive brain on those shoulders. He's going to be able to come up with some solution to this, and as forecast, it looks like Brokey's going to be bringing out the big green.
Close to an idyllic bye for both squads. Our 23rd round of play, now just a 2-round gap. Electronic looks like he's got some intent, and supported by the framework of utility. He's already up, and Carrigan, last time he tried his luck, boom, knocked him down. Same state of play. Seems they've at least repelled the first test out of Na'Vi here.
But look at how Na'Vi are rerouting right now. This is very telling that they want to try something on the other side of the map here. Right, they've been able to pressure phase, force out that utility a lot earlier. They're in the dark. This is fantastic for Na'Vi. That beat pressure throughout this half has been phenomenal. And now they can chop and now change the tide of the rounds here. Another smoke deployed over towards A. That's going to be the final smoke here. Nothing left for FaZe to defend with the grey screen. They're going to have to get it done with bullets.
They're not short on individual prowess, Chad, our FaZe clan.
This is on Robs here.
And they are charging into Rob. One and done. Low on Electronic. That should be finished by Twist, and he's done it. Brokey alongside for the ride, running out of players. Na'Vi can't get through. It's only Perfecto, baits the shot. Beautiful move, and a great headshot, but down in the flames. Falls to his own. Started to conjure a little something magic there, but falls foul to his own flame. 30.
Summit would be proud.
Yeah. Wasn't on that major grand final stage, though.
Fantastic stuff from Brokey. Brings out the AWP, they deal with it, and you can see the change there. A timeout back from Na'Vi here. Coach Blade on the mic. This comeback was looking good. Now starting to get in hot water. 3 more rounds for FaZe to pick up map number 1. We've got Nuke waiting in the wings as map 2. Ancient as the 3rd and final decider if we do need it.
It's quite the map haul.
FaZe might have to make some adjustments here, right? They've noted now, more often than not, that it's fast banana play. Consistently charging up the multiple Molotovs to make sure they can't play sandbag, they can't play mouth the banana. Root taken off them here, and well, here's the little bit of a oopsie from Perfecto in the flames, goes on down, does get that kill. Getting fired up our FaZe. Looks to be same again here, same utility to be deployed top banana.
Oh, that will leave a mark. Blind on retreat, they do elope. Still it's Perfecto, even though he caught that flak, he finds himself at the front of the pack, changing that now. Rain wants answers, gets some, more than an answer. He gets ahead, and he's not done. He goes for the full commit and gives away the advantage immediately upon acquisition.
Look at this.
Robs wants to change that again. Oh, head on a swivel. There's so many options here, and he started to find some safety.
It's been spotted.
And look at the ankle adopted by Electronic. He should be cut short, and is. Na'Vi have solved the mystery.
It's on Twist right now.
Oh my God, look at how many are encroaching onto Twist location. This is so tantalizing. They don't know! And Twist only gets the one! A quick react out of it. And that will be enough. That will be enough to return us to that 2-round gap.
FaZe are having real issues with this.
Yeah.
Over towards Banana, they're having a tough time with things. They tried aggression this time round, it hasn't worked. And right now for Carrigan, you're going to have to wonder, what can we do differently? Because if your A anchors aren't getting the job done when they're coming to their site, then that's big issues. If they're coming towards B and they're brutalizing with utility like they're putting pressure on shore. This might have to fall to Brokey to take some aggressive stances with the AWP here.
Na'Vi are consistently getting that bomb down.
Loss bonus now in the favor of FaZe, so as far as the buys go, they can do this save by, at least they can stay competitive down the home stretch. But if Na'Vi pull this one back, We had a massive first half haul from FaZe. This was their game to lose. The fact that they win the pistol, Rain gets that ace, looking absolutely phenomenal right now. They get the conversion in the second.
But this is the CT side.
It should be easier for them right here, but they're having a tough time of things as again, Na'Vi, they want to continue to test this. Brokey with the AWP takes a shot, is going to be pushed off the line. That utility, it's so overwhelming, and now they know the Orb's here.
They're getting away with it every time. Confirm again, the Orb did not relocate. How are both of these T sides, from FaZe and Na'Vi alike, so imposing? Util from Na'Vi, still plenty of it. Still up, Carrigan staring at a gray screen. Flames rattle in. This Twists in a crossfire with his leader to hold and respond to this mid-control. Ouch! Carrigan goes wide. And his eyes fade to black. Electronic may have actually screwed that up a little. Looks good though. Large smoke presence from Na'Vi. They are really slowly strangling this FaZe Clan defense. Can they find any way to disrupt this, or are FaZe gonna fall yet again to this Na'Vi execute? Biding their time. Rotates are coming. Bronx looks for something, and he just gets led straight between the eyes. Another headshot added to the tally of bit, and just as simple as that. Can they maintain? Looks like Simple. He wants to take more away, will pay the price. Brokey with the information that they are continuing to try and force the issue. Take everything away from FaZe.
Has to be a little bit careful here. It's not like Na'Vi are out of the water. They can't throw too many bodies at this, so they might just contain them to B, make sure that they can't leave the site. You can see here from Electronic, they don't want anything else to do with this, but this is fantastic work from Na'Vi now. They're understanding the setup, how to deal with it. FaZe are throwing every trick in the book right now Na'Vi's way. Like that right there was mid-retake utility. You saw that smoke dribble over top mid. They were going for mid-retake utility. Na'Vi had the perfect response. Drop a defensive Molotov. They can't push up porch side. You only have to worry about long side. They get that kill. And they get the round.
This is going to be a story of two T sides.
It's going to get more brawly now. Right? I think the FaZe have to start taking a couple bit more liberties in fights they want to take. Maybe take 3 towards B, extinguish the utility coming their way, barrel down Banana, take a fight, be a bit more aggressive in halls, in boiler, try and find that pick on the lurker towards second mid. Because right now, it's not the same fashion in the way that FaZe were able to pick up their T rounds, but Na'Vi are doing similar scenes. They're getting control of the map much earlier, and then they're applying this pressure to FaZe, and the individuals, they're not standing up right now.
Big round of play. Boomich, blind, catching nades, catching flak. He's already very, very low, but still FaZe fly their flag. Top Banana. Oh, what a flash. No punish. It's Carrigan that wants answers again. Rain tucked in close, hoping to find that early advantage that has eluded FaZe Clan. Na'Vi have been so stubborn. And that's a little oopsie. We do see starting to run out of the additional utility.
Yeah, they've just forced out so much early here. Sure, Rain has a little bit left over. That's the best they have to boast right now is Na'Vi. They are looking threatening here, grouped up, ready to go.
First map of the PGL Major Grand Final. Number 1 versus number 2. Reigning champs release the nades. Keeping them guessing. Carrigan thinking it through, may have overthought it as here they come. It's Twist and Rain, nice headshot. Rain finding 2 on the entrance, it's a third! And a Rain repels, but it's not done yet. Bits makes it so. Bomb needs to be planted. Can they contest? Oh, he saves them as well! It becomes a 2-on-2. This is winnable despite the heroics of Rain. Na'Vi pulled back into the fray from Perfecto and Bit. It's the A players now from FaZe trying to find a way back in. Oh no, bad smoke. on the hunt. Perfecto, the healthiest member of this retake, and he still stands up. A second and that'll do. Na'Vi recover. FaZe did everything. Let me correct myself. Rain did everything, and it's still for nothing. 3 kills from a B defender, Chad, and it does not translate into a round.
Again, Perfecto. I can't stop saying his name, right? Those impact kills late. If Carrigan swings on out, spams him through the box, the bomb gets dropped, there's no time left. Perfecto here is the safe pair of hands that Na'Vi need in this comeback.
You saw Bit's health as well. If Perfecto isn't as precise as
this one here.
Look at that shot.
That's such a huge kill.
Oh, Perfecto refuses to surrender. Will not bow out of this, and we're all tied up. All tied up after an explosive start from FaZe. Na'Vi, they have found their footing. Perfecto, 22. And it's Brokey who puts him down this time. Quick clawed back in this battle for Banana, endlessly waging on. And there's pressure being applied all over the map. Electronic flirting with the fading smoke and finds nobody home. This is early to be having so much of this territory. A well-placed molly, but it's Rob. Slips off, another from Brokey. 2 in the round on that defensive orb. He may need more as Twist has gone down. And he's gone down as well. Bit! Drive-by onto Brokey. And Carrigan demanded to clutch, or Na'Vi will seize control and take the lead on Inferno. Spotted. Again, crawls through, and it's one of the 2, but Bit stands supreme. How many times has he been the last alive, Chad? 23 now.
Feels strange to say this, but it's FaZe individuals on the CT side. They're not stepping up with the multi-kills they require. They're knocking on the door, they're coming into their bomb sites, but they're not able to convert multiple kills. 1 is not enough because the trading right now is better from Na'Vi. They're playing as a unit, they're believing in this comeback, and they are getting fired up. Look at Simple there, 14-13 now. Na'Vi take the lead. An 8-0 start for FaZe, it means nothing, as Na'Vi want to rip this one away.
This could be heartbreaking considering how close, how ridiculously close FaZe felt. And on the CT side, no less now. A nervous gulp for this international roster as they can feel it slipping away. Simple again finds the opening. It's not a pretty buy. It's the best they could muster. They've rifled behind the sofa cushions, come up with nothing more than a couple of pistols. A singular MP9 Carrigan with just a CZ. And a whole squad chasing him. He does get 2! 2 on a pistol! Is there really something to be said about round 28? There shouldn't be. Brokey, a bit premature. Fade down. Smoke down. Na'Vi need it. They've got the time to think it through. Wait for the smokes to fade. No boosts to be seen. Apart from this one right here. Oh, you rarely see a T-side adopt that. It's given time though for Robs to be someone of a late arrival. Oh, he needed that, and Bit again bests him. Now the plant safe enough. Only a P250, and that's Na'Vi up to 15. 2 map points.
Just so steady here under pressure. Every single time it looks like Na'Vi might be in a bit of trouble here. They just bow themselves out, they look calm, they hit the brakes, they wait, they hit the necessary shots, and FaZe, they can't find anything. They make it interesting, sure, Carrigan with the double here, but this is such a comeback right now. 8-0 start, 15-13 the score reads. Carrigan and Inferno, this might haunt him forever.
10 T rounds and it may not be enough. They've got 3 on the defense. 3 is all they can muster unless Is this going to be the final round of our first map of this grand final? Sport Palais thinks it may be. Quick shot through the smoke, aggressive banana control. FaZe are starting to look like their former selves, at least in the early posturing.
A little bit different here. Finally, some banana control right now for FaZe. For how long can they hold on to that defensive smoke? Long side might be the gap here. Twist as well now under pressure. Defensive utility drop, rotation starting to come in. Na'Vi have a lot of space and a lot of time.
Easy to second guess yourself. This much pressure on your shoulders. Twist responsible in combination with Carrigan. It's potentially going to be the Dane. Start his spray, Twist down, and no one provides a response. They have the numbers now on the commit. Carrigan, trigger happy. It's Brokey. Zorb manages to find something, but already he's been silenced. Na'Vi's trades are so strong. Gets the bomb, gets two again. Carrigan does not surrender. And Simple's got two. And the hand of the Dane, we go again. It had to be someone, and Carrigan's the one to pull up his socks and spray down three.
Felt like he was just trying to bait a little bit of a room for his team right there, but having to do it all, the in-game leader.
Oh boy, last time out. It's the last time out in the last round. Should we go OT, they won't have that option, but that remains to be seen.
It's one of the first rounds since the very, very early stage of this second half that FaZe have been able to get full banana control. That's the difference maker right there. They're able to hedge, they're able to get the rotation in, they responded in time. Sure, they lost the opening killer Twist, but Carrigan makes up for that. But this is it, round number 30, map number 1. The buys are in for both teams. Na'Vi, they want to get it done 16-14, and FaZe want to take it to overtime. Here it is again.
Look at number 3. First two great, that's Simple on an AWP here, and bang. Carrigan extends play. Can they repeat that though? They've been few and far between, sandwiched amongst 5 Na'Vi rounds, and Carrigan decides he will take matters into his own hands. Raid, aggressive on banana, and it looks like it! Carrigan sprays! Last bullet finds them, and it's a bit now to recover. Na'Vi off kilter, down a man, bleeding, and asking questions as to where the CTs may have burrowed themselves into. They have to clear, they're going to take time to do this. Uncertainty in the Natus Vincere camp now, and a man to the good for FaZe and for OT.
What a play to make right here from Carrigan. Aggressive maneuver, only gets 1 out of it, but has thrown this round into a tailspin. Na'Vi have been good in these number disadvantaged situations, but this time they have no space to work with, combing back through the map, looking for any CTs who are overstepping the mark right now, but a 2-2 split of the defenses, and Na'Vi, if they hit the site together, they'll have the man advantage. Their trading has been on point.
It's been very hard to get a frag and get away. Brokey would love that here in our 30th. Plays it conservative, understandably so. So much attached to a single round of Counter-Strike first map, and they are finding the frags. Simple in, needs a double, and lays down the law. 2 headshots, but they're running straight into the magnificent Van Dolkin. And with a wave of his wand, he gets 1. Simple though can end it right here, right now in a one-on-one, a battle of wits between him and Robs as he and Robs are about to clash. It's overtime! Robs holds his nerve, and we're off to overtime in the first map. That's more like it.
Took us a while to warm into this one, but it's bloody hot in here now, Antwerp!
I mean, we discussed how close and how dreamy of a grand final this is, Chad. And we go 15-15 on our first map of this grand final.
MR3, 10K now, notched onto the board here.
Oh, Simple.
That second shot, phenomenal stuff there. The one onto Twist was beautiful. Tried to play it smart, tried to be tricky. Robs keeping his cool, as per the namesake, gets the final kill, and here we go again. the aggression, the balls to go for a maneuver like that.
I really don't know who has that momentum now. It felt like Na'Vi really did awaken on that second half. FaZe, though, proved to themselves that it's not done. Little change up out of the defense here. Be interesting to see how far Rain gets. He's been having his troubles, he's been having his woes, but still looks to stand up tall. Maybe not anticipating this one. Carrigan reads the flash, turns it to perfection. A re-smoke on. Banana will maintain control, but upon the fade, maybe more to be done. Oh my God. I don't know if he knows. Perfecto, looking right in him. It's Carrigan, good for it. Simple, immediate smackdown through the smoke.
4-on-4, a lot of utility drawn out from FaZe here. Finally an aggressive maneuver to take some space. It might just walk straight into this one. Is Bit staying stoic, not overstepping the line right now as the rest of his team work on space elsewhere. Rejigging this defense, Twist back over towards the second letter of the alphabet. Joining Rain, who's perched up pretty. Info could be name of the game here for FaZe. If they do want to test the limits, dip their toe into the water, they'll know exactly where this fight's coming. If not, it's all on Twist and Rain to lock this one down.
Yeah, they're staying so static. Distinct number advantage for Na'Vi. And they set their sights on the second letter of the alphabet. It's Rain again, who should have great success. First in the scope, hard to track. Twist combined for the double, but it ain't done yet. Electronic tasked with a 1 versus 2 clutch on the greatest of stages. And he's got one already, but Brokey right behind. The Latvian holds fast. 26, that puts him on top of the table. Brokey, the very first from his nation to stand on a stage like this, an opponent like this. 1 round, the first of overtime, goes FaZe's way.
Definitely FaZe have refound themselves here, right? It was looking bleak for a while there. They were passive. They thought they were just going to walk this one across the line. But you can see Carrigan starting to look like himself. More aggressive maneuvers, getting stuck in, taking some fights, taking some liberties. Gets them the opener right there. Does get traded out, but sets FaZe up on the mantle of a 4-on-4. But we're getting real close now in some of these rounds. RV back into the bite. Back in with this banana aggression, all that util, the smoke to extinguish anything coming their way. Perfecto this time round will just take all the space, all the control. Again, this wasn't noted last time round, so FaZe opting to set Rops and Brokey up for success.
It's very well drilled. By taking all of that space immediately, FaZe are forced to start dumping. Hey cheese, defensive flashes. Twists. Buys time with Flame on the floor in mid.
It's going to test this.
Wants to. Oh, Brokey. He's been waiting for it this whole time, but Robs 180 to the dome as Bit's gone. They look for answers in mid, but Boomich holds one. There should be a response in Brokey. FaZe have the advantage, but they don't have all the answers. And Simple catches Robs on his adventures. Cut short. Up last, Brokey disrespects the smoke and keeps FaZe hopes of a second on the CT side of overtime. It's Simple and Perfecto. No better pairing. 49 already. Just between the two of them. And it is Simple to test those waters up again. Rain, the pre-aim! Leaves us right into the deadlock of a 2-on-2, and Carrigan not ready. Oh, he was, never mind, and Carrigan pulls 17. It's a thinking man's game is Counter-Strike.
Looking to be the oldest player to win a major title. Carrigan steps up when the team needs him most. Flatline Simple, takes out Perfecto, and puts FaZe back into the winning ways here. 2 more now required. This trading out of Brokey here, he's just all across the shop, trying to find all this space. He gets it, and look at this. Carrigan wasn't ready for it, but able to adjust, gets the kill, ready for Perfecto, finds the frag. And Simple's frustrated with that one. This comeback for Na'Vi, maybe it was all for naught. Enough money to buy again. The plant's been there. Run boost across mid here, and delivery of the AWP. Neither shot connects.
Valiant attempt, final round of their defensive half of OT. And the stubborn Norwegian backed up. Flash to support, facilitate. This is aggressive and yeah, punished. It's Perfecto that gives Na'Vi a man advantage very early. Goes back to the tuck shop, returns with plenty of goodies.
Might get a rude shock here, right?
Yeah, he may not be prepared for something this vicious. Straight away already, completely nullified. What can he contribute? Just staring at a smoke and loads his mag, nothing to report. And already it seems Na'Vi have set themselves up for success. A bomb down and a spray heavy into the first defender, the first responder, a deeper smoke. Will rise, frustrations trying to solve this on the fly. A phase, there's a little bit of something for Twist. He thought he caught a glimmer of Na'Vi, but still 5 alive. What can Rob possibly do? You'd need something rather crazy and simple. Said no, this is it. There is one for Na'Vi, and Electronic makes it so. A triple to end it. FaZe just throwing everything they could. See what sticks. A 2-1 division. 17-16.
This is actually huge for FaZe. Think about how few and far between the CT rounds came. The fact that they get 2 out of the 3 possible here on their CT side. We know how good these T rounds were, but the question is, have these teams been able to solve the puzzle of the T rounds? Now that has to be asked for Na'Vi, as they're going to flick on over. They're going to be on the defensive side. And if FaZe is going to continue with the slow default spread, it's all so long ago right now. But if you missed it, it was just FaZe with these very slow crawls, map control, buying their time, trying to target that arch side early, and then they had to change within the final few rounds of play. But that's where Na'Vi did come alive. It felt within the tail end of that first half they had solved the puzzle, and that AWP of Simple was a key component. It's out here to play.
What can we see off of that opening break? An AWP for either side. The Zoom bangers may very well clash. Simple thinks better of it. Aggression from the CTs. Certainly has been the name of the game. A choke hold over Banana and the B-bomb site. FaZe lay down the game plan. Change the state of play. 20 seconds on the smokes. What do they do? What do they build out of this? They're just crawling right behind the smokes, and already Simple caught off. Completely bamboozled. Only Bit would need to do something really crazy. Because FaZe, they have managed to put the 18th on the board, unless Boomich and Perfecto have anything to contribute. It seems he does. Boom. Takes down Carrigan, he's reading the play, but back turns and Twist spanks. Oh, he spotted him out. Rocks will close. We have our 18th. Na'Vi up against the ropes, battered and bloody.
It's a real turnaround from Carrigan here. He's up to 24 kills, the second highest for his team. This home stretch that they have been on, he has come alive. He has stepped up in a massive way. He didn't want to go down on a map like this. Inferno in a major grand final could not haunt him again, and he is showing us exactly why. Up and over, takes out the big man himself. Simple down, the second on the Electronic is perfect, and the third onto Bit. Phenomenal stuff right here. Carrigan cracks it open, and it looks like we might have cracked Na'Vi here as well.
Pulling out all the stops. Chip damage, margin for error, 0 for Na'Vi. Constant battle for this part of the map. The T side of FaZe was very potent. Na'Vi know that all too well. cancel his plans from the can.
They're still coming. That's not enough to ward them off here. This could be the finish for FaZe, the 8-0 start. They want to do it right here, right now in OT number 1. Their map choice.
And they must have been hot under the collar after Na'Vi showed just how powerful they are.
There's doubt from Na'Vi right now. They're not quite sure where this one's going to finish. Simple's just been called off. He was floating over the goat. He's been called to stop on out, and it's just going to be on Bimich and Perfecto. They have to get this done.
They need a multi-kill. They need all the frags. Perfecto good for it. Perfecto! He has held FaZe at the door. And it's Rain that tries to change the dialogue. 20 seconds. Where on earth can they find a way in? 15 as they really look to try and force the rotate. It's one man!
They're in.
Oh, that's the shot!
There's a red carpet into
That is the shot,
A.
Chad. I think this time 6, 5, 4. And the bomb goes down on the other side of the map. Na'Vi have got so much to do.
3-on-3, bombs down, 40 seconds already ticking away here. They need to get a move on. They're all out of position, all rotating through the same corridor. FaZe are set up to shut this one down, take map 1 right here, right now.
Rob's made this possible. Smoke to allow this gap to close. Bomb is half gone. Na'Vi's hopes and dreams with it. A couple of kills is all they need. And there's one. Simple, stubborn. Robs meets his fate and is only broken to pull FaZe across the line. It's done! Everyone, every single member of that stage thought they had it at one point. FaZe, though, leave with the first map of this grand final. Overtime on map 1.
This man on your screen right here, bit of a fan favorite, knows how to work the crowd better than anybody, and he stepped up massively in the final throws of this map. Brokey gets across the line with 30 there to shut things down, but what a game of Counter-Strike. From an 8-0 start, felt like a bit of a sleeper. The comeback from Na'Vi all the way to overtime, and then this.
Yeah, I mean, that's map 1. That is just a taste of how this grand final may very well go. And I think I want to hear what the panel, the experts have to say after one hell of an inferno.
Kerrigan, he's working the crowd, but he is working Na'Vi more. There is so much to talk about in this one, but FaZe, they lock it in on Inferno, even though the odds were against them after they actually gave them away a little bit, because after their fantastic start, they were letting Na'Vi back into this map. Where shall we start, Mathieu?
Let's talk about the emotional journey for the side of FaZe in this game, shall we? Let's talk about the 8-0 lead. Everything is coming in together. You could almost picture yourself already hoisting that trophy, and then suddenly the ghost of Inferno creeps on in. They start losing rounds. Nothing makes sense. People fails rounds they should never fail. We all can see it coming. We can all feel the choke coming. And Kerrigan, as a freaking hero, steps up and saves them. How poetic is that?
He said no. He simply said no, right? He was not going to live through another nightmare on Inferno. We saw it in Boston, and as you said, Kerrigan said no. Imagine, as a viewer at home, as a viewer in the arena as well, imagine the mental fortitude you got to have as a player in order to withstand the pressure you're under right here. It was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, back and forth. I want to give massive credit to Na'Vi as well for fighting back and coming back into that game. And they were at a point up 15-13. They probably should have won Inferno.
They probably should have. And it felt like at some points in this game early on that Kerrigan, FaZe's fate to lift the trophy, it was predetermined. But the thing is that determinism ain't real. That ain't how it goes. That's not how it breaks down. Kerrigan exerting the most free will possible in these moments and actually showing that he can do it himself. His form throughout this tournament has been exceptional, and I'm glad to see it come out on map 1 of the grand final.
Unbelievable. Just the multi-kills in those crucial rounds, in those overtimes. Let's also spare a word for Brokey. I heard here on the desk, will he be able to do it? Will he be able to do it against the best in the world, against Simple? A resounding yes.
I called him out, and I said I want to see Brokey play well. Without Brokey playing well, there is no way FaZe is going to take down Na'Vi. And in this game, there would have been no way, there would have been no way for FaZe to win against Na'Vi if not Brokey would have played well. He got off to a fantastic start, both with the rifle, but also with the AWP. As we talked about, Brokey, not the most aggressive player out there, despite being involved in a lot of opening duels this time around, but he has this explosive element to him, and Na'Vi couldn't handle him to begin with.
One thing about Brokey's presence on this map is that he disallowed Simple from doing so much. We saw every round in OT. Simple wanted to peek down mid with the op, but Brokey was holding the line, and Simple knows that tendency of Brokey. Because of that, he takes away some of the playbook of even the best in the world.
What a better start for Brokey. A player that we've talked about, the lack of experience at this level of Counter-Strike, to hit 12 kills in 7 rounds. It's the perfect hand being dealt. He's coming in with confidence, with enthusiasm. He takes charge. That's exactly the Brokey that I was hoping to see.
And we were talking about it, Mathieu, and we saw that camera of Simple sometimes hitting the table time after time after time. What does that say to you?
Tells me that he knows they should have had it. He knows they should have had it. I think they smelled blood in the water. They knew it was happening. They could feel, I guarantee you, when you're playing this game and you're Na'Vi, you can physically feel how stressed the FaZe players are. Some situations aren't going FaZe's way. Some kills aren't coming through. You're getting flanked and not getting killed. Rain is just giving his life banana. If you're Na'Vi, you sense this win coming over. And that's why we have the frustration.
If you looked at Simple in this game as well, look at the scoreboard. Sure, he didn't have the best of the best game, but he was so razor sharp in that game.
Yes.
We saw a couple of the rounds, especially at 15-14, where he almost pulled Na'Vi back into that round and just lost out to Robs in the very last moment. You know, gambling on the fact that Robs would make a rotation. You could just see with your eye how razor sharp Simple was in that game. So, of course he's upset. Of course he's frustrated. But that's the cool thing about Simple. Usually when that happens, you know what's coming from map number 2.
This round, though, round 29,
Heroic.
This is what we were talking about from Kerrigan. The fact that FaZe are in such a tight situation. Rops is on an island in pit. Kerrigan rotates in a little slow from Na'Vi to try to actually round that corner right there, and it allowed Kerrigan to activate himself.
And what does he do next round? When it's round number 30 of the first map of the Major, he freaking rushes down middle.
Yeah,
How much does it say about the man? How much do you need? That's all you need to know about his character. Round number 30, he just goes down deep, sprays through the smoke, gets the kill.
It's unbelievable. It's such a game of margins, right? And I think when we were talking about this game in the green room as well, how much is on the brink of, oh, Na'Vi make this heroic comeback and really kick them down in terms of FaZe. But FaZe, then they hold on to it, and then all of a sudden they get the upper hand going into this next map. And it's such a game of inches, Pimp. So what did it come down to then for Na'Vi? What was not working the way it was supposed to?
I don't necessarily think anything was wrong with Na'Vi, to be completely honest. I want to turn the coin the other way around and say FaZe, they've been in this scenario so many times. We praised them for always being in these close games, you know, always going into overtime. And they're getting experience, you know, at throwing rounds, you know, going into overtime and then still finding a way to win. So as much as I would like to point towards Na'Vi and say that was not good enough, I think the fact they fought back and at one point in the game had 2 match points in order to close it out was a massive surprise to me and was well done to Na'Vi. But when we got into overtime, I had the feeling. I've seen FaZe play this game before. I've seen them been in this situation before, and we know how good they are closing out these scenarios.
Absolutely. And the thing is that the only thing I would hold against Na'Vi is how slow their start was.
Yeah.
Once it got to round number 9, that was a completely different ball game. I mean, Na'Vi would have won it if it started on round number 9. Sure. That's the problem with them in this. That kind of start is not acceptable when you're going into the grand finals. You actually can't give that much of a hole. You can't dig yourself into that big of a hole that early on because you gave such a great effort to try to get back in that one. But at that point, it's just that you're fighting uphill the whole way.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're painting this final as a game of margin, then what about an 8-0 start? That's not even a margin. It's a full freaking page, right?
Yeah.
When you have Electronic, Bit, and Boomich who account for 0 kills after 7 rounds, finally Electronic, you know, gets that first one. There's obviously a huge lack of kills, and this is why FaZe got off to such a great start, and that made the difference down to the finish line.
And what was also quite interesting, we were watching this unfold, and we had the first tactical pause out of FaZe in round 22, and you both echoed Pimp and Maui, like, what is going on here, right? This is, you know, you have a luxury if you're on the side of Na'Vi, you're making this remont. You have Boomich in-game, but you have Blade behind you. I mean, they made it work.
It is a potential weakness, to be completely honest, right? It's not a secret that the normal coach for FaZe is not here with them. So Kerrigan has even more, I guess, responsibility in terms of calling the timeouts and making sure that the team is ready for it. To use your first timeout 22 rounds into the game is not necessarily a healthy sign, but also a sign of the fact that they did get off to an 8-0 start.
Pimp, isn't it also a sign of the fact that Kerrigan just feels confident enough to give the information to his team within that context?
Sure, but I also do think we often on the desk and in general in Counter-Strike, we praise the proactive timeouts. You can be up 8-0 and still take a timeout in order to set up the team for success going on. So right now, there's no doubt that there's a lot of pressure on Kerrigan's shoulders.
Absolutely, and I think Na'Vi needs another timeout, and they'll get one before we get on to the next one. It's going to be Nuke. We'll preview that after this.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
With all due respect, we don't care about Arlington right now. We care about Antwerp. We care about those two teams on stage who are giving us a final to remember. Na'Vi versus FaZe. FaZe being able to clutch out that first map, and we're going on to Nuke. Talk to me, guys, about the pressure cooker that is this arena. Pimp, you've used this word before, but about what it takes for you to be on that stage and be able to or close it out or fight back if you're not.
Oh, it's hard to describe, right? It's up to each player individually. I'd almost say, some players cope with it in a different way. Others, thrive under that pressure. They almost love the pressure. I get the sense that Kerrigan is one of those guys who just love to be on the stage, love to be playing with the crowd. And the more pressure he gets, the better he performs as well. We saw that on Inferno. So I think all players right now are in their own mind right now. And of course, there's staff behind both teams trying to calm them down and let them put focus on what's coming ahead of them, which is Nuke.
I think this first map is such a test for the mental resilience of either side. It is about how you can manage your emotions when you are Na'Vi and you could see yourself win the first map, going into Nuke, a map that you have been warming up, rising up your level, but suddenly the dialogue changes, the story changes, and so you have to adapt. You have to think about it in a different way. It's not a sprint anymore, it's a marathon, and you have to pace yourself.
Yes, but the thing is that right now, FaZe have full trust in their entire team. Everybody on that team had their moments in map number 1. And at this point, when you see them down, even in a 2v3, 1v2, doesn't matter. They have full faith in their whole squad. The team has uplifted to a point where FaZe feels unstoppable. The fact that they weathered the storm in map number 1 gives them such a mental edge coming into Nuke.
I'm glad we're looking at Electronic right now, because I think the world is looking at Electronic. He had a rather quiet Inferno game. We're moving on to Nuke. He used to be the absolute reference on the T side. Remember, Na'Vi is going to start there. He's going to have to pierce through that defense. Whenever Na'Vi were unplayable on Nuke, it was no way to avoid Electronic.
Let's go back 2 days if you're a Na'Vi fan. You're standing in this quarterfinal and you're playing Heroic. You play Inferno, Heroic's map pick. Heroic beat you on Inferno, but you go on to win that series, which in part helps you get to this final. What did they tap into then? Pimp, and what will they have to tap into now in order to do that again?
Let's go even further back than just that game, right? Coming into the Major, Nuke was one of the question marks for Na'Vi. We didn't really know where to put it. It was a very strong map for them during the PGL Major in Stockholm, and one of the few reasons why myself and a lot of experts out there were doubting a little bit in Na'Vi. The map pool, was it as strong as it was during the PGL Major in Stockholm? I would have said no, because Nuke was not part of that strong core. Now, 2 days ago, as you said against Heroic, that's when we for the first time saw Na'Vi play Nuke again, and they did it to a very high level. Yesterday as well, even higher level, absolutely demolishing their opponents. So, just a couple of days ago, we actually questioned whether or not Na'Vi could play Nuke. Today, I don't think we're afraid of that.
We're not. Or Electronic is not either. No. That man had a monster performance against Heroic. He couldn't lose a duel. While playing outside, while playing that defensive side, 24 kills and a half. Unbelievable numbers that he was putting up there, and he was outmaneuvering everybody from Heroic. He was outplaying in the mid-round. He was finding openings for his team. That is something that he is going to need to do today. We have put so much pressure on him to be this big game player. There's no bigger game than now.
I agree that the defense for Na'Vi was strong as hell. I absolutely agree, except they're going to start on the T side. Yeah. And this is where the story gets a twist right here. If you're FaZe, with that win on Inferno, you have been gifted the greatest opportunity you might ever dream for. You are moving on to the CT side of Nuke to close the grand final of the Major. Against Cloud9, 8-1 on the CT side. Flames, 10-1 on the CT side. They've been rock solid on the defense.
Maniac, what does your gut tell you when you're looking at this phase and the way they bounce back even within the context of Inferno? Will they close the door?
Look, the seed of doubt has been planted by Rain making a few mistakes on Inferno. I'm going to start here because he is the pillar when it comes to the outside defense of FaZe. I think whenever he's in the zone, he's unplayable, untreatable, unavoidable. But on Inferno, he lacked that measurement. He lacked that composure at times, and he needs to reset. We've painted him as a potential MVP candidate for this Major, but that takes a better performance on Nuke.
My gut feeling says FaZe right now. I think they've been gifted Nuke in this matchup. I think the fact that Na'Vi picked into Nuke is a gift and a half for FaZe. It's 96 days since FaZe last lost on Nuke. Ooh. They have taken down teams like Copenhagen Flames, NIP, Cloud9, Mouse, Furia, and Heroic. Most of those games being single digits, which means they weren't even close at all. It's a team that is playing Nuke right now, where I would call them the best team in the world on the map, and that is the map Na'Vi choose to pick against FaZe. That is a task and a half.
Pimp, I'm on the other side of the coin. I got Na'Vi. Look at the last 22 rounds. Look at the last 22 rounds of what they did on Inferno. They were the better team. They won more of those rounds. It was just a slow start that hampered Na'Vi in that map number 1. They have come to play. They've woken up. I don't know what it took for them, but they're here right now, and I think that those uncharacteristic mistakes from Rain are such a huge cause for concern because Na'Vi have one of the best and most innovative outside approaches. The little smoke that they throw next to Mini Garage on that corner, Electronic has made that his default. He has mastered that. He's cornered it. He's written a book about it, and he's ready to slap Rain in the face with it.
See, I buy your recency bias here a little bit because you're right. The last 22 rounds, it's been looking very solid for Na'Vi. They have rediscovered that the Nuke is a map they can play at a very high level on LAN. All I'm saying is, if that was the best map you could pick as your own map pick going in against FaZe in a final, are you really in a good position? Are we really not doubting that Na'Vi's map pool is not as strong as we thought so? I think FaZe have been given a gift here.
How poetic would it be for Na'Vi to fight back on Nuke? If anything, the map that had put them on that Stockholm podium, right? The map that made them unplayable back then when they lifted their first trophy, and now when we have doubted their map pool, when we have criticized it, we've picked it apart under the macroscope, suddenly they pick up pace and momentum on that map, and they fight back, pushes to number 3.
And we've seen good T-cells out of both of them, actually. Unfortunately, Na'Vi couldn't push it enough to close out that first map. But Maui, you say about Electronic, right? You say about that smoke. We have a Kerrigan here who has seen that. He has seen that many a times. Do not have faith in him to not walk into the trap that many teams have before him on Nuke versus Na'Vi.
Electronic does know that smoke better than anybody. You know that Kerrigan's looked at the footage, though. The thing is that Na'Vi, they got mix-ups on it. They're not always going to use it the same way. Electronic has at least 4 different plays that he runs with that singular smoke, and you never know what he's going to do with it. They throw the same nades every time. They make it look identical. It's just where does he pop out of it? And the thing is, at the end of the day, Rain versus Electronic right now, with the form that I've seen with them in the playoffs, I'm picking Electronic to win that fight.
Look, the only worry that I have for Na'Vi, when we talk about T-side, we do the comparison with Kerrigan and FaZe, that I think sometimes they like that one kill, one round kind of simplicity to the game. If you're Kerrigan, you don't always have to use your 5 million neurons. Sometimes it's just a contact play. It's a kill that gets you in. You can take a deep breath. Na'Vi play a very deep Counter-Strike on Nuke.
Listen,
it's
there's
very
no...
slow, it's very annoying, and it'll take the oxygen out of you.
You're right, and you're almost taking the oxygen out of me right now, Matthew. I just want to pull out one more point right here. The fact that there's no weak link within FaZe when it comes to Nuke. Rob's being the highest rated player for this team with a 1.33 rating on average whenever they're playing Nuke. Guess who's the lowest rated player for FaZe? Kerrigan with a 1.17. If that is supposed to be your weak link, you are very, very strong on Nuke.
FaZe on match point, on major point already. If they are able to close it out on Nuke, let's see if Na'Vi can fight back with our casters.
Thank you very much, Antwerp Sport Palais. It is the second map of our grand final. Nobody knows whether we go to 3, but it is going to be a lot of fun to find out. We've got any Na'Vi fans in the house? I'll take that as a yes. And how about a little bit for FaZe Clan? Damn, I'm calling that 50-50, Chad. We are getting ready. We're going into the pistol. Second map, FaZe on the very edge. A map to the good. Inferno in the bag. Picked up in overtime. A CT start for FaZe Clan. Raid, Brokey, Twists, Rops, and Kerrigan to receive Na'Vi. Already. A lot riding on this Norwegian shoulders as he, with the Glock, no less, Boomage gooshes him. Smokes are in, the flash, perfect, destined to find Rain. And he's blind, but he is not dead. He stands for 2, out of Rain, long range. He looks for more. He has support, and Brokey, he puts 2 into the net. And that's gonna feel sensational. 5 alive in the pistol of the second map.
How does Rain recover from that? The insta-goose right there from the heavens, dropped on down to low HP and course corrects for 2 massive kills. This guy has been phenomenal on the CT side of pistols so far, and Brokey comes on through. He wants some. Doesn't want to leave it all for Rain here. Twist with the final, and that is a great start for FaZe. No plant, no kills, nothing for Na'Vi to know as they move into round number 2 with just a couple of light upgrades here. P250's Deagle in the hand of Simple. That's the best they have to boast right now with Simple up and over. Looking to find a leering head. Has the opportunity to look for Rain. He's going to be tasked with dealing with this yard round after round.
Just having a little glance across from Trophy. Rain trying to use every trick in the book to find information in the absence of a fight. There's a flash for it. He gets away with it. Spotted Simple, and as easy as that. Rain racks up his 4th as well. Electronic leaping down to his demise, and a clean sweep.
There's no way that FaZe start this half as strong as they did Inferno. That 8-0 streak, and then we went to their overtime barn burner here. If FaZe are able to get off to such a lead so early again on the CT side of Nuke, this could be lights for Na'Vi here. This man on your screen, Bit, he went through the last major, his first major, without losing a single map. This time round, it's the grand final. He's already dropped 1. They have to fight back here.
Yeah. A strong CT haul from FaZe would certainly roll out the red carpet.
Look at this, there's 3 of them here, Alex.
Quick finish, and yeah, they have already called quite an ambitious setup. So Rain responsible for the low side. Smoke enables and facilitates an early presence, a knock on the door out of Electronic, but he may not be ready for this. They're flashing top side. Na'Vi trying to apply pressure all over the map at the same time. Look at this, and already Rain doesn't account for Electronic. Kerrigan, the knee-jerk reaction is to go poking and prodding into lobby, but Bit snaps his neck upon arrival. So Na'Vi already get their teeth deep into round 3. The CTs, they hedge their bets. Twists gonna have the opportunity for greatness right in front of him. Has he really got what it takes against Simple? Bit throughout this half is going to be tasked with maintaining control of that lobby. He's passed his first test. And it seems so have Na'Vi.
Might be committing here. Look at all the bodies heading down towards this lower side. Brokey's already up and in the window here. Could cause a bit of a ruckus. Hasn't been cleared out just yet, and there is a gap right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Brokey spotted out now. Boomich takes care of that one, and just one man to find a Robs. I'm sure he wants to hold on to this for 20 seconds. Bomb to be planted, 40 thrust onto the clock, and round number 1 for Na'Vi secured. Would have to be a 1-on-5 here for Robs, and I don't think he wants anything to do with this.
Yeah, a little lackadaisical from Rain on the way up. Secret there was the first to fall in that house of cards quickly, did come tumbling down.
Was a bit of a risk there from FaZe, right? So that they left Yard weak. They knew that Na'Vi were going to take that space. So what they operated with doing was strengthening ramp and trying to rotate down lower and get ahead of them. But wasn't ready for the fast moves of Electronic. He has been fantastic towards that Yard position. So this is great for him. Didn't have the best of games over there on Inferno, but if he can start off Nuke in a strong fashion towards Yard, that's what the fight's all about. Rain versus Electronic and the space that they can take.
Right. Full team effort that round from Na'Vi. Only Perfecto without the frag. Rops was the one he was supposed to be finding, but everyone gets off the starting marks.
There's enough money here for FaZe to invest again, and that's by virtue of those first 2 rounds being clean. Nobody died in the first 2 rounds of play for FaZe, so the residual cash left over. So let's get the buy coming on through, and Na'Vi will know exactly this. Having to worry about a couple of booby traps in a round like this is...
Typically, you need a lot of incendiaries to slow and stop anything quick towards the top side.
Well, let's see if they go for a gamble again, right? Because they were happy to give up space early here. They might want to do the same again. Towards main with Twist. Rain to oversee Yard on his lonesome here as Brokey tries to batten down the hatches towards the A site. No quickness this time out of Na'Vi. They're going to be taking their time as the smokes fly on over and obscure the vision of Rain. Could just be selling a couple of footsteps there from Electronic. He's postured forward, now backs off. Plenty of utility left for Na'Vi if they want to go for a second wave with the mollies, with the flashes, a couple of smokes too as Carrigan. This is a ballsy play.
Yeah, no, he is looking to destabilize. He knows he'll go down, but how many, if any, can Carrigan get from this booby trap? Twist is the one to provide the overwatch. Rain in hell, and that's Carrigan spotted. Oof. And allowed to retreat. They hold on to their advantage and extend it as well. Simple, sat down. 48 Na'Vi, 3 components left. Still room to maneuver. Brokey hard commits to defend the top side. Chip damage, Twist and Brokey, they are doing it. Brokey has held them at bay. A quad kill from the Latvian. Na'Vi, very brief celebrations. FaZe up to 3.
Brokey's keeping his cool here. He's never been in a major grand final before. Rain and Carrigan, sure, we all remember the Na'Vi players. Simple's been in 4, Electronic's been in 3. This is the second for Boomich, and of course Perfecto here as they look to go back to back, but FaZe look to change the history books. They would be the first international team to ever win a major.
Back in the day, we thought it was impossible, and Rain believed. The longest standing member stands to receive Na'Vi.
What a menace here. He's tucked in again. He's taken the first fight and they're still coming his way. Rain's looking to do more damage.
He has a smoke, but he might just use his weapon. They're ready, but so is he! Rain! That is absolutely ludicrous! Na'Vi! The round's just begun and only 1 remains. It's bit. To lift a major trophy in your rookie year is something very few can boast.
Show us that one again. The Norwegian stepping up massively towards this Yard position here has ruined Na'Vi's finances early, as it felt like it was going to be competitive. He does this, takes the fight ahead of the smoke wall here. That's the man he has to deal with. That's the heads-up duel, but this is it, just shutting it down. There's no way through. And Rain wins that one single-handedly here as Na'Vi are left scratching their heads. This is a great start right now from FaZe as Na'Vi have just lightly invested into this one. A couple of deagles, that's the best really they have to offer here. Limping a smoke forward, hoping to find a gap, hoping to create something. Some light utility, but this man can't be stopped. He wants to continue to take fights, and so does Carrigan. Finds Bit. First body in the grave for round number 6 of play.
Electronic wants trouble. But Rain is so dialed in right now. Managing his angles. And And the amp waves goodbye to Boomage. It's one at a time. Last two around that red container. It's a solid dig. Will look to stay competitive as Carrigan is actually added to the naughty list. Oh, okay. This is scary. 2 remain, and you have to just pull up their socks and find it. It's Twist to do just that. Finds 2 of his now 3 frags, and it's 5-1.
Beautiful stuff right there. Great shots out of Na'Vi shot. Put everybody on edge, especially FaZe, but they knew where they were. They wanted to take the fight. They took the fight to them in towards this yard position. There's a couple of those bangers again. Perfecto continuing to find this impact. Not to convert the round back into play now. No AWP here for Simple. Still going to be operating with these rifles in hand. Squeaky blown off. Maybe a pace change.
It looks like it. Threatening. But cancelled by the flame and smoke. So back to readdress the blueprints. Do they really want to test Rain again? They will deploy the smokes. Is it smoke and a commit? Remains to be seen. Na'Vi divide and look to conquer. Oh, spot anything there. So Electronic will be primed, and now the pressure comes from elsewhere. Bit trying to be that lobby presence. FaZe flying blind at the moment. I think, oh, he's caught a whiff of Na'Vi's leader, and Boomage is the first to fall. Another frag for Rain. 10 already, and the round ain't done. Electronic pulls us back into an even 4-on-4. No info yard now. Rain gone. And only 13 seconds. Na'Vi need frags. Simple's found 2. He needs another. No! And they can plant. Access to the site is granted, but Rob's looking to deny. A 1v2 for Robin Cool, Electronic, and Robs. Huh? Okay. His brain fills with opportunity. Electronic adopts the angle so light on time. Rops needs to hit the first bullet upon contact. I sense, and not a chance. Not on Electronic's watch. It was Simple and Electronic. In the dying lights of that round, they had, what, 13 seconds as contact is found, chat. That was flying by the seat of their pants.
I think they were hoping the lobby push would come their way. Whoa. That's why we're so late on here, but Simple having to do it all, just rolls on in. 3 massive kills, and Electronic will clutch out. You could see there, you wanted to get a new port of call for Rops, but it took way too long. Too many question marks here. As look at the buy coming in for Na'Vi. A little bit light on against purchases for FaZe. They're looking limp here as well. This time nothing towards that yarn position early. They've thrown a smoke or 2, and this is Carrigan trying to push on in. He's not going to get anything done. Perfecto's found the first.
That's an upgrade as well. Thank you very much. Boomage already breaks open the door. Flames put Twists down. Only Rain, and it's his site as well. Not just yard. He's going to hold the whole site. Roki aggressive over the top. A great AWP shot. AWP is not the only thing to boast. A double kill out of Rain, and now that bomb does need to be planted, but so much time, and already the gaps are closing. That 5-7, potent at close range. An interesting turn of events. 60 seconds cut down with a plant and a spotted out Robs. Rain last spotted main as well. They'll smoke him off. Simple. Already 2 frags to the good and a third, a tap. Doesn't quite steal it. Crossfire is to be broken, and it's Rain again. 3 kills. Can FaZe pull this across? He's trying every trick, and they do it! Absolutely nothing left in reserve, but a triple kill out of Rain, and when it rains, it does pour here in Antwerp. He started strong and seems to be holding on for the squad in the absence of the others. He defends that top site.
He's been an absolute rock right now. That round should be done. Simple and Electronic again almost snatched one away. The two of them piecing this one together. Rain finds the timing, gets the first, chips his way forward, gets a bit of room to work with, and then even gets away. This kill onto Simple was great. He didn't want to continue to face towards Squeaky because he knew that's where Rops resided. Didn't want to give the fight over, but they give the round up instead. 6-2, 4-round lead is FaZe. They can get a bite back, but both of these teams here are a bit brittle in that department.
That's not pretty.
We're at a turning point right now. FaZe can consolidate this. They can run away with the half, and that is massive right there. More from Rain, another opener.
He's having a career high as he returns to the highs of 2018. Harvard Nygaard, age is just a number. As he looks to rack up more for him. Farming Na'Vi on the grand final stage. Boomich accepts his fate, and Simple joins him. There's nothing left for Na'Vi here, just misery upon arrival. A half buy, and Perfecto made a half ling, 20 HP. Nothing to be celebrated here as FaZe. They are up to 7.
Rain is an absolute beast right now. We're 7 rounds in, he's found 5 opening kills, and he's got 5 multi-frags. This guy is just an absolute monster. Locking them down, they can't get any space. The one round that Na'Vi got early, Electronic was able to flatten them here, but they're running out of ideas, they're running out of options, and Na'Vi now, this is feeling bleak.
I'm just gonna read the scoreboard one more time, guys. 16-4, it is round 10 in 9 rounds of play. Rain is pulling FaZe closer and closer to a trophy lift that will forever live on in the history of this video game. It's a full weapon round, a couple of compromises. If they could bring down Rain, Na'Vi would have a whole better chance at converting a third here.
Just need to not give over the opening kill. Just don't let him find that first frag. Make sure that he's kept quiet. Make sure he has to drop on back. Room has been granted. Na'Vi have done enough to ward him away for now. The reposition here up towards the heavens. Trying to deal with so many positions. They've slipped the net in multiple occasions. Warehouse, Secret, Main, all currently reside right now for Na'Vi.
Are they accounting for Boomich? Are they accounting for the gap that left by Rain as he repositions, and that is an opening? Perfecto. And looking to clear his corners, Carrigan meets Boomich and gets away with murder. Cold-blooded murder. 3 HP on him, but he's away.
Big push right here. They're going to get this lobby control. There's nobody home for Na'Vi. They're all gathering towards this yard position, the only place they have space. Carrigan's blocked the smoke. He's ahead of it. He knows that nobody's going to push their way down the vent. And already dealing with this lower site is going to be Rops.
So answers provided. Absence of Na'Vi in the lobby, but time sensitive, and you can see that Rops opting for a passive approach. Perfecto wants to go arrive late elsewhere.
This is going to be way too late here. Perfecto's not going to be able to contribute anything.
Yeah.
Rops might be winning this one right here, right now.
He goes looking, and Electronic brought down. There's another to be had, and the bomb is loose. Na'Vi, nothing, absolutely nothing. And no time for this one. FaZe will have won out the CT half in the first 10 rounds of play.
This is cruisy now, feeling cushy of FaZe. Sure they remember Inferno and how that one slipped through their fingers. They had to do it the hard way. But FaZe are looking hot right now, and the big red button has been hit. Na'Vi to call the timeout, getting Blade on the mic. They've had some pretty broken buys, right? They haven't had everything they need. A save from Perfecto here is going to bring the AWP into the hands of Simple for the next round of play, but nobody else can buy around him. And this one's getting away from them quick. Think about the nature in some of these rounds are happening. They're just all getting shut down to Rain towards yard. When it is late, they're making it competitive, but they're not able to convert them every single time.
Okay, they've called upon Simple.
This is the thing, right? This is held across, but Carrigan's up to go into an MP9. You might see a bit of aggression coming out of them. Simple could put a stop to Rain and all this space he takes towards Yard. He has to know this is in play, has to know it could be a possibility here.
Well, the flash certainly implies as such. Simple's first Foray out yard, finds nothing.
There's only so many options where Simple can look until he has to force the issue. And FaZe know this. They know that it's been saved into the next round of play. So they're not going to be jiggling corners as much. They're playing some different angles to make sure that they're not so susceptible to that AWP. But again, time seems to be the issue for Na'Vi. These rounds always tend to end so late as Rain is calling silo clear.
Can he really rack up any more? 16-5. He has been a thorn in Na'Vi's side. Constantly changing it up, constantly kept guessing, and Simple's AWP does naught. And now Rain can once again bring the pain. He's not even needed. One in the back. Bit the lobby lug, they know, and Carrigan does catch flag from that Tech 9. A great second, and they're closing the gap quick. Caught out completely. As we reach 9, now FaZe got off to a flying start on Inferno. We saw we did go the distance on it. Difference being this is the defense of Nuke.
This is the thing, Na'Vi were humbled here. They took what was more or not essentially a save. So now they can actually get into a full buy, have everything they need to operate with. And if they want to start the comeback again, they can. But they're never going to feel comfortable in this game with a scoreline like this.
It's now or never. You're down a map. Down 2-9. You're reigning champions. Up against the #1 undisputed contender. And Rain leaves empty-handed on his initial sprays. Na'Vi successful.
They're across here. They've got the space they're looking for, but the rotator's already on down. Going to be carrying him to deal with this. He's just playing a spot and fall, right? This is just for info. As soon as he gets any info, he's going to open that decon door. He's going to tuck his way. Maybe not.
Do they disrespect that?
Yeah, that's going to stall them out here. So they've got a couple of options. Wait this out or drop on back. They're pinned on into this juncture. Don't really have any space to work with across the map and having to worry about this flank now. A minute on the clock, so still plenty of time. Na'Vi with plenty of space, but Carrigan trying to be an absolute nuisance here. Follows the nade through. Just very light smattering of damage there. Nothing to really write home about. But once again, Na'Vi have just been stalled on out. The rotations can come through. FaZe can get all this room as here comes the fight. Carrigan, he's going to take the initial exchange, but dropping back, forcing them further forward.
And it might be the first test for Robs in his ramp room, and already, and waiting, it's Robs on the double. And there's Carrigan for good measure. Only Electronic can stand in their way of a 10th. Necessary damage done. Can they convert? Up against it, up against the ropes. Simple Electronic, though, not to be underestimated. Roki's off, is out of the round. Simple, he takes another, and no! The Flames! Twist will get it! Na'Vi just so close on the precipice of a third, and it's Twists to shatter their hopes and dreams as a 10th is in the bag.
This is miserable right now for Na'Vi. It's always Simple and Electronic in these late rounds trying to get it done. They're not getting the help from the team that they require. Sure, Perfecto's had a couple of nice shots in that Deagle. Bit only has 4 kills, and guess what? Boomich has started yet another map extremely slow. Inferno, who was kept on that donut for round after round, well, at least he's got 1 to boast to his name, but this is running away from them here. FaZe just needs 6 more rounds to 2-0 Na'Vi and pick up the first major trophy for all 5.
Carrigan's been at this since 2008, and it's Carrigan who meets the flames of Simple. Perfecto up top side. This is looking better than it has in time for Na'Vi. They've got the world at their fingertips in this round. Already a re-smoke to deny the boost and maneuver. They are down a man, but they have the control. Simple could shave some time off of the clock with the plant, punching in the digits, and a missed shot. Robs, a double AWP, not ideal for a retake. Far from it. Maybe somewhat of an equalizer in this man advantage phase. Prepare for the commitment. 2 AWPs looking to rain down hellfire from the heavens, and they get nothing at the hands of Na'Vi. 3 for Simple, as they find something to remedy the hemorrhage. A bandage found. And you can see how close the rounds have been, because FaZe will have to swallow their pride in round 14.
Really important round right there, and FaZe with the number advantage. I think that lured them in, but you hit the nail on the head with this comment about the double AWP. How are you meant to get in, even with that one way you don't hit the necessary first shot, and Simple will punish. That's a round back here, but Na'Vi, the best they can do is salvage this half. A buyback from FaZe here. They don't want to allow this one to steam out of control. Carrigan steaming forward here. He's in the thick of it. He's in the smoke. He's found the fight. He can't get the first. Boomich has got him.
But it's Rain, and he's got two! Boomich and Electronic. Hamstrung, but stands strong. Only a FAMAS MP9. They fully invested here. Na'Vi already within touching distance of a fourth. But salvage is the word, Chad. Salvage is the word for this half. No room for error. And it seems it's going the way. Only Brokey could perhaps stand in the way. Could he be a spanner in the works in any way, shape, or form? The answer, a resounding yes.
Two of them are low. This is possible.
Okay, Brokey. They want him, and he stands up again! Two headshots from the Latvian! The Latvian!
There's a chance!
Latvian can! It's 45 seconds, and the bomb will go down, but look at their health! Look at their health! Robs puts on the red cape. Has he really got a hero in him? Info. Boomich pulls the trigger. Robs tentative, hesitant. Overthinking now as he just needs to put a bullet into both of them. They're both so low. The crossfire engage with both simultaneously. He knows. Well, not one bullet. Just connect, but there's Electronic. It's Na'Vi 4. With a tiny scrap of health, they do recover it. Finest margins separating these teams and these rounds.
Done the hard work here again. It's late from Na'Vi. But they are posting the rounds on the board here. They've broken FaZe. That purchase that they just made, it was audacious. They wanted to take the fight before things got out of control, but now they have some massive problems here. Contending for round number 15 to try and deny the 5th for Na'Vi. Just a couple of upgraded pistols and a couple of MP9s. Fantastic work on the openers there for Na'Vi, but can Rain again really be that nuisance, posting up with the Deagle in hand. Might be able to completely circumvent his position here with the smokes already up. You can see so many dotted towards this yard position. And as they stay completely silent and quiet, yard control will be relinquished. FaZe will have to give up this room, and that means they're going to tuck in towards the bomb sites.
It's unannounced. Not a peep out of the FaZe comms.
Now we have all the advantages in a round like this. Util in their favor, weapons in their favor. FaZe are just going to try and get this done with the weakest of buys.
Yeah, you've got to do it dirty. And the first opportunity goes awry. How many more will they get in a round like this? Final round, second map, first half, and just pistols. Peanuts, a nice shot though. It's one out of Brokey. You need to hold on more where that came from, and Na'Vi do not buckle. They will not succumb to your meager Deager, and one left. Just one, he's gone. A 10-5 half. Can we categorize that as a recovered Na'Vi?
They've definitely recovered the half here. 3 consecutive might give them a bit of momentum, but they need this pistol round. They desperately need this pistol round in the second half to start things off early, because if they're on the back foot again and they have to battle back, Na'Vi can do it. They brought it back on Inferno, but you would love to give yourself a bit of breathing room. This team looks stressed. They look tense right now. Everything is working for FaZe. Sure, Rain, 18 kills. It bought you a massive buffer, but it's a buffer. It doesn't matter. The major grand final here, you just need to get that 16 on the board. Simple and Electronic, they've been absolute stars to help Na'Vi out in round after round. Leading the charge here, Perfecto not too far behind, but now on this defensive side of things, Bit, he's going to look to be tested over towards ramp. Boomich plays an influential position, rotating around. Everybody needs to activate for Na'Vi now. If they want to take this to a third, if they want to deny FaZe, getting this 2-0.
You know Carrigan has walked them through this pistol. Every movement, every shake of their tail. Well drilled.
Pace to this.
Whoa! A goosh! The first connection, and Electronic on notice. Look at this as Robs, they will react to the descent, but he is quick on their heels. Simple, burnt out, he knows, and so do they. He will fall in a battle of attrition. It's Boomich that does nothing, and this compulsory pistol completely denied. Rain got Perfecto dead to rights, and it's spotless. don't face the FaZe as they're 5 away from doing what no international team has done before in front of an arena sold out to the rafters to celebrate Counter-Strike. Sport Police, are you enjoying this? Counter-Strike has been our game of choice, and we all are here united in celebration of its greatness. It's nothing more than a force buy out of Na'Vi. They need a miracle. They need something special, and they've certainly got the players to do it.
Lots of bodies here, need to hit the shots.
My son, he's only got the dig, Chad, he's got nothing else.
Just trying to lure them in here. Look at the trap that's been set up. It's been run time and time again from Na'Vi in this tournament here. They're going to clear their corners.
Ooh. Sketchy, and that's lovely. That's
supposed
to be a frag, Electronic. And Rain, and he does it again. 21 for Rain, and he may not be done. One back, a shot across the bow, twists, takes one, and it's still Rain, still a problem. FaZe Clan counting on him now, united with Rops. This is competitive out of Na'Vi. They have achieved a mid-round, but it may not last long, because Perfecto's been hunted. Rain is such a big game player, and a big game hunter, as he looks for another headshot! Defibrillator and breathes life into Na'Vi's nuke. That is exactly what they needed, Chad. One blip for the heart monitor as Na'Vi may not be done. Let me see that again. Bang! Oh, you naughty boy. 19 years of age, this kid, and he's pulled Na'Vi back from the brink. That's the second round force buy converted, and Rain was online the whole time.
4 massive kills for Bit right there. Need to string 2 together here. Na'Vi not out of hot water just yet.
They might want to test him again. I'm not sure I would after the dig. Magic. He's the only one with the M4, and Bit puts Rops on the floor.
That's the AK down right there. The biggest weapon right now with this FaZe force buy. It's already been dumpstered. Bit wants to get this out of dodge. He will. Very risky maneuver right there, but has completely denied Na'Vi picking this weapon up. So removing one instrument from the FaZe arsenal here.
Can they really do one back? This shifting power courtesy of Bit.
But they're down, and on the sound cue there, Brokey spamming away. Will get found the bombs drop, but that's not confirmed. Kills continue to come Na'Vi's way, and it feels like they've dealt with this now. Carrigan been able to find a little bit of room, and Rain down the vent. I know where he is, but this is where Carrigan has to activate. There's still plenty of time on the clock, gives him a smoke. Cause a couple of issues for Na'Vi now. It's all on Carrigan to find the room that Rain has provided.
Trying his luck, and how is the back turned again? Another upgrade. 2 frags, starting to level things out. This advantage crumbles, but the time is a problem. If they could just find Perfecto, it's a no. And it's a 7th. Simple, you can see, fully focused on the objective ahead of them. They have to have a strong defense. 5 demanded of FaZe.
That's all they needed right there from Na'Vi, though. They're back in this game, right? I know the scoreline right now, there's still a 4-round deficit, but the fact is FaZe are going to have to take a save. They can't force by back in. They didn't get the plant. They get a couple of kills. They keep Na'Vi stressed, but there's no way you can continue to push the issue here. You are going to have to sit back on your haunches and just rock with 4 Glocks and the Deagle in the hands of Rain. Now, Rain will have to do something out of this world. He has been amazing. But to claw them into a round like this where they've already lost Rops, he hits the deck too. Electronic starting to light up the scoreboard, and the Na'Vi CT side beginning to wear into action. That's a clean sheet.
Spotless. They will once again be equipped slightly light on. 5 Kalashnikovs brought to the server for round 20.
Yeah, whatever FaZe's opening move here is, they are going to have to follow through. They don't have enough to go back for a top execute, no crowd control utility to make this one interesting. So stalling this one out, taking some time, leveling the playing field with the utility before you get stuck in with your smoke wall appears to be the name of the game. Squeaky blown off, lobby presence noted, and you can see them just sitting back. Now they deploy the smoke wall. Now they can get them some space to work with. And it's Rain again to take this on his lonesome. Clearing out Electronic's favorite hidey hole.
So the wall down and a full magazine expended should mark across and a safe passage for Rain.
It's all about how they deal with the rotations right now with Na'Vi, where they pull them to across the map. Now on the pistol round, FaZe look great at doing that. Let's see if Carrigan has another maneuver up his sleeve here.
Rob's tasked with holding that info push. Should they arrive in the lobby, there's plenty to deal with. Now Rain's getting answers elsewhere. No one has found a frag, and it's Rain to break silence and break ranks as Na'Vi now on the back foot. Can Simple step up when they need him? When no bullets, no problem! Oh! The USP! 1 bullet away from the double. He should be dead and is, but Perfecto kept honest on 1 and Bit handed a very tasty morsel. The wallbang just off. Bomb is down! And Rain, 26 and counting. Holy! It was so manageable, but Rain has found form unlike anything we have seen before from him. This is his grand final right now. He's 1 map up. He wants to do it for Carrigan as well as all the other boys. Every day of this tournament passing, discussing the potential as you edge ever closer to it. Now you couldn't be closer than ever before. A map up. 12-8 up, the final half of the second map. Does it go the distance? Rain doesn't seem to think so.
And a second timeout taken from Na'Vi here. This is such an important round for them. They have enough to get in another bite, but if FaZe win this, they will break them.
Look at that, he took a stink on the first
He was on
fight.
2 HP. Rain was on 2 HP in that situation right there. Bit showing nerves. That was an easy kill on a silver platter. You could see there getting ahead of himself with that spam, unable to connect, very flustered stuff, but Na'Vi, this is it. This is their opportunity to stop FaZe now. If they lose this one, if they lose everything, FaZe are going to take this one home.
It's not pretty. Couple of sacrifices. And there's one sacrificed, a quick back from Brokey. A necessary response. And it looks like Rob's venture out squeak is cut short immediately. It was Rain and Rops that went poking and neither come back. You can see the mix up. They've set Simple up for success. And enables the other pieces to maneuver freely. Hesitance from FaZe. Down a man. Down on their luck. 4-round lead, but on the T side. Every round hard fought. And the reigning major champions stand in their way.
Simple so sketched out. There's no information towards Yard for Na'Vi whatsoever. Doesn't know if they're wrapping Heaven. Don't know if they're going to be from Lobby. But Carrigan knows exactly where this one's going to finish.
So do we. Smokes are up. This is the go sign. Slinking out and looking for blood. Doesn't find it. Carrigan's down as well. Na'Vi hold fast. Brokey doesn't have time for anything magical. He'd rather preserve the big green. Round 21 reaches its anticlimactic conclusion.
That's a gift from the god right there, quite literally. They might want to try and get this back. The fact that Brokey has this is huge into the next round to play here. I don't think there's enough money to be able to buy another AWP for Simple. So that means he's going to have to operate with a rifle alone. Maybe he can get dropped an AUG at best, but he will not have an AWP. I just don't think the finances are there right now. The buy behind this is going to be light on for that of FaZe. It's going to give some questions right now for Karrigan of how they want to proceed. But if Brokey can find an opener here, right, there's a couple of pistol upgrades behind this. If he can drop a body, drop a weapon, we know that FaZe are consistently threatening. So if he can find the opener, he can be the way into a round like this for FaZe.
Na'Vi well aware that it could be in the mix. And the marching orders state, do not catch that bullet from the AWP, the most threatening, ouch, for FaZe into our 22nd. An opportunity as well for Na'Vi just to remind themselves of what's at stake, a slow round with a distinct advantage.
They're going to try and make room for this AWP here.
Practice your bunny hop. And no one gets away. It's one out of Brokey's AWP. Multiple required. Ooh, just past the eardrum of the boosted player. And so, now a 2-round deficit emerges.
Yeah, Rob's here, P250 in hand, 30 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely no hope in this one. Just hoping to get a kill or two here. Brokey's having a fantastic game. Squeaky's going to swing on open, runs on out, and Boomich is going to take care of that. Gets his 7th kill. Rain's been having a great game, 26 to his name, but Brokey, 19. Right, that's why he was a threat in that situation with that saved AWP. Can never count him out.
The boost was perfectly placed.
Feeling very, very similar right now to how the scenes unfolded on Inferno. FaZe with such a blistering lead in the early stages of the first half. Na'Vi recovering, salvaging the first half, and now drawing themselves back to just a 2-round margin.
This is interesting out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, managing the finances here. Might be some pace behind this.
See if Na'Vi can weather this storm, because it's looking rainy, and Karrigan's in. Already the site threatened. Simple takes matters into his own hands, throws the AWP on his back, and puts props on his as well. This is exciting as well, because look at what it's up to. Harvard Nygaard going for the round-winning maneuver. And that's Simple. He's down and out. Rain on a half buy, bounding around, keeping the whole team on their toes. He's playing an absolute career game right now. Still alive, still a problem FaZe. Every passing second closer to a 13th. And Rain still low, but such a problem. Brokey allowed to get another, and there's no time. Rain wins it, and Na'Vi can do nothing. Oh, wow, wow, wow. He has a monopoly of violence in the server tonight. They had 2K to spare, and FaZe pull a round out of the hat.
I don't think Electronic can quite believe it there. They get multiple kills. Simple takes a huge risk by peering out of heaven and taking that first fight. Electronic gets one through the smoke, and they end up losing that round. That right there is what we would consider a tilt round. They are in such a horrible position now, Na'Vi, because the money, it's not evenly distributed. Simple can pull out this hero AWP. We've seen him do it once. I think we're about to see him do it again. A couple of purchases behind this as well, but for Na'Vi, we've seen them in these situations when they're in hot water. They have to turn to this man on the screen. FaZe have taken a timeout. They're trying to make sure that they can stay in control of this, because that's a gimme. That's a round that they shouldn't have been converting. That would have been Na'Vi drawing this back to a 1-round lead.
So hundreds and thousands of us on tenterhooks on the very edge of our seat here in the Sport Palais. 13-10. Round 24 to be played. Electronic tasked with yard. No initial wall of smokes. Looking to force rotations of the defense, keep them guessing, keep them scratching their heads.
FaZe are in the power position right now. They don't have to rush anything. They can wait this out. They can slowly discover what lies in wait from this Na'Vi buy. There's a lot of questions to be answered here, and the longer that they wait, the more utility Na'Vi uses, and this one starts to tip further and further in FaZe Clan's favor. Remember, this is a force. Loss bonus for both teams. Towards the bottom of the barrel here. This could be the knockout blow from FaZe if they can convert a round like this.
If. Only one way to find out. Smoke to the heaven. Implies a top hit, and Carrigan, he's got more to imply the same. That's a molly set up for Hut. Should he desire 50 seconds and still statues from all 10. No one moves a muscle. More nades flying through, still not a single bullet fired. Still guessing. Bit gets an answer. Doesn't find the lethality, but he can call upon Simple to step it up. Carrigan's pulled one back on the top side, a wall bang. They can still go either way. This is a hard clear, and Electronic's gone. It's only Simple now to stop that bomb and stop a 14. The no-scope, but Rain! He does not relent. He does not surrender. And Na'Vi succumb to FaZe Clan for 14. They got nothing left, Chad. Nothing. FaZe Clan are on the very edge of writing history. The very edge. 2 rounds. They've played hundreds of thousands in their lives, but 2 rounds is all that separates them from doing what no one has done before from an international roster. Na'Vi. Options so limited now for the back-to-back.
This timeout right now isn't going to draw anything for Na'Vi. Their options aren't great either way. You force buy, you don't win this round, you got 2,400 in the final rounds to defend, to make sure that you do not lose the opportunity just to take this one to a 3rd map. FaZe are in the driver's seat here. This is their game. This is their major. This is what they've been working for.
And the way in which these players have arrived in this roster robs the final piece of the puzzle. Played with Carrigan. Seen as one to be feared, and there he is in the feed. Onto Simple, no less. Bit making a very ballsy call on his own volition, which may facilitate early information as to the location of FaZe.
Someone has to step up huge here for Na'Vi. They just have these pistols. It's not going to be trading. Somebody needs a multi-kill. Somebody needs to go absolutely nuts right now.
They're stepping up for lobby info, while FaZe are already heading straight on into a one-man guarded site. Electronic summons Boomich. Oh, and he's not ready for that. He falters. 3 left to be ticked off the list. FaZe have all the time in the world. It's Bit with 1. We need more out of Na'Vi, and it's Electronic with the 1 as well. Only Perfecto. He's been known to clutch. But this is too tall a task to ask. Time. And that's another for Ops. FaZe, ladies and gentlemen, have 5 opportunities to create a memory that will last forever. This series hangs in the balance of the last Na'Vi timeout. Blade slowly creating this roster of Titans.
They can't stop this. They can't stop FaZe right now. There is absolutely no way that Na'Vi can bring this one back. They are broken here. They have been put under pressure on both of these maps out the gate. It's been comebacks, it's been salvaging halves, it's been trying to claw their way in. And FaZe say no. There's 5 more kills. The first international roster to ever lift a major trophy.
And every member of FaZe Clan's first. They've been at it a long time. So many misfires. Is this the round that changes all of that? Twist set out on a mission, the pointy end of FaZe's spear in pursuit of glory. They are the architects of their fate. Mouse and keyboard. And the brain on their shoulders. And Perfecto trying his luck. Good damage. He wants to finish it, and he gets the best of him. Desperate to try and tip the scales, but he's gone down. Is that the start of the end? It could be 55. Still, the T side required to gain access to a site. The options plentiful. And Rain, he's not done. He gets his 30, and FaZe 2 frags away. One more! They have done it! Accolade. Greatness from across the globe. They do what so many set out to achieve. And it's such a glorious arena. Remember this moment, Antwerp. Because I know for sure 5 people who will. Ladies and gentlemen, your PGL Antwerp Major Champions! Give it up for FaZe Clan!
Your PGL Major Antwerp champions, FaZe Clan! The first international team to have ever done it. I'm going to start with you, Robs. You joined this team, you come back in with Carrigan. You're on top of the world, you're the #1 team, but this certainly wasn't easy. But you just did it in 2 and got your first major championship. How do you describe that, brother?
You cannot. It's just dreams come true for every single one of us. Undescribable.
Now, Twist, the man who tried in many occasions to get it done with Liquid. Now you come onto this roster, you've been grinding out, you move away from North America, and you come in to do it with FaZe. What does this mean to you?
Honestly, it's a special feeling to win a major in my career so early on. And there's no other team that I would want to have accomplished it with. These guys are family to me, and I'll never forget these moments with them, seriously.
Hard work pays off. Now, you just said so early in your career, a man who's a little bit later into his career has done it. You've been with FaZe Clan Reign since 2016. You've had these rosters built to be the best, but you've never quite managed to get the major. Do you feel accomplished now?
I feel so fucking good. It's an amazing fucking feeling, and I can't believe every Kerrigan, after Boston, we finally fucking did it. I feel so good.
Finally did it. Brokey, you're a man of little words normally, but have you got something to say for everyone out there? Now you're lifting that major trophy, brother?
We fucking made history, boys!
That's all we need from you, Brokey. Now, Kerrigan, I got to ask you quickly, 32 years old, still grinding away at the game you love, but this one eluded you time and time again. How does that feel in your hands?
To be honest, never back down. Doesn't matter how hard life hits you. I've been benched a few times, came back. All I wanted in my life wanted to make history, that an international team won a major, and we fucking did it in here!
Now, I've also got to ask you, though, Inferno, my oh my, that was close. Flashbacks at all?
I mean, what I just wanted to say, I'm stronger than I was in Boston, and I think that showed today. Even though whatever break through in this team, positive mindset. We can lose a 1v5 and we can win the next round. Keep focused on the moment, and I'm just proud to call all these my teammates, and I'm just so happy where I am right now, and FaZe is my family.
It definitely seems like one big family for sure. So now we have Katowice, EPL, the major trophy in your hands. What's the next goal?
I think I need to relax when I get home. When you're this old, you need a little more resting time, but obviously keep improving, keep making history. That's why we're here for. That's why I grind CS every day. And playing in an arena like this, it just makes my life so happy, and I appreciate everyone who came today and cheered for great CS. Thank you very much.
And finally, Kerrigan, you said it right. Never give up, never back down. What advice would you give to anyone that's struggling right now, anyone that wants to push forward and try and achieve their goals like you've managed to do here today?
In my opinion, ignore what everybody says about you. Sit down in a dark corner and make sure that once you prove everyone wrong in this world, that you did it by grinding and by going the hardest way possible, and just keep believing in yourself. That's what I learned in the last phase. I didn't believe in the end of myself. I joined with Robs in Mouse Sports, and I started to believe that I could come back and be the best in-game leader, and now have the best team in the world to do this. So yeah, always keep believing and dreaming.
I love it. Kerrigan, FaZe, congratulations. Your PGL Major Antwerp champions, FaZe Clan!
Here we go. FaZe Clan are your PGL Major champions. Let's watch them hoist it once again. It's just so beautiful to see. Kerrigan has had a date with destiny since 4 years on that fateful day that he couldn't get it done with rain on a rainy day in Boston. But today, them two do it. Not just them two, all 5 of them, and the entire FaZe org making it happen. What a road for Kerrigan, and what a road for these guys on stage right now.
It's a story of perseverance. If you're talking about Kerrigan, it's a story of tenacity. We're talking about 9 playoffs participation at the major, 5 quarterfinal finishes, 2 semifinal finishes, and the last final, of course, but not today. He was not going to be denied today. He had all the tools he needed. He had the pieces to the puzzle. He had the vision, and he had the bravery to seize the opportunity.
You're looking at a guy who never gave up, right? You're looking at a guy who was kicked, who was benched, who was looking at his life thinking, do I really have what it takes in order to win the major? And as he said on the stage right here, right, he sat in a dark room, he grinded his way back, and as you said, Matthew, he finally got all the pieces put together. He got himself back into FaZe Clan. He got Robs into his lineup, a guy he had in Mouse as well, and they finally put it together. They won a major, and they did it, in all fairness, by being the absolute best team.
Kerrigan overcame the toughest adversity to make it here today, and for that you have to commend him. Just this road, it is one of redemption, it is beautiful, it is poetic, it's everything we want to see in narratives, whether it's esports, real life, doesn't matter. This is a beautiful story, and I'm glad we were here to watch it unfold.
I agree. I very much agree, but we also have to look at the other players. Look at Rain. He was there with him all the way as well.
Rain.
Right? He is also won a major, and he did it, at least according to me, by being by far the best player in the final, and also we have to award him the MVP. At least he's my MVP for the major as well. Rain won a major by being an absolute beast on the server.
What a reminiscent story for a man that was the 4th best player in 2017. That was 5 years ago that Rain was counted amongst the very best players of Counter-Strike. And he was forgotten for a while. People let him by the wayside, thought that's it. He has to retire. He doesn't have it in himself. What a statement he makes today.
I hope production will forgive me, but I do think we have a couple of Rain rounds probably, or some highlights, but I like that you just called out. Kerrigan is obviously the headline. Fantastic. Rain, then, to you, the MVP of the tournament. Let's talk about the others as well in terms of what they've done here. Brokey comes top of mind. Maui, what an unbelievable set he's played here today.
Brokey played fantastic CS. I mean, the way that he was able to up his game over time, what we saw in 2021, getting at that number 20 HLTV spot, many said maybe he doesn't even deserve that. It could be a couple other players. But man, he just kept improving linearly. This guy has been phenomenal for FaZe. He has upped his playbook. He has made a name for himself as this passive opper, this machine gun opper, shooting it every single time he can, but he can do it aggressively too. The trades he was finding on Inferno, the way he was entering into the bomb sites. He got a triple entry into a bomb site on Inferno with an op. That's unthinkable. Most oppers, even the best in the world, even Simple sometimes put down the op to pick up the rifle, but not Brokey, not today.
I'm glad you mentioned Simple, because Brokey stole the show. Brokey absolutely stole the show in this grand final. We talked about the play of Debutant. We posed the question, what kind of performance is he going to display? Is he going to disappear? Is he going to show up for the occasion? Man, he was beautiful in this grand final. He was full of courage. You're talking about the attitude, going in, making the difference, getting stuck in. That's what Kerrigan needed.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you look at this entire campaign out of FaZe at the Major, there were times when we said, oh, X player isn't having his best game, but he had the 4 others to catch him. X player isn't having the best game. Maybe Rops is a little slow, but his team has him, and the next map he just shows off. They're such a unit, this FaZe clan, right? Spare a word for Rops and Twist then. For them also absolutely fantastic just by the pedigree of their career so far, finally getting that major title.
I think we all knew it when we saw it the first time around. When Rops was signed to FaZe Clan, it made an awful lot of sense. You look at the paper, you look at the lineup being put together right here, and we all agreed that, wow, that is a lineup that is supposed to win trophies. That is a lineup that is supposed to go far major. But for looking at a page, you know, looking at a piece of paper thinking, yeah, that team should be good, and to then actually make them good, go into the first major they play together and win it, that is a massive, massive achievement. And we cannot underestimate at all the influence Rops and Twist, for that matter, have had on this victory.
Yeah.
It's just an insurance. It's an insurance. That's what it is. When you have Rops and Twist in rounds, then you know that if things go south, if suddenly you have to have that shot. Think about round 30 on Inferno. That 1v1 against Simple. We know it's Rops. We know he's going to get it.
Stone cold.
And that is such a great value to have for FaZe. And he's worth his way of gold.
Yeah, I said it before, it's a world of super teams, right? But it's not because you have all the puzzle pieces that it's going to net you a title. And it's now netted them 3 already so far this year. Unbelievable, Maui. I'm going to pull up round 5 by Rain just for us to just look at it again. And I think there's a lot of beautiful moments in this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, I posed this at the beginning, in the pregame, the fact that it is a Rain v Electronic duel that's going to be taking place outside. Rain gets the first, but look at what he does after he wins that opener. A triple kill on top of that first one. Exceptional stuff coming out from Rain. The 4K right there, taking down the entire offense of Na'Vi. He ascended today. It wasn't just when it rains, it pours. This was a torrential downpour.
It was.
Are you aware of how much confidence you need to do that, you know, in order to play that position on Yard? He's exposed 24/7 against some of the best players in the entire world. You're going up against Bit, you're going up against Electronic, you're going up against Simple, and he's constantly in Yard, maneuvering around the smokes, exposing himself, almost inviting them to come at me, you know, come shoot me. And every single time in that first half, Rain shut it down. That was a monster CT side performance, and we've seen it before.
And it's the space he takes away from Boomage. We talked about how Na'Vi love to play outside in multiple different ways. They'll have different sets of smoke. Electronic is going to find timings. What kind of timing? Rain doesn't have any timing. He just shut them down, pushed them out of the server in the first 7 to 8 round. He literally took the playbook from Boomic, just made it a ball and throw it out the window.
You want to talk about shutting down Boomic? You know, in that game over 2 maps, they had 15 duels in between each other. Rain killed Boomic 14 times. Boomic killed Rain once in that entire game. Rain completely shut down Boomic and anything he was hoping to achieve in this game.
Wow. Rain, what a performance. FaZe, what a performance. Let's spare a moment for Na'Vi then as we take a look at the bracket, who had, you know, an up and down major, but they came into their own as the playoffs progressed. After the first map, the story here on the desk by my analyst was, it's not necessarily that Na'Vi wasn't performing at their best, it was that FaZe was better. What is the consensus now after this final Maui?
The teamwork from FaZe was there for them. The trades, late round situations, retaking post plans, it looks like they got the better of Na'Vi in the majority of those kinds of situations. Even the ways that they were creative in some of the late rounds to find, even if they lost the opening kill, to bring it back. That's where FaZe were really thriving in this one. And the thing is with Na'Vi, the win condition going into this was that the individuals all had to shine. We only got a couple glimpses here and there of brilliance.
Yeah, some of the superstars just didn't deliver what we were hoping for. When you have Simple in your team and he goes 0.89 rating, oh, isn't it cute?
Is this
not a typical
Are
game.
they? Remember what happened in Stockholm? I don't. What are you?
Yeah, no, let's forget.
Okay.
Again, talk about Simple not even having the good game that he was supposed to have. When you have Bit who takes a while to warm up, some of these pieces are missing when Perfecto is your highest fragger. But again,
This is so nice.
is that really a problem?
I mean, it's just so beautiful because he gave that speech, right? You know, she's there by his side as well. You know, everyone is when you're in a pro player career, and they have to be because you give everything for your job and for your career. Let's run into the closing remarks of this major. I want to leave you with something that Kerrigan said, I think it was between Katowice and the RMR, asked about, you know, now winning Katowice, then the Pro League, of course, and then the major is on the horizon, and he was asked, you know, would this be it? And he said, it would be great. It would be fantastic, but I'm not going to stop there. I'm there to keep winning trophies. So that leads us into the conversation about this phase now, with the successes they have had so far, the fact that this international roster is making sense. What is on the horizon, panelists?
You know what? I truly hope that this isn't it. I truly hope it isn't it. But we have to say, we have to address the fact that they had this extra hunger into this game. And you could see it in Rain, you could see it in Kerrigan, that they wanted this more than anything in the world. Are we going to see that same hunger moving forward? I think they have all the pieces. They can write something beautiful with FaZe, but is that extra plus 10% going to be here?
I agree. You know, I think sky's the limit for this lineup. Again, you look at the lineup, you look at the players, and you think to yourself, you know, it makes so much sense on paper. Now we're seeing it play out in front of us as well. And I want to state this for the record as well. I don't think FaZe at any point in this tournament played at 100%. I even said it coming into the final. They got into the grand final by playing at 80, 85%. You still saw mistakes. We saw Rain on Inferno as well, you know, drop the ball a couple of times despite being the MVP. There's still more to be desired for FaZe. So I am 100% sure that we're going to see them around, and it is a team that will win more trophies. And I also want to state, you know, that we look at a Kerrigan, we look at a guy who's been around for such a long period. He now won the major, right? That was the one final thing he needed to win. He's close to an instant Grand Slam as well, perhaps. Outside of that, is there anything else he can achieve? I think we could be looking at Kerrigan right now playing perhaps the last year of his professional career. So I hope it's going to be a good one.
I don't want that.
I know.
I don't want any of that.
I know. I'm just trying to.
We don't want any of that.
There's still the Grand Slam on the horizon for them.
And that's what keeps them at bay, you know?
Yeah, they've got 3 right now. I think Dallas is the next, if I'm not mistaken. So that's one for them where they can put a hefty chunk of change into their pockets right there. $1 million as well. I mean, the thing is with FaZe, the roles just make so much sense. And we heard Twist there on the stage that he loves this team.
Yeah.
I mean, they're loving each other right now. They're feeling it. It doesn't feel like there's anything going on behind the scenes, like there's a role clash or anything. Everybody is so comfortable where they are right now for FaZe.
May I just take the floor as well and give some commiserations to Na'Vi just one final time?
Yes, yeah.
I feel we need to, right? The circumstances they came into this tournament with, it cannot be easy, right? I don't think we can even grasp to imagine what it's like being in the Na'Vi camp right now, having to move to different countries, having to focus on a lot of stuff outside of the game, yet they still came into the major. They didn't lose a single game coming into the grand final. And yes, we all agree tonight, FaZe were the better team. FaZe right now is the best team in the world, but for Na'Vi to be in a grand final at another major, given everything that's going on with their roster, I think that deserves some round applause.
Yeah, they play with a lot of heart, and I think a lot of people would have seen them go out earlier in the tournament due to their recent form, due to the circumstances, but they have reminded us of the quality that is within that roster and the fact that when the match starts, when the server is on, nothing else happens. You're just literally a team, and you have a goal, and you go for it, and you give your absolute everything. And if it's not enough tonight, then so be it. We're not going to attack them. We're not going to diminish them. They did everything they could. They put up an honorable fight for Na'Vi, and it speaks to their value.
Absolutely does, and there will be another tomorrow for them, but it is FaZe that reigns supreme here today. A couple of thank yous to all the teams and the players who gave us, I think, one of the most beautiful majors we have ever seen, through the runs from the underdogs, through the stars stepping up when it mattered the most. I want to thank you all in Antwerp, if you're still here, for being so loud this entire weekend, everybody watching and supporting us every day, Seb and his crew in the production behind the scenes every single day, showing up. This is what we do it for. This is why we love Counter-Strike. All my analysts, all the on-air talents. I don't think I've forgotten anyone, but the most important one, every one of you at home. Thank you for your continued support. I hope you enjoyed this PGL Major, and we'll see you next time.
Like you know your demons. I feel these beats like the fish you're swinging. You can't get away from here. You can't get away from me. And I'm coming in. Ties from heaven, 'cause you got time, but I'm the only God you need. Just pray to me, but don't say please. Just let me in. Just let me in. Baby, let me take you high. to you. I